In the shadow of the night, Ankh on the creep, raising up the titans, watch the fallen gods weep. From Baltimore streets to the Florida shores, Jehovah, hold and feel the wrath as it roars. No more rules, it's time to break. Killer army rise and make no mistake. All gods must die, hear the echoes cry. From the heavens to the ground, see them fall and die. All gods must die, no more alibis. Odin, Buddha, Allah, they all say goodbye. Zeus, on the throne, but he's losing his life. It's ready for the fight. Open your best run, we here for debate. All the deities trembling, feeling the weight, step aside, make way for the real. All gods must die, it's a done deal. It's a done deal. Hey. All gods must die, hear the echoes cry. From the heavens to the ground, see him fall and die. All gods must die, no more alibis. All gods must die, no more alibi. They all say goodbye. All could have gone killer, now time to fly. The world's ours now, hear the last goodbye.
Black African power. What's good? What's happening? A well-organized lie. A well-organized lie defeats a disorganized truth every time. Woo-hoo-wee, man. Y'all already know what it is, man. Y'all already know what it is, man. It's God killing the house. Man, what's good, family? Sit back, get this thing together, man. We didn't have some powerful articles that came out, and we might as well wade in. There's a particular YouTube channel just talking a little bit too much and messing it up. So this is a little light drive-by just to touch him up a little bit, play a couple clips, you know what I'm saying, to see what he's saying. Now, I already know that both sides this conversation is going to be clowning and taking the bits and pieces that they want to take and make it what they want to make it, man. So it's two articles that came out, all right? Let me let the people come in here first, man. Big up to Dr. Oya Mayat and Conscious Ingenuity, man. We appreciate what she's doing and how she's doing it. All right? Shout out to all the pseudo killers, man, in the pseudo killer army, man. Appreciate everybody, man. Hits, I see you, man. What's good, man? What it do? What it do? What it do? I see the pseudo killer official. I see you, Miss Tiff. What it do? What it do? What it do? Taj, what's good with you, man? So yeah, man, we gonna get it in real light. Just let them know, yo, we know what the hell we doing around here, man. We had some great conversations with some experts, making sure we doing what we gotta do, man. And shout out to the Magi Archers Science Department. They got a pseudoscience department. We're gonna get them next. But I wanted to touch this up a little bit, man, because I know the pseudoscience department is gonna be waiting in, right? I know the Clown Chief X is gonna be waiting in. So I might as well get them first. All right. That's how we do it. Preemptive strike right off the top. So let's get right into it, right? Let me first of all, man, let me drop the link if anybody want to jump the conversation, right? It's gonna be one of them type of things. Just a couple points I want to be able to go over, man. Well, drop the link in the server for anybody who want to jump into this thing, man. I know we're gonna have a lot of people that think they're scientists and all that. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. All right, but there's some points here that I need to break out here, and I need to make it right and exact so we can kind of get everything where we need to have it. All right. Gotta make sure that, man, if you follow me on Facebook, man, Unc West, man, go ahead and tap in, man. Make sure y'all like and subscribe on all our social medias, man. Let me drop the link in here, man, to get this thing cooking, man. Let me let y'all get up in here, man. We got 23,000 people in the room, man. We looking for 1 million, man. Let's go. All right, let me get this together so we can get it going like we supposed to. Yeah, it's going to be a good one. Quick drive-by, man. We're going to get into some details. Some things you need to know and understand so you don't go off on the pseudo world, man. And I tell you what, there was an excellent hold on, there was an excellent Sahara article too. All right. And you know, I'm writing a book and I'm glad I've been moving slow on that because there's some things I gotta change up in that book there. There's a whole lot of African Americans claiming to love Africa, but we follow the ways of colonialism where they cut Africa in half. And sub-Saharan Africa was Black Africa, and the rest of the Africa was like invaders or something like that. And this article right here actually helps explain the situation. And if you try to do it, you're gonna be pseudo. It really gives a great explanation on this one. And let me show the screen. We're not gonna really talk about this one, just a little point here. All right, but this one right here, I suggest all y'all read it before they get their hands on it and make up what they want to make up. What's up, Juju, Pseudo Kill Official Man? What's good? This is entitled Ancient DNA from the Green Sahara Reveals Ancestral North African Lineage. All right. Okay. The article we're going to be really talking about today in detail is this one. Whole-genome ancestry of an old kingdom, Egyptian. It's the old kingdom. Okay. So let's start off with sub-Saharan Africa. I don't like the term sub-Saharan Africa because it's a crooked line. And sometimes Sudan is in sub-Saharan Africa, and then sometimes it's in North Africa. It's really located in Northeast Africa, but you know how they play that game. It's a geopolitical border. Now, we could talk about the biodiversity that occurs in this area that they're saying is below the Sahara, right? Sub-Saharan Africa. It's very biodiverse. Matter of fact, what we know as of now, the species Homo sapiens sapien come out of sub-Saharan Africa. You say, well, there's a find in Morocco at 300,000 years. That is the oldest find. But you also find one at 260 somewhere in the range of South Africa, okay, and somewhere in like Middle Africa, maybe Olduvai Gorge, 200,000, 190,000 years. All right. But for what we know right now, right, Homo sapiens sapien is a species that first resided in sub-Saharan Africa, right? I would just say in the tropical regions. I like that better, okay? But that's the conversation. Hopefully we can get the great Samaka Kato to actually write a good article on that, motivate them to do that. But geopolitical borders, y'all can look it up, okay? But there's no doubt the most diverse population that occurs in Africa would be in that region that they call sub-Saharan Africa. I heard Katie say one day, the whole world is not separated, Europe and sub-Saharan Africa. What's going on, Joe? Hit that link. The link is in the daggone thing. Lodisha Wright was good. Joe, Pseudo Kill Official, Pseudo Killer Army was good. Lodisha Wright was good. What it do? Cleveland is in the building. Gary, Pseudo Killer Army, man, what it do? So we don't want to mess this up. right? What I'm telling you is I agree with these articles, but I understand the articles. It's one article. So now we got to wait for the scientists to respond back. Then we can get a clear picture of it, right? There are limitations in both of these articles. What I did learn from the North African Sahara, the ancient DNA from the Green Sahara reveals ancestral North African lineages. That what I do recognize is that's a damn good article. Brother Joe, how you doing, man? I know you about to hit the party, man. What's going on with you, bro?
Peace, 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 man. You about to talk about some fire right here. It's about to be good. That article opened my eyes to some stuff, man. That, hey, man, that article like a buckshot.
Yeah.
It had a lot of folks messing stuff up.
I think it's on purpose, bro.
All right, I'm going on mute and let you go ahead and do your thing.
And maybe if it's not on purpose, we have been controlled so much by what I would say racism, white supremacy, and what they tell you Black Africa is and what it ain't. And we followed that and we fought for that. Now we're in a situation where we just need to love Africa.
Thank you.
Right?
Thank you.
Like you can't turn around and be the same thing that they are if you're saying that's what they are. So now we've learned to care only about the sub-Saharan Africa, and then we fight to a standstill with the racist white supremacy and then be wrong. Crazy. Now that we find out that the North African population is an indigenous African population right now. And I'm going to say some things. Yes, North Africa is an indigenous North African population.
Right.
Just as African as what they're calling the sub-Saharan African population. As a matter of fact, that basal lineage N actually diverged, this is the terminology, diverged from a sub-Saharan African, what they call L3 haplogroup. Diverged, maybe approximately around 50,000 years ago. All right. That's what that Sahara article really talking about. And I'm gonna get into that.
Yeah, you're gonna need it because that new one that just came out, don't touch that.
I want to talk about the new one first, just so, you know what I'm saying, so we can kind of just get it. So once again, right? I once heard Double X say, the North African population is more closely related to the Levant and Levantine and all that.
They come from Elam.
They come from
Elam.
Yeah, they do all that, but that's not the truth. That North African population, right? That basal N is indigenous to North Africa. And it's just as African as what they're calling the sub-Saharan African. And just as African is what they call the Northeast Africans or the Northwest Africans or the South Africans or the Central Africans or the West Africans. We need to bring that all together. And Dr. Kader, he did. He said, there's no one way to be African. But since we brought into it, them sub-Saharan Africans is jet black and got the tight curly peppercorn hair. Peppercorn hair is really the Khoisan got the peppercorn hair. And let me show you the picture, right? Let me show you the picture of where we at. Let me see if I can find this, because this is where we basically at. We're basically here. Let me see. We're basically here.
While you looking for that, let me say this to you.
Go ahead.
They didn't write that article like they did. It's not on purpose. It just reveals how much our community been messing this stuff up. To be honest with you,
all sides.
Yeah, they simply dropped the info, and now when you read it, you can see where all the mistakes been made.
They made a lot of mistakes, bro. Man, you know what I'm trying to find? Hold on. What I want to find is cool. You brought up some good points in there, Joe. I need to find this, the daggone chart where they make the races, bro. It's the chart, man. I guess I would have to go to Negroid. I believe I go to the Negroid article. But go to the Negroid article. Let me see.
You looking for that one where they came out with the races of people? They start calling people yellow and black and brown and white.
Yeah, I need that. I'm gonna show you where we at. Where we're all here.
We all.
I'm trying to tell you, we all fit somewhere in that grouping. We do. I swear we do, bro. And here you go. And we try to fight our way out of it, yo. You know how hard it was for me to fight out of that, bro. Yo, when and you know what really helped you get out of it? Where the Magi Archer Science Department, pseudoscience department, yo. And kill them arrows. We do not allow arrows in the chart. Moderators, can we just clip the arrows out? We don't mind the Magi Archer Science Club being here. We love them too, right? But we don't allow arrows. Arrows can't shoot tanks.
They not even arrows no more though. After that last showing by the head of the science department over there, they shooting twigs at this point.
They throwing them.
Yeah, they on all of them.
You ain't even worth responding. This where most of us are. We right here, yo. Seriously, yo. Let's take a look at this. Because I swear, yo, I know what it's like to be right here. Let's blow it up. This where we at, yo. The 5 races, right? Let's talk about the trick right in front of your eyes. You'll find the gentleman, I'll say the gentleman in the middle, the unsavaged one, right? This man got on a full 3-piece suit and tie. Interesting. Hair is combed, right? Dashing young gentleman. See how they do it? And he represents, right, the dominant race, the ultimate race in the middle. The white boys. That's how they picked. That's how they did you. That's what they did. And they put them in the middle. Then, watch this. Then they lit the Native Americans. They got them with feathers and all that. That's a Native American. Got him like that. On his face. Put the stuff on his face. They do all that. As if the man walked around like that. Native Americans didn't walk around like this. This would be like a ceremonial headdress. They ain't walking around like that, but they got him walking around like that. You can find plenty Native Americans in clothes during these time periods, ladies and gentlemen, specifically the time periods when they had invented suits. Okay. And then you got the Oceana. Boy, his hair is, he ain't never combed his hair. Oh, look how they got it. This is Oceana right there in the upper right-hand corner. And he got some indigenous things. There you go. Right. They want to show you an indigenous thing, but they ain't showing you an indigenous European, though. See, that's the dynamic they're capturing right there. They will show everybody else in their indigenous clothes, but they won't show the European or the white boy in his indigenous clothes. Like Thundar the Barbarian. Where's that at? No. They won't do that. They put the Chinese in some of his clothes, and they're not quite his indigenous clothes, but what we come to know the Chinese at. So this is the Mongoloids. And all Mongoloids don't dress alike, but that's the game they play. And then right here, you got my man in the bottom left corner, the Negroid. Now they go pick the wildest looking Negroid you ever seen. That's what they do. They don't pick the handsome guys. They pick the guy with the protruding jaw, with the protruding lips and the nose. They did you like that. That's how the hair is short. They did that on purpose. Halfway naked. That's on purpose. The man in the upper right-hand corner, he's all naked. They did that on purpose, bro. And they put that in the middle. They put him in the middle, right? Dashing. Why they do that? That's not equal right there. That's misrepresentation. First of all, there is no 5 races. Let's get that straight. It's a pseudoscientific idea, but a picture is worth 1,000 words, and we gravitate to the bottom left and we try to defend that instead of saying, who the hell is that and why'd you play that game? Why did you draw that like that? You got ugly people, you got good-looking people, you got people in the middle, and why do you have the deciding vote? Because you got the pen in your hand. Why'd you do it? Could have picked, African general. You could have done anything you wanted to do, but matter of fact, this ain't even a real depiction. That's a artist drawing, and he drew it the way he wanted to draw it. But why do you draw yourself in the middle dashing and everybody else is damn near falling apart? We ain't even got no pride. At least they got the Native American with a little pride. Look how they draw us. Bottom, total Polish. Yeah, I don't appreciate that. Yeah, I don't appreciate that. It's foolery. And we fell for this. And we say, yes, that's the real Africans. No, it's not. That's just that is just one artist rendering. And we
don't only Go
ahead, I'm listening.
We don't only fall for it, we keep it going now. We actually use their talking points as a way to try to fight racism. It's ridiculous. It's bananas to me.
DJ Rock. Yeah, DJ Rock says, we have some brothers look like that. Yeah, we got some brothers that's handsome. We got some brothers that's ugly. We got some sisters that's beautiful and some sisters that's ugly. We do the range. So what I'm saying is, since you picking the best looking white boy, then make sure you pick the best looking African. Make sure you pick the best looking Chinese. Make sure you pick the best looking everybody. And then let's judge fairly. That's all I'm saying. It's a game. It's a visual game right here, because all African people don't look like that. All African people don't got big noses. All African people don't got the protruding jaw and the big lips. That's not true at all. We range in skin color and we range in lip size and nose size. Sub-Saharan Africa is the most biodiverse amongst humans on planet Earth. We got the biggest noses. We got the smallest noses. We got the darkest skins to the light brown skins. They range. All that. But they wasn't trying to give you a true depiction. They was promoting racism right there. They was definitely promoting racism right there. All right? And that's my point. It wasn't a fair fight. We got to get off of that bottom left. That's one depiction. What about the other 1,000 depictions of biodiversity in the human population? They don't do it. They don't show it. And we got hooked on this, right? And now, if we ain't saying that in Egypt, then we got a problem. In disrespect of our other African brothers. Do it all the time. And then our other African brothers, they don't like us. It's racism got us fighting amongst each other. It's the most crazy thing ever. It's wild. Oh, so basically, if you're not a sub-Saharan African, you're not an African. You're not the real African.
Talk about that.
See? Basically, if you're not jet black, you're not an African. You mixed with somebody. Yeah, that's what they teach at the Magi Archer Science Department.
Yeah, that's
you're not 100% African. They not 100%. That's the point. There's no such thing as 100% anything. You're not understanding. You're misusing genetics. So let's get that straight. That the North African population is just as African as the South African population and the West African population and the Northeast African population. They're all indigenous Africans. So that Sahara article entitled Ancient DNA from the Green Sahara Reveals Ancestral North African Lineages, right? Talking about the basal N. The basal mean the most ancient. All right? Simple as that. So get off the Sub-Saharan African thing. It's not as important as you've made it. And get on the African train and the diversity of Africa. Get on that. Right? We heard Samantha Cater tell you this. Get with that. All right? There we have it. So, in the meanwhile, might as well start it off with a Cater explanation. It's always important. So I don't think I'm just saying it. No, I'm not just saying it. I'm backing it up. All right. Backing it up. Let's see what the bioanthropologists have to say on the situation.
Look alike.
Yeah. Let me put it another way. For example, you have Elizabeth Taylor playing Cleopatra.
Okay.
That's what I'm talking about.
Well, what do you mean? What are you talking about?
When did that sort of look into Egypt?
The thing is that number one, who was Cleopatra?
I'm asking you.
Well, what I'm saying, Cleopatra was probably a Macedonian. Well, she was a Macedonian.
From near Greece.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean. When did people that look like that go into Egypt?
Well, I don't know about Elizabeth Taylor specifically, and very specifically, but I would dare to say that within the Nile Valley, within the Nile Quarter, within super-Saharan Africa, there have always been people who were lighter skinned and straighter haired from 60,000 years ago. Always. They're not new. That's my whole point. In fact, I could make the argument that those kinds of characteristics actually originated in Africa. Yeah, that they didn't come from someplace else. Yeah. They're part of modern humanity, or they're part of humanity. And there's no reason to believe that they could not have originated in Africa. Incidentally, skin color can flip back and forth from an evolutionary point of view. We now know every 15,000 or so years. It's not the sort of thing that, it takes 100,000 years, million years to live in one place. And skin color itself is not always an accurate index, even in current situations like in Brazil and Venezuela. It doesn't necessarily give you a proportionate amount of ancestry. You can have people with very fair skin, but actually have more, quote unquote, black ancestors than some people who are actually darker. So you have to be very careful about what you think you can quantify from that, again, based on science evidence. Now, the issue of having narrow features, a narrow face, and what have you, we have remains, and normally I would show you this slide, but we're not going to get to that today, of people from Gambel's Cave in East Africa down in Kenya that are probably about 10 to 12,000 years old. If you measure them up and submit them to a forensic type analysis, they'll cluster with Europeans. They're not Europeans. Their limb ratios are as tropical as you can be. They come from right there. That's what you have to be on.
Charlie, you could ask more questions later.
To get Charlie out of there, yo. Charlie was tripping. Can't be tripping. So there you go. Okay. Got that clear. You want to add something, Joe? You good? Make sure we hear you.
No, I'm good. That speaks for itself. But the guy asking the question makes the same. Oh. He makes this in that video.
Yes, he makes the same mistake as people are making right now.
That we do that lookership be killing people, and then people want to group everybody into one group of folks based on what they look like. And it's a killer, man. Okay. So we having the discussion in the Discord about black. You know me, I bang out on black. And the only reason why I bang out on black is because as soon as people hear the term black, they think in certain folks in Africa. Runoko Rashidi went across it. I mean, big ups to Runoko. Rest in peace to the brother, right? But everywhere with him. Okay, everywhere he went, when he saw somebody dark, he said, "Oh, Africans must have came from off of West Africa or wherever from the continent of Africa and came here sometime because they got dark-skinned people." It's a fallacy. That's a mistake, a big mistake, man. That's all I want to say. Go ahead.
It is a big mistake. Charlie been watching, like they said in the chat, Gold say Charlie been watching the Magi Archer Science Department with Neanderthal James and Asar Kepi. Who doesn't understand? He thinks that convergent evolution is a separate evolution. It's three different types of craziness. Same thing with this man right here. This man right here clearly said, he said this video is older than the discovery of non-African archaic integration. Like that means something. Like that's really gonna make you not African. You get it? Yeah, he won't get off that.
See? There you go.
DNA diluted. I ain't gonna pay that. I got something real special for the Magi Archer Science Department, but not now, right? So let's get into the article a little bit here, right? And so we will all upgrade our information, right? As new information comes, we will take this article, right, for what it's worth. It's in the journal Nature and it's peer reviewed, but it's just one article. Okay, it's one damn article. It's one article. Okay, all right. I like the people on the article, like Joel Irish. You see, we use that. You remember that, right? Yeah, Sosa had to remind me, that's Joel D. Irish. Remember? The Magi Archer Science Department used Joel Irish. Remember that? Yeah. Mm-hmm. There you go. It's the second person on the paper there. All right. So what we will wait for is the responses from the other scientists, man. But before we read the article, let's just play the clip. Let's play the clip of the quote unquote, I would like to say, the Bible. What you call it? The Bible DNA guy. See what he's talking about. Let's see where he messed it up at.
This is July 2nd, 2025. All right. The executive summary. First whole genome sequence of an old kingdom Egyptian male, a Norat individual, timeline 2855 to 2570 BCE, age of the pyramids, 3rd, 4th dynasty. Dual ancestry, 77.6% North African Neolithic, 22.4% Eastern Fertile Crescent, Y DNA, E1B1B1B2B, ntDNA, I/N1A1B2. So something in between. I've seen that he belongs to I9. So I9 would have originated in West Asia. Phenotype, brown eyes and hair, dark to black skin. Now,
First mistake. Did you hear that mistake, Joe? Did you catch that mistake?
I sure did.
Yeah. A Bible DNA, yo. Stick to the Bible, yo. Your first mistake is looking at a DNA marker and saying where a person originates from. You made that up. Knock it off. Stop it. That's not reality, and that's not how we deal with DNA. Right? You don't read this right here and say, read all that, the first home genome sequence, the old kingdom. First of all, they found this man in Upper Egypt. My fault, in Lower Egypt. Is it Lower Egypt, Upper Egypt? Where is that at? Hold on, let me see.
Not far below Cairo. He up out that way.
Hold on, that I think that's in. Wait a minute, I need to get that straight before I get around my damn mouth. Talking crazy. Let me get that straight. See the map. I believe that to be in.
Where's Cairo? Cairo is considered Lower Egypt, right?
That's Lower. I believe it's in Lower Egypt. I believe that thing is in Lower Egypt, yo. I swear.
Yeah. It wasn't far from Cairo.
Where's my Egyptian people at? Where the hell y'all at? I believe that to be. I think
Reggie hanging around.
Where you at, Reggie? I believe
he said the same thing I said, near Cairo. Cairo was Lower Egypt.
That's Lower
Upper
Egypt.
Yeah, right, Upper Egypt is down near the Sudan.
All right, okay, so we'll go with that. All right, so that's in Lower Egypt, right? Okay, now this man gonna say where that man originated from. That's a lie. Outright lie. Let's hear it again so y'all know he made that up. He throwing his own thing in there because the article don't say that. That's the journal of Nature.
So something in between. I've seen that he belongs to I9. So I9 would have originated in West Asia. Phenotype, brown eyes and hair, dark to black skin. Now, remember, dark to black skin, the same thing with the people in the Levant also had the same skin pigmentation, also intermediate. Why? Because these people were outdoors. They were outside.
Hey, yo, that article said dark black skin. Did he change the word to dark or black? A little bit darker than black, dark. It said dark to black skin.
That's exactly what it said.
Yeah. That guy was extremely dark skinned, yo.
Yeah.
Now, So we heard that. Okay, let's keep going. He said, so he's basically saying that these genes, I think he was saying, let me get this straight, that maybe he wasn't talking about the person himself. I thought maybe he was saying that the person that maybe his grandmother or something, right, start out in age. That ain't even true. That when you see that, that's not saying that the person great grandmother or mother something was in Asia or half his parents was in Asia. That's not. No, that's not.
Oh, you try and clean this up.
Huh? Hmm?
You try and clean it up for him.
No. I want to make sure. I want to make sure I got it right. Let's hear it again.
Okay.
What you saying? I ain't cleaning up for him. I want to make sure I got it right.
I / N1A1B2. So something in between. I've seen that he belongs to I9. So I9 would have originated in West Asia. Phenotype, brown eyes.
The I9 originated in Western Asia. He's saying a marker. I don't think he mean the person, do he?
Yeah, he's saying the marker. He's not saying this individual
Right.
started out there. He's saying like his you had it right. His grandparents started there and then they must have migrated to
That's not
Egypt.
what's going on to that. All right. But let's keep going. All right. We're gonna give him some chance, give him some light. Because he kind of gets there by the time he moves to here. I ain't even gonna go
and hair, dark to black skin. Now remember, dark to black skin, the same thing with the people in the Levant also had the same skin pigmentation, also intermediate. Why? Because these people were outdoors, they were outside majority of the day. Introduction, historical context, location, Nararat site, 265 kilometers south of Cairo, period, early dynastic to old kingdom. Radiocarbon date, 2855 to 2570 BCE, estimated age, 44, 64 years. Height, 157 to 161 centimeters. Burial and preservation, buried in ceramic pot in rock cut tomb, no artificial mummification, exceptional DNA preservation, enabled whole genome sequencing, scientific breakthrough for ancient Egyptian genomics. Lifestyle and diet, heavy physical labor indicators, Potter hypothesis, osteoarthritis, dental wear, high status burial despite labor intensive life, diet wheat, barley, terrestrial animal protein raised in the hot, dry Nile Valley, isotope analysis. I want to mention right there when it says wheat, barley, terrestrial animal protein. First of all, a lot of this stuff came from the Levant with the Natufian culture leading into the Neolithic, pre-Potter Neolithic B culture. And what this represents is the migration that the epopolithic Natufian culture migrated from West Asia down into the Arabian Peninsula into Northeast Africa. They brought along with them during that time leading from the epopolithic to the Bronze Age, they had different migrations bringing such things as goats, figs, and different
I don't know about all that. Overstepping.
He almost like saying the Egyptians wasn't doing nothing until these folks showed up and introduced it.
Oh, now, and I'm gonna get into why he's overstepping his bounds. The article ain't saying none of that, first of all. Right? It's a whole separate conversation. I know of no scientific evidence saying that motherfucker bought their herds and bought their grains like that. Right? What you do is that population runs into a group of farmers. And it gets Africanized is what's really going on. How do we know? Because we read the great works like this. Let me see if I can find it. All right. Very detailed. Y'all thinking in your mind that a group of farmers stowing their way into the Nile with all their herds. Yeah, right here. Read this, The Dawn of Everything, The New History in Humanity. All right, David Wingrove. You know anything about David Wingrove's work? You need to get on top of it, right? So I'm telling you that, right? That herds don't need humans to bring them. It's one thing, they just don't. So I don't know about that, right? I'm willing to change my stance based off more evidence, but what I do know is, right, they run into farmers, right? They just do. The time periods we're talking about, they're farming, right? And whatever the grains you got, right? You know what I'm saying? Farmers take stuff from everywhere at times. I like that. And they farm it the way they farm it. They farm it in an African manner. They don't farm it in a Western Asian manner. They farm it in an African, a North African manner, to be exact, a Northeast African manner, to be super exact. Challenge anybody on that. He's trying to paint a picture, right? Like the invading race theory, where this whole group of niggas come in with herds and they come with the farming and voila. That's not what it is. That's him overstepping his bounds right there. Simple as that. The article don't say nothing about that. Matter of fact, the article about cultural diffusion, right? Like, you know, like a back and forth, you know, things spread through cultural diffusion. Cultural diffusion is different than whole migrations of people bringing this and bringing that. See, two separate ideas. Remember I say look that up. Remember I said look that up?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let's stop right there. Let's get to the article, right? And it's important when we get to this article right here, all right? What's very important is when we're looking at it, that we don't overstep our bounds. Okay, so it talks about the ancient Genesis society flourished in the millennia, reaching its peak. Okay, we got that. Let me see. Here we sequence two-time coverage, whole genomes from an adult male Egyptian excavated at Nuret. Radiocarbon dating at 2,855. All right, that's Old Kingdom. Say he lived a few centuries after the Egyptian unification. Okay, that means when the whole country come together, where they unify the upper and the lower, and to give you the radiocarbon dates. Let's see, unification. His body is inferred in a ceramic pot. Okay, let's go right here. Okay, say most of his genome is best represented by North African Neolithic ancestry. Once again, most, you know what the word most is? Most of his genome, okay, is best represented by North African Neolithic ancestry. Among valuable source at present, okay? Available sources at present. Yet approximately 20% of his genetic ancestry can be traced to genomes representing the Eastern Fertile Crescent, right? Including Mesopotamia and surrounding regions. They will always mess this up here. So you see the 20% and you see the 80%. That's 100% human. Yeah, get out of here. Okay, let me go on and read this. It says,
You wow.
There you go. Yeah, I told you. So people is thinking that 20% of their Mesopotamian population or 20% of the population in Egypt during that time was from Mesopotamia. I hear them all say it. That's not what it's saying. Not at all. What it's saying is 1/5 of that particular person's genome coalesce with that genome in Mesopotamia in those areas. That's what it's saying. So, you know, like when you read my DNA test, right, and you see that I have 73% Utrean, right? It's just simply saying that the DNA that I have, 73% of it, in that particular part of it, coalesce with people. It don't mean I was there. Don't mean my father was there. Don't mean my great grandmother came from there. It don't mean that. So it don't mean his aunt, uncle, and them came. It don't mean that. It's not. It's talking about the parts of the DNA that match up with that. 20% of it match up with that, which is actually 1/5 of it. That's the correct to say it. Let me see if I can get a source on that. Let me just look at it, make sure we're getting this tight, because I think this is This is the part right here that really matters. Okay? Let's see. Do I got that to 20%? Man, did I say that? Man. Let me see. I'm gonna hold that for a minute. Hold on. Let me get back to here. All right, hold on. And I'm gonna talk about what the 20% mean and what the 80% mean, or the 77. All right, I'm gonna talk about that. Let me just finish reading for a second. Hold on. All right. Then I'm gonna open up the panel real quick because this is a quick drive-by. Okay. It say this genetic affinity is similar to the ancestry appearing in Anatolia and in Levant during the Neolithic and Bronze Age. Although, now watch this. This is also important, right? So in actuality, we expect to see this in the Egyptians because of where it's located. It's located on 3 intersecting continents. It would be actually unusual not to have other pieces of genome, you know what I'm saying, being part of their ancestry. It'd be crazy. It'd be super duper blackology at that point. It'd be non-scientific. Okay. That is called a geological or geographic man, what's the word? God dang it. What's the word I want to use here? Confluence, area of confluence. Okay? 3 continents. All right? That's what that is. Now, let me finish. It goes on to say, right? It says, hold on, this genetic affinity is similar to the ancestry appearing in the Anatolia and the Levant during the Neolithic and Bronze Age. It say, although more genomes are needed to fully understand the genomic diversity of the early Egyptians. So it's telling you right here, you got to listen to it. It's saying, although, what's the word although mean? We're going to fight that. It says more genomes are needed to fully understand. So don't be using this article as if they fully understand, because they telling you they don't. We need to fully understand that. And remember, they taking it from one individual. We could find the knowledge such a vast area. You can find another population of Egyptians that have a slightly different DNA signature. The same way with African Americans. Some African Americans got 20% European. Some African Americans got 40% European. Some African Americans got 35%. Some African Americans got 10%. It ranges. So I'm sure that as you go to certain parts of the Nile, you're going to find this range, but they only got the one individual. So don't make it more than what it really is. What it is teaching you is, right, that based off the history, the historical narrative, we know there was a relationship between the quote unquote Sumer or Mesopotamia. We know this. And we talked about this when we presented the article on the Mediterranean and what it actually meant. And we made the point that Mediterranean, right, is actually an indigenous Nile Valley culture with a Western Asian culture. And now we got the DNA to actually verify that. And there's communication there. And they form that culture that you would later on call the Mediterranean. The correspondence, they got written languages, they trade. So you would expect to see this type of genomic expression in individuals. That's not off kilter. That's right where it's supposed to be. The problem's going to be when people promote an invading race theory. Well, a whole race of people came in. That's not what it's really talking about at all.
Right. There you go.
That's not what it's saying. They put all their herds, they put all the pottery, they put everything and taught these Africans. That's the invading race theory. That's what Chief X promotes. They ain't no sub-Saharan African. But so what? They the indigenous Africans, though. They wouldn't have to be. Look at where they located at. Look how vast the area. You can put the whole United States in the daggone Sahara. Says again, you can put the whole United States in the Sahara. Put that through your head. There's going to be pockets of people that have different exchanges of DNA. What's the North African? An indigenous African. Trying to get that through your head. What's the skin color? Obviously, it's ranging because this particular individual has dark to black skin. Now, here's a game they all like to play. See, I thought you said they don't use black, but wait a minute. I'm saying they're not using it racialized. They're using it as an indicator of how dark the individual's skin was. Not to be confused with the fools that's using it in a racialized manner, then act like they wasn't. We was just saying that the Egyptians was calling themselves the dark-skinned people. Lie. Because the majority of Egyptians weren't dark-skinned. Couldn't have been. They would range in skin color.
Or they ain't gonna like that.
I mean,
you didn't just say.
Look at where they located at. Why would everybody be super black? Why would everybody be super light? Why? Look at African Americans, bro. With what? We not one color, yo. That's not.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's a pseudoscientific racist idea in your mind. All sub-Saharan Africans are dark-skinned. The Khoisan amongst the lightest people in Africa. NAN located in sub-Saharan Africa. Make some sense around here. The oldest genome we got come from the Khoisan. And they the ones with the real peppercorn hair. Not the West Africans. The Khoisan got the real peppercorn hair. The tight little balls. That's peppercorn. Not the Negroid type. It's tight curl. Peppercorn is a little bit different. So all this nonsense and all this playing games, right? I'm gonna do a video. I'm gonna show you. Ain't showing nothing, man. They're indigenous Africans, man.
Hey,
and now we know they're indigenous Africans. Now we got the sequence of genome. Now we understand they indigenous to Africa. And it ain't the daggone Anatolian aspect of it or the Levantian aspect that make them indigenous African. It's the fact that it's a basal and it makes them indigenous African. What's your point? Talk to me.
Man, I hate to throw you in the chat. But why Pan-African James say we're talking about in the context of African versus non-Africans? Africans come from Sandlight to Dinka Black. That's what we've been saying, not Arabs.
What?
What the heck is that supposed to mean? Hey, man, I'm saying that Arabs as dark as me. I mean, I walk around with Bitterman on me because it's summer. But the Arabs as dark as me. What is James? Like, James be messing me up, man. I don't know. He be confusing me. You see his comment in the chat? Maybe you can make sense out of it.
Yeah, they ain't been saying. We know what they were saying. We got the stamp. Don't make me put the stamp. I'm gonna tell you what they were saying. Here we go. Don't play with me. Go play with somebody else that ain't got no sense. All right? This the hell y'all been saying.
The daggone most of the Arabs brown skin. What the heck?
Can you see the screen, yo?
All right, I'm looking. Yeah, I see the screen.
Here you go. This is what they've been saying. Black like Osiris. My real premise.
Uh-oh.
The majority of the ancient Egyptians were black people from the South. So don't tell me you wasn't playing the racialized card. That is your stance right there.
Yep.
I didn't say you said it, you put it up there for us to read. Two, the ancient Egyptians called themselves black. They didn't say that. We never said they called themselves black. We never, we never said that. So now we got two admissions. They claiming they never said the first two. This is racialized. The majority of the ancient Egyptians were black people from the South. Racialized. The ancient Egyptians called themselves black. Racialized. Or was they just saying they called themselves black skinned people because they was all black skinned, not racialized? Get out of here with that. Three. The word Kemet and or Kemetiu can mean a group of black people and black collective, racial. Are you saying a collective dark-skinned people? That wouldn't be true, neither now would it? Even one would not be true. So do not tell me what the hell you think you know or what you've been teaching. It's right here for us to see forever. And you can't change that. Well, you can, but you got a wild, raggedy science department, so you will never change it. You better leave me alone, Joe. They tripping.
That's a bomb. But you can get some sound effects, man. You can drop a bomb right here. Boom.
Oh, we get them with this, can't we?
You go hit the alert. What the alert? Oh, snap.
That is a pseudo alert.
That is a deserved pseudo alert.
Right. Now we know what they stance is. Oh, we weren't saying that. We were never saying it was race. We were just saying they was dark skinned. This the funny part about it is, why would you have to worry about it or say that they was dark skinned when everybody already admitted it? Ain't nobody not saying that. How we know? Because we got the white lady, Gina Dabrowski, saying the same thing. She's saying that the Egyptians range in skin color from dark to light. So we didn't need y'all to teach us that. The evolutionary biologists taught us that. What did we talk about? So we didn't need y'all to say that. And we don't need the Bible guy to tell us about a dark-skinned person being from the Levant or saying that, yeah, you can have brown-skinned people, but this man ain't in the damn Levant. He in Egypt.
Right.
He's an indigenous Egyptian, and his DNA proves he's an indigenous Egyptian. So why you gotta talk about the skin color of people outside? Because you're a skin color man too. You just mad because that's a dark-skinned Egyptian. See what I'm saying? He don't want a dark-skinned. He can't handle a dark-skinned Egyptian. See? They can't handle a light-skinned Egyptian, and he can't handle a dark-skinned Egyptian. It's the most craziest conversation ever, bro. And we're in the middle of it. And in comes Chief X.
Oh, wow. Messy X. Darn.
Messy X. So anyway, the article clearly shows you, don't dive, right? It just say, although more genomes are needed to fully understand the genomic diversity of early Egyptians. Our results indicate that contacts between Egypt and the Eastern Fertile Crescent were not limited to objects and imagery, such as domesticated animals and plants, as well as writing system, right? But also encompasses human migration. So you do have, based off the locale, you do have some human migrations, right? But that particular genome and that particular person does not mean what y'all think it's meaning. Let me go on. It say for thousands of years, Egypt, dynastic civilization, approximately 3,150,000 years. Let me see, developed monumental architecture, sophisticated technology, and relatively stable belief systems, becoming the longest lasting civilization known. That's known to mankind there. Following the political unification. So when they put that together, that's one of the oldest polities on planet Earth. One of the first. All right. Unification of the northern and southern regions, lower and upper at the end of the 4th millennium, the old kingdom, right? It say witness, man, hold on, goodness gracious. It says witness where I'm at. Witness considerable advances, including construction of the Step Pyramid complex, the complex of King Zoser, and the Great Pyramids built by Khufu. The population has been considered to be a local, the population has been considered to be a local origin within limited input from neighboring regions.
Wow.
Say that. Then it hit you.
It did not say that.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
And then it goes on to say, yet more recent archaeological evidence shows that trade connections existed across the Fertile Crescent since at least the 6th millennium. This is like the start of the Neolithic Revolution, ladies and gentlemen. It say, if not earlier, it say with the advent of the Neolithic package, such as domesticated animals and plants, a cultural exchange continued. Let's look up what cultural exchange is. Let's see what that is. Let's look it up. Cultural exchange, what's this? Diplomacy is a type of soft power, includes exchange of ideas, information, art, language, and other aspects of culture amongst nations and their peoples in order to foster mutual understanding. Okay. Continue to develop through the late 4th millennium, right? With the growing Sumerian civilization of Mesopotamia, I always told you was Sumer, this period overlapped with the appearance of additional innovations in Egypt, such as pottery, wheel, and the earliest evidence of hieroglyphics. This is my favorite spot right here. My company is named after this spot right here. Now they putting it in articles. 15 years later, Gunther Dryden talking about that forever. Now they want to use it. I know they do, because it's it. And that's older than the Sumerian writing. It says the earliest evidence of hieroglyphic writing in the form of ivory tags at Tomb UJ. Where my Meta-Nature scholars at? Work on that. At Abju, date 3,302 to 3,150 BCE. They say our knowledge of ancient Egyptians has increased through decades of bioarchaeological analysis. All right. Let me see where we at. Now, this is important, including the dental morphological studies on their relatedness to other populations in North Africa and Western Asia. It says, however, the lack of ancient genomes, particularly for the early periods of Egyptian dynastic history, look, watch this, remains, you see that word, Joel? It said it remains a barrier to our understanding of population continuity and gene flow in the region.
Okay.
You got to understand what the hell you're reading. Science is very fluid. They're telling you the truth. Now, by the time people read this article on both sides, they're going to be talking wild trash.
They're going to make it definite.
The article of 10,000 people that get all the detail, they can do all that. Nope. Y'all doing more than the experts. Okay, it remains a barrier to our understanding of the population continuity and gene flow in the region. So don't act like y'all know what the hell it is, because they saying it's a barrier for them. Okay, although individuals from ancient Egypt were subjected to the first effort to isolate ancient DNA, it's a direct genomes sequenced has remained elusive. That other guy was like, yeah, they got it. You heard him say it.
Yep, he was cheering.
See, elusive because of the challenging regional DNA preservation conditions. So far, only 3 individuals from Abur El Malik, you know, that's from the Schulerman article. And in the Schulerman article, they say, hold on, y'all, don't make no apodeptic statements about this, but they all did. They made apodeptic final statements about that. They did, right? It talked about only 3 individuals from Abu el-Makik have yielded nuclear DNA, all post-dating the emergence of dynastic Egypt by thousands of years. Goes on to say, moreover, these are not complete genome sequences, but are limited to approximately 90,000 to 400,000 target-enriched genotypes. Over the millennium spanning the dynastic period, Egypt witnessed several wide-ranging wars, occupations, foreign rules, and domestic episodes of eternal political collapse. All right. I don't want to read them shit about stuff to death, right? But I'm going to finish it off right here. First, it say, together these processes may have subtly, you see it? Subtly, not what y'all trying to say, because I done heard people say, yo, they come from Asia.
Yeah, they get emphatic. Not subtly, they get emphatic.
That's Chief X and them niggas.
Right.
Making that shit up. That's the Bible guy making it up. It says subtle. And even the black guys, they be like, yeah, they changed the whole thing. Woo-wee. It say together these processes may be subtly altered and reshape the overall genetic structure and ancestry of the Egyptian population. Here we present a whole genome sequence of an Egyptian individual. All right, they give you supplemented information here. All right, and here's gonna be your favorite part right here: the black skin.
Hey, Like, oh, that says hold up, go back up. It says it substantially changed it, not substantially. So, like not subtle, like as in.
Oh yeah, I messed it up.
Yeah,
Thank
they
you.
saying it's substantially changed and altered and reshaped their view of the genetic structure of these folks.
Yeah, you're right. Remember Katie said that you can have just a few migrations over time, and how to change that. He did say that. And thank you for correcting that. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
Because my enemies would have took advantage of it. Appreciate that, bro. Substantial.
You'd have like a dozen videos.
Yeah. Like a nigga can't make a mistake. We're gonna make a mistake. That's why it's good to have somebody you can listen to. But if you got a pseudoscientific department, you in trouble.
Right.
Appreciate that correction right there, Joe. Misread that. We ain't fighting over that, is we? All right, let's come to this right here. All right. Now, do you want to talk about the substantial change? You want to talk about that? You think that's important since that's what it is?
Yeah. Well, okay. So what was it before? What did they used to think the genetic makeup of these people used to be?
Well, let's come right here for a minute.
Because I don't know that well enough to be able to. But they definitely saying something changed. So right now they're saying that they can clearly see that this North population has, their genetic makeup coincides with a lot of the North population, and they see, a 20% small tinge of.
So let's come here.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, Hubble group N. All right, that's what they're talking about in the article, right? And they give you the possible time, 55,000 to 70,000. Origin.
See, that's another thing that goes into this.
Okay, now watch this. It's clear. Possible place of origin. Asia or East Africa. Okay? What's the ancestor of it? L3. What's the descendant? Here you go. Here's all the descendants of it. Now that new article, right, gives the place of origin of Basel N, which is the most ancient in Africa. All right?
Okay.
In North Africa. All right? So it says there is widespread agreement in the scientific community concerning the ancestry of whole group L3 and N parent clades. Now, however, whether or not we down here, the mutation which defined haplogroup M itself first occurred within Asia or Africa has been a subject of ongoing debate. Now let's see what the date is of this subject going on ongoing debate. Mitochondrial lineages and one trace in early human black backflow to Africa. All right. That's the article right here. All right. Okay, talking about the outer Africa hypothesis. All right, y'all probably need to read this right here. The outer Africa hypothesis has gained generalized consensus. However, many specific questions remain unsettled. It's to know whether the two M and N macro haplogroups that colonized Eurasia were already present in Africa before the exit is puzzling. It has been proposed that East African clade M1 supports a single origin of haplogroup M in Africa. To test the validity of the hypothesis, the polymorphic analysis of 13 complete mitochondrial DNA sequences, 261 partial sequences belonging to haplogroup M1 was carried out. Then they go into results. It says the coalescence age of the African haplogroup M1 younger than those of M Asiatic clade is contradiction to the hypothesis of the East African origin for the modern human expansion out of Africa. Okay. It says the most ancestral M1 lineages have been found in Northwest Africa and in Near East instead of East Africa. It says the M1 geographic contribution, and the relative ages of its different subclass clearly correlate with those haplogroups U6 for which the Eurasian ancestor has been demonstrated. And they get into the conclusion. Let's see what the conclusion is. And let's see what the date on this is. They reached this conclusion. And you see the date on it? July 6th, 2007. You see that right, Joe?
Yep.
How many years is that from now? 7, 8, about 10 years ago, right?
Yep.
That's 10 years ago.
2007. Shoot, that's 18 of them.
18 of them. That was 18 years ago, right? And their conclusion was, let's see, the M1 ancestor had an Asiatic, its ancestor had an Asiatic origin. The earliest M1 expansion into Africa occurred in northwest instead of eastern area. It said this early spread reached the Iberian Peninsula, even affecting, the Basque? Am I saying it right? Can you see that?
I can't see it. It's small. Let me blow it up.
I just blew it up. Oh, here we do it like
Basquez. 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 That QU probably got a little K sound. Basquez.
I don't say no Basque. It's a Basque, like I said. Let me
see. Okay, fine. Hold
on. Basque. Yeah, you messing me up.
Oh, you're a bad boy.
Yeah, that's it.
I was going to make it French. Basquez.
Hey, that might be a French word, right?
Okay, it might be.
It might be. See, like a French word. What is the word? A member of a people living in Basque country in France. I told you. You said
I ain't never heard that word before. Okay, go.
Close fitting body device extending from the shoulder. Okay, even affecting the basket. Maybe fitting the closeness or something like that is what they're basically trying to say. All right. The majority of the N1 lineages found outside and inside of Africa had a more recent East African origin, but Western and Eastern N1 lineages participated in the Neolithic colonization of the Sahara. The striking parallelism between the subclass ages and geographical distribution of M1 and its Northern African U6 counterpart strongly reinforces the scenario. Finally, the relevant fraction of M1A lineages present today in the European continent and nearby islands possibly had had a Jewish instead of a commonly proposed Arab Berber. Well, how do they switch to that?
I don't know. Dang. But I think I've arrived at what the substantial change is.
Yeah, I think that.
Let me say that. They're saying that they used to kind of feel like a lot of this was influx coming from over in Asia. Now they strongly feel like it's right there in North Africa. It's not back migration.
Yeah,
it's not back migration.
It's the people come. You said it again, Joe.
So what I'm saying is, I think that the substantial change that they're talking about, they used to think that it was a lot of back migration that was feeding this genetic makeup. They're saying no, this is right. It's not back migration. It's from the local population. I think at least that's what I'm gathering. This substantial change is that they as far as the genetics. I could be off, but that's what I'm from you reading that other article. That's what I'm catching.
I mean, it's some gene flow. What's up with y'all?
What's up, man? How you doing, bro?
What's going on, Gala?
Gala, come save the day. What's up, brother? How you doing, man?
Chilling, man. Just chilling, man. Just vibing in the crib. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you know we doing our thing, so they don't mess it up, bro. You know how we doing it.
It's some. I would say it's some gene flow. You know what I'm saying? Coming from different directions, though. It just so happened that the fastening of those genetics happen in their local area. Just so even though some might have came from Asia, some mutation migrated into North Africa and been in North Africa so long that it has its own sub branches that mutated there.
As you take out of that, Did you read the ancient DNA from the Green Sahara reveals ancestral North African lineages yet? Published the 2nd of April. You don't got that? Ooh wee.
Yeah, I got that one. Yeah, I got that one. Yeah.
That's a good one there, boy.
That's the one I'm saying I gotta dive into. I don't know that.
We're gonna do that. Oh, that's super serious right there, bro. I'm gonna save this one. Just the
Reggie
one
asking for the link.
Just the one beat up to 10-year. The one we just read, they saying nah. That North African thing, that's a homegrown. That's a homegrown thing right there.
Yeah, homegrown.
Homegrown. That's the African populations more so than the Asian population. I'm saving that one. I want them to jump out the way.
Yeah, for sure.
Yep, I think we've been saying that for a while. All right, hold on. Let me drop the link. Let me drop the link for everybody to get in here. All right, and then I want to get into the So, oh shoot. I don't want to get off course.
This is like U6, you know what I'm saying, for example. You know what I'm saying? The mitochondrial DNA was in North Africa. Of course, you know what I'm saying, the parent lineage came from Eurasia, but you know what I'm saying, a lot of the sub branches been in North Africa so long that it became indigenous, you know what I'm saying, and created mutations in those local regions itself. You know, this is how gene flow and you know what I'm saying, stuff happen like that. So you know.
Let me hold on. All right, I'm a pen.
So why would somebody say his parents not so there was a statement made. I don't want to call his name out because I ain't trying to bang on him. But he was saying he not from the ancient Egyptians. His parents moved there. Why would somebody say that? You know what I'm saying?
Ain't nobody say that. Nah, yo. Come on, yo.
I'll tell the truth. I shall not lie.
Don't do that. No, Christian. All right, hold on.
I know, man. My Christianity doing it.
All right, so hold on. Let me see. Let me get to dual ancestry here. I don't want to jump around. I want to stay coherent, man. Let me get back to being coherent for a minute, yo. But then Goes is in the building.
Yo.
The hard way. And Pseudo Killer Official. What's going on? What it do? Sosa.
Too much, man. Shit. What's up, everybody?
What's going on?
Making sure that the both sides don't jump out the window with the foolery. I'm not allowing it.
Sosa jumped on just to start some trouble, man. Nobody ain't paying no attention.
Hey, before barbecue. Well, Black eats a barbecue.
Black eats a barbecue. Brother Reggie.
Hey, Brother Ankh. How are you? How's everybody else?
Mad y'all Archer affiliate. I'm not going to say you in the science department. I'm not going to tell you that.
Okay. Shooting them twigs at us.
You've gotten better.
You're doing a really great job because you're not missing anything. So I'm look, y'all don't know, Ankh is my friend, right? We just disagree, but Ankh has always been my friend, right? So what you will get to is present day Egyptians, and that is the hidden killer in it, because the present day Egyptians say that they are the ancient Egyptians. And Dr. Shamaka Kita said that he would stand on the fact that these people are not the Bedarian groups, but they have absorbed DNA from the Bedarians. But we'll get there. But
I want to.
Man, wait a minute. I'm kind of lost, yo.
He didn't say that.
Somebody help me out.
Yes.
Hey, Reggie.
I thought this article. Hold up. Can I say something real quick? Y'all can straighten me out.
We didn't cut Reggie off, though.
Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
Damn.
No, I just think that it's real simple. if you go back to the section where Dr. Shamaka Kita talks about the modern Egyptians, and play that, that will end all the chi and haha, right?
They was
But
related to him though.
yes, they're related, but that's because they absorb because of the how can I say, because of these populations. That's why the modern day Egyptians have sub-Saharan, because it was absorbed in it. But
what does absorb mean to you, though, Reggie?
Hey, Reggie, I explained this to you at the end of the show. Dynastic Egyptians was not fully Bedouins. There has been constant absorbance in different layers of time. Also, we're not going to say that there were not back migrations. Some markers that they labeled as the early Eurasian are not early Eurasian. Basal N could have developed in ancestral North Africans based off what Ankh is going to bring up later. But a lot of the Eurasians diverged from mtDNA-N, and mtDNA-N diverged from ancestral East African that migrated up there a very long time ago, before it even became mtDNA-N. And then N get rid of the Eurasians.
See, here's the
we can't play
for themselves. Bedoras are a mixture of things them damn selves.
Exactly.
Here is the problem. Yes, they are. But here's the problem.
Then we're gonna let Sosa go. Go ahead. What's the problem? Go ahead.
Okay, so the problem is, Ngozi, what is the title of this particular article that we're reading?
Whole-genome ancestry, the Old Kingdom Egyptian.
Old Kingdom.
Right.
So in one sense, all this back migration and stuff like that, they have been absorbed into the African population.
Right?
It ain't with that.
So the chronology. So when we're dealing with this one particular individual, and we all have to say that this is one
individual.
One individual.
That's what Ankh said. That's the point.
And that's the point. But what Ngozi, what I can't wrap my head about around is, what is your love for this back migration? It's part of the story.
Well, I'm gonna ask you. I'm gonna answer your question without being biased.
Stop a minute. Just stop. Everybody stop. So I heard that question is damn near loaded, but the article is clearly talking about a back migrating genome that come into their genome. They got to be talking about them coming back in.
That's the whole purpose of the paper.
Yeah, that's the whole purpose of the paper. So I ain't gonna say, come on, go ahead, goes. I just want to make that clear.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, Reggie, without being biased, we want to get the audience and the people to start to research more and not just go by he say or just talk. Back migration is part of the human story. It's part of the African story. We can't deny that. We're not going to play like they denied it. It doesn't matter if they have back migration. The culture that was created or the civilization that was created over there was 100% African. But we're not going to deny any element that make up the population groups that was responsible for doing what they did. That's part of the African human story. So to deny the back migration element is to be biased, is to be racist, and to play stupid, childish games. I'm not saying that's what you're doing. I'm saying that's what people are doing. That includes white people, that denies indigenous layers, and that also includes the super blackologists who only wants to talk about this extreme black element. That's a problem. That's not reality. That's not the reality that was going on in this transcontinental country called Egypt. This is the place where humans diverge out, go through drift, and slightly come back in. And then when they go out a little bit, they don't go that far before they come back in. So that's the whole purpose.
Whoa. You got Sosa.
My bad.
No, let Gala get in there. I'm good. Let Gala get in there. I
was just saying, we talking about agriculture. You just look at the crops and the animals. You talking about agricultural goats, particular subspecies of cattle. After all that trade and mixing and matching, you think people ain't finna intermarry and have sex, y'all? Come on, man. You gotta be crazy.
And then this individual right here, people not paying attention. He's close to Neolithic Moroccans at 80%. Neolithic Moroccans were, which is North Africans, but the proxy that they used was Neolithic Moroccans. It's called Skillet Rasul. If you read it, those people using as a proxy was a combination of Takahari that was found in Libya, which is what Ankh will be talking about, or what people talk about later, and Zutzana that back migrated a very long time ago, and the people that sat on the Sinai, which was the same thing, which was Takahari and post-Natufian people that was related to pre-Proto Neolithic that did not have the CHG signal. So even though he's Neolithic North African is also distinct from Epipaleolithic North Africans. And if you go further back, they're farly distinct from early Assyrian population in the Middle Stone Age, even though they share all those layers in time because they drift from one another. It's kind of complex. So don't think that because it says Neolithic North African, this is the same thing as Epipaleolithic North Africans, because there's only that in layers and shared. So Neolithic North African it's a pulse right there. This is a phase. This is not what people are thinking. It still has layers that's related to post-Natufians that back migrated. Look at the people that it uses as a proxy in there. It's distinct from Bronze Age Levantines, which had the Neolithic Iranian component, which is something separate from the earlier population that was there. So if you read the whole thing, it'll break it down. So I just want people to
read the whole thing. I read the whole thing.
So you read that part?
I did the first show on it. I may not have been 100% accurate, but I was pretty accurate. But in this particular specimen, is 80% North African and
Neolithic North African.
Right. That's fine, right? North African.
Whoa. So why? Go ahead. Why you want to put emphasis on the Neolithic? Is there a reason for that?
Yes, because people need to know about this time period. Because even at this time period, Neolithic North Africans wasn't stagnant. Neolithic North Africans were also intermingling with populations and the that was related to Epipaleolithic Levantines and post Levantines, which is post Natufians. So this shows that they still had a network with Natufians. They still was mingled. This is not a full-blown Assyrian person. Like when you look at, for example, when you look at Takahari that was found in Libya, that's the deep ancestral North African without the later layers. She was only 7% of the later layer, right? This dude has 20% of a later layer, but he's also a blended population from what came in at a specific time period. So it's all about layers.
Because you had different diversities at certain time periods. Like this, like when Goldie said Neolithic North African, that ain't just one type of people. You had a particular diversity.
I don't. My whole thing is Ankh is reading the article.
Yeah, we're gonna
Ankh can go into the article, right, and he can type in what does it say about Natufian. He can go into the article and go and search for Neolithic.
Hold on. Let's do this. Let's do this live. Let's do this live. And if I'm embarrassed, we can do this live.
It's not about you being embarrassed.
No, Reggie. No, I'm not saying that for this is different. No, Reggie, we're not arguing. Reggie, we're not arguing. I'm saying this for entertainment purposes.
I'm saying I don't think y'all saying much different. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out where's the.
He's saying that North African proxy that they're using, like you can't look at that as if that is a North African without layers. Like that North African proxy.
No, right. Go. My fault from cutting you off. Go ahead.
Yeah. But go ahead. That's really what it's saying. As opposed to like, don't think that like you got to deal with that who they're using for that time period as a proxy. Don't think it's
it's no layers.
That's what you're trying to
explain. But we have the article that helps us. That's just the problem. And so when we have a new find, we have to just consume the article, and then we have to make sure we're not throwing in our biases. So what Uncle was excellent in the sense he was only looking at the article.
Yeah, I'm only going to do that. Yeah, that's all I'm gonna do. I'm gonna stay right there.
Yeah, but when you read the article, it's gonna show the percentages and the proxy that it used, and it's gonna say that the proxy that was used is 80% Neolithic Moroccans. When you look at the population that it talks about, it's something called Scarlet Rowell. It's those populations that it's using. That's distinct from the EEF population. There was also another layer of groups. They were called the Kelbol group that lived in Morocco. That's the population that had the later Anatolian farmer. But the other group that is using was mainly Ibero-Marujan or Tafarat, which is an intermediate between Takahari and Zutzana and Natufian. This also proves this Capsian culture. This is what this is right here.
I don't watch this. I don't disagree, but we're looking at an African, a
Yeah,
Northeast African
yeah, yeah.
descent.
That's what he's saying.
Yes,
Everybody
the
fight that.
the Neolithic phase. Yes, yeah, Neolithic Northeast
Right.
African. Absolutely.
Yeah.
And then we're looking at a human being in the old kingdom, right? So all of this stuff balances out. But the fact of the matter is, the article talks about surprising. Some of these things in here are surprising as ancestry of this particular person. And again, it's only one person.
But this also proves what Amon Squad talked about in the past. Um, I think Smash was against it even when we was all Amon Squad when we talked about the Nakata period. In the Nakata period, in the second phase of the Nakata period, you do well. I think Smash probably was with it. I don't know. We used to have so many conversations. I never talked on the phone with personally with Smash by myself. We was always in a group thing. But I wanted to say when we used to have these group meetings on the shows, we talked about in the second phase of the Nakata period why you see that Jasper symbol, the Jasper cylinder that's similar to the Mesopotamian symbols and those skid tags and stuff. And this shows this right here proves that they had some affinities or some shared traits going on genetically and cultural exchange at this time in the late phase of the Old
And
Kingdom.
that's the
So this
point of
proves,
this article. And
yeah, yeah.
so the other part is about this whole stuff about the present day Egyptians, which we will get to. But
Okay, now I want to get to that, but here's the thing: you have to read that layer too, because that layer is very important because it does still say, listen, even though they do have some later integration that includes Mongoloid, Turkish, or some sub-Saharan that came from the trans-Saharan slave trade, it still says that they have that larger chunk that's related to Nuart. But it also said, you pay attention. It says the percentages. It says 35. I'm not right in front of, but it said 35 to 71% Nuert or whatever. Then on the second layer it says Middle Neolithic Moroccans, right?
Yeah, that is right. That is
Listen,
right
so
here.
but here's the trick.
That part is
Here's the thing. When you look at it fully, Middle Neolithic Moroccans and Nuret, it's close. So that means
right here.
if you merge it all together, they're
I don't
still
have a
they're
problem
still
with
no,
that.
hold on, brother Reggie. They're still highly closer.
Why are we caring about a Moroccan though? Is that
No,
an issue with a Moroccan?
no. What I'm trying to explain to brother Reggie in the
I'm asking
audience.
Reggie, do anybody got a problem with a Moroccan?
I think that this is talking about distant, right? These are distant genomes that blend in as part of this individual. But
Reggie,
this
but
individual,
let me just finish
this
the point, Reggie. Let me finish the point. I'm almost done. It's still saying what me, Ankh, and other people, and even and professors are saying. Modern Egyptians are closer to the ancient Egyptians, even though they have some later integration. When you look at the proxies that it
I don't agree.
uses, no,
Oh yeah, 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 yeah.
listen.
That's crazy.
It says number one at top is Nuret, right, which goes back to this Egyptian mummy that they sequence. The second layer says five populations. The second layer is Middle Neolithic Moroccans, which is also still closely related to Nuret. Then it says the other layers and the sub-Saharan all the way at the bottom. So the bottom line,
Nothing right now that you said got anything to do with the present day Egyptians.
it's bro. The percentage in the article, the percentages that they use, they compare them. They compare Nuret and they compare modern Egypt. Modern
Well,
Egyptians are still closer to them.
we will get to what it says about. We're
Okay.
just
Yeah.
looking at the article. See, the
Okay.
problem is one, we're trying to understand completely what the article is saying,
Yeah, everybody need to understand that first.
because if the article wants to say any of this other stuff, it was just said it. So we gotta
It did. The article said it. It talked about the modern and the ancient.
But let
I
me
mean,
read this. Let's get right here. I want to clear this up, and I'm glad y'all on the panel. It say, although acknowledging known limitations in predicting phenotypes, so they saying you got to acknowledge the known limitations, yo, in predicting phenotypes, traits is understudied populations and understudied populations. The Nurek individual is predicted, it's the scientific prediction, to have had brown eyes, brown hair, and skin pigmentation ranging from dark to black skin. Does anybody have a problem with that?
with a lower probability of intermediates. What's that? Read that next time.
You know, we stopping right here. Does anybody got a problem with the with the skin pigmentation ranging
of this
So does
individual?
so does a lot of Arabs.
dark
So Arabs can be
black?
dark to black.
Now see, Gold,
Yeah,
you can't
even,
say that.
even,
Gold. Hold
even
on,
though-
man. See, that's the problem.
Yeah, see,
We don't want to talk about everybody else. Let's just talk about this individual right here, because it seemed like we got a problem with an Egyptian having dark skin. I don't.
Yeah,
Not only dark skin, but skin dark to black. That means this is extremely dark individual right there. And guess where he located? He's located in quote unquote Lower Egypt. Now, I'm gonna tell you right now, this person would not be the majority in that location. It wouldn't make sense. It just wouldn't. But that kills Chief X. Chief X got out of his mouth, out of his filthy mouth.
correct.
Y'all be supporting back and forth. I don't hold my tongue because I don't support the nigga. You'll never see me do nothing with this nigga. I do not support this nigga because he's a nut. But this article right here clearly shows that an Egyptian, this ain't in the famed quote unquote Upper Egypt. This in Lower Egypt. This up top. It say a dark-skinned person in North Africa right there. This nigga then ran his mouth and lied with no scientific data to back him. Now we got some scientific data to back that.
Yeah. Even some modern Egyptians still look like dude. Some modern Egyptians still look like dude today. Even if you look at the modern Pope of Alexandria, he got them features.
You got to go to Gozy Facebook post. He does a great job these days. I don't know how the hell you putting that shit together, bro. Putting them ranges in there, coming up with that, yo. You doing a great job.
I can say something on?
Yes, you can get in that. I want to finish this statement. It say with lower probability of intermediate skin color, meaning that is lower probability for this dude to be like. So we just stay right there with that. All right. Where's everybody at?
And the beautiful thing is,
I see people popped off. Who popped off the panel? Let's see. When I said Chief X's name, I seen some people who left. Is that you got? Oh man. Go ahead. Go ahead.
The beautiful thing is
why
that,
y'all popping off? Go ahead.
that this specimen, because his genome has been sequenced, is a model, right? So when we get other specimens, we can compare, and they are sequenced. We can compare it for errors or diversion. But this is the model. I'll stop.
Yeah, well, anyway, it's one individual. Maybe
But he's the model.
Maybe they dragged him up there. Maybe he came in on a ship or a plane or something.
Right, but he was buried in a pot, which says that he's part of that pot culture.
Yeah, all right. Well, I don't know. That's I don't know where you at.
I can speak now?
Yes, you can. Go ahead.
I think that we should take our time and analyze the article. We don't want to jump out the window and start to talk blackity black talk. We want to keep this to what the article is saying. So I think we should take our time.
You talking to me?
We can have some. Hold on. I'm making a general statement on that.
To yourself.
All of us who analyze it should take our time, read it, understand it, define the terms, look at the methodology, as opposed to just making a blackity black.
I'm with the blackity black. I'm with the blackity black. The article says the blackity black.
Reggie.
Article says dark to
I'm
black,
not,
so that's what.
Reggie, no, hold on. Can I finish? Can I finish? What I'm saying is this. We don't want to make it that. We don't want to start sounding illiterate and ridiculous. So we can take this article, go on each other's platforms, and have a discussion about it, and break it down according to what they are saying, as opposed to just making it a
Ankh is doing it.
You don't need
Ankh
to do
is
that.
doing a great job.
Okay.
Who is that? I can't remember who that is.
That's
Okay,
Joe.
I understand that.
Mad God.
But I want it to be not just on, but I want all of us to be able to do it on our own platforms and have a discussion on our own platforms. And
Yeah,
allow
but we
everyone
don't
to come
do
in
back
and have
over
a
here.
discussion.
We just
That's
read
what I'm
the
saying.
Ankh is doing it
Because
right
I'm not saying-
now.
It ain't
Yeah, okay, that's fine, bro.
Spin it.
Gozi made a point,
but people,
and I'm great. I'm great going to Gozi point next. I just wanted to get that out the way because I don't want nobody to act like I don't think that you don't have dark skin Egyptians, because that's the running narrative.
nah, but I think I think all of us jumping out the window a little bit too.
Hold on, who jumping out? Oh, no. Who jumping out the window?
Read the article.
No, who's jumping out the window?
If it don't say we shouldn't put it.
Huh? What'd you say?
Okay. No,
He want to know how.
I said I think
what is
some of us may be jumping out the window.
I'm saying name the name.
You said
We don't want to do that.
Bro. You said Just speak specific, bro. We don't got to.
No. I know. I didn't mention any names. I said all of us. All of us might be looking at the blackity black part and jumping out the window.
I could have sworn he just said, I think Ankh jumping out the window.
That's what I'm saying. I don't want to do that.
Yeah. Did I jump out the window?
You said that. I never said that. No, I didn't say that, Ankh. I said we don't want to do that. We want to have a fair discussion on what it's saying. It's saying that as far as they know, this is what's going on. But we also have to understand this is the standard right now. This is the most complete genome that we're going to ever get so far. So we can't discount it.
Still working on it.
This is the most complete. Well, this is put it this way.
Who jumped out the window?
I didn't say that, but forget about that. I'm just saying this is the most complete genome we have of it.
Track that from the statements,
right? So if this is the most complete, let's take it for what it is saying, and then we can impute things after. Let's analyze it properly and do that. Because if we don't do that, we're going to end up in a silly argument. We don't want that. Although it did say he was blackity black, possibly. So we can leave that on the record for the time being. He could have been. He could have been. He could have been.
Man, they went straight to it on this article, yo. Stop it.
It says that.
Dark range. And then dark, dark could be in the range of moderate too. But that blackity black, that's more definitely.
Yeah, it's saying that there is no intermediate.
That's coming from the knowledge and hearing input.
I don't know, bro. Did you read this?
That's
Did
what
you
the
read
study
this?
says, not me.
No, the study say this.
It says there's no possibility. It says there's a low possibility of intermediate.
Right, man.
It says there's a low possibility of intermediate.
Wait a minute, yo. You've been fighting for black all day.
Oh, he could be.
You did it. No, I don't see.
Right.
Yo,
I'm reading what it says.
What is going on right here?
It says more than likely that is what it
you
looks
just like to fight. Hey, so they just like to fight. When you find a person
you see,
no, it's
didn't want to go easy, and this is what I'm saying.
No,
I didn't want to make it. I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to do that.
If you didn't want to do it, you shouldn't have said it.
Because it says a lot more about his diet and his age. It says a lot more.
Oh man, it say although acknowledging the known limitations. So we're going to acknowledge there are known limitations in predicting phenotype traits in understudied populations. We got you. So it's an understudied population. The neuroret individual is predicted. They're making a scientific prediction, right, to have had brown eyes, brown hair, and skin pigmentation ranging from dark. They don't say from dark to light here. They say from dark to black. And then if you try to act like it could be light, they finish you off with the lower probability of intermediate skin color. Ain't no getting around that, bro. I ain't gonna sit up here and act like that ain't what I'm reading. I'm not gonna do it. I can't do it. I'm not against having dark-skinned people in North Africa like Chief X is. So I got this nigga. This nigga make a video and take that wild shit down he's been saying for the last 5 years because he's wrong. Simple as that, bro. So I'm not gonna sit in. You the super blackity black. I can't believe you fighting against this. Now, does it mean that he was absolutely jet black? No, science don't speak in absolutes. They are predicting. They're saying the lower probability is a high probability that he's got dark skin. That's okay. Now, Ngozi made a statement which is important to the damn conversation. You got Arabs that will have the same type of skin color. Why? It's the point. Why? Because look at where Arabia is located at. We don't use our mind on dark skin, but we must acknowledge the dark skin.
The dark skin, yep.
Or run his head on risk of being a stupid ass Chief X. Because this nigga ran his mouth. I mean, loud, screamed to the top of his lungs. He supported racist ass Egyptians. I'm not saying all Egyptians racist, but them niggas be racist in what they be trying to say. Now, some of them just be trying to protect their culture, which is their culture. You will never hear me say that they don't have a right to say that they're not African. They do. They just say they're Egyptian. That's their right. But at a certain point, shut the hell up and read some of this. So I'm not gonna sit here and act like, well, you know, the people in the Baltic is there. Yeah, we know you got some darker skinned people in the Baltic, but it wouldn't be as dark as this individual.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
How you know that, How you know the majority as opposed to the minority? How do you know
I
that?
didn't say this was no minority, nothing. It don't make sense for the minority.
But how do you know? But how do you know what the minority or the majority is? Based on what?
No,
this is the first complete human genome.
No, because
as far as ancient Egypt is concerned.
no, listen to what I'm saying, bro. I like that point. But now we have other scientific tools, yo. Because a darker skinned person, you know what I'm saying, wouldn't have produced valuable offspring all the damn time in those areas. It just doesn't make sense. They're never going to be the majority. Right? You get it? They're going to be the majority near the equator, yo. You get that?
So where is the evidence of what?
No,
I'm asking a question. It's a fair question.
I'm telling you, you're right. It's a fair question, not for me to get upset. The evidence is in the skin map, where actually skin is not for what we fight for it to be. It's actually for protection from UVA and UVA rays.
So
harmful rays. So we can reproduce. Go ahead. You about to say something?
No, yeah, I just want to say this so the brother can just listen. So if you get a lighter skinned Egyptian right now, right, and you take them back 3,000 or 4,000 years ago, they don't wear much clothing and fabric that the population wear today, right? So we have to understand these people were outdoors, especially the one that was like into agriculture and farming. Study the climate in the environment, study what's going on, and study their melanin content. What range is their melanin content or the spectrum of it, right? If you get into dermatology, you'll understand segments of brown, right? How do melanocytes extract? If we understand melanocytes is driven by a polymer, which is tyrosine. So if you understand the chemical components that makes up them, even a lighter Egyptian today, if he lived 4,000 years ago and wore less clothing, he'll be much darker if they drew him on a wall. Right? But I'm just talking about for the north. Now, if we go into the central and south, right, they'll be extremely darker. They'll probably look similar to population groups in North Sudan, right, today that we see, right? And those people can range in high spectrum of melanin. So if you're looking at an ancient proxy or ancient population and we drew them on a wall, you're going to see dark-skinned people. So it doesn't matter about a minority or majority. You did have lighter skinned groups. A lot of the people that was elites that was indoors, they would have had lighter skin. The people that worked on the field would have been darker. That doesn't deny anything that we're saying. Nobody cares about the skin color. Even Zawi Hawass said the people were dark, but they were not. He said they wasn't. He said the N word. He said the N word.
Bring in that nut?
I thought he said
bring him
in? Look at that talk. Let him make his point.
That's racist.
What's the bad thing to go and talk to us?
So hold on. But listen though, you
doesn't belong in that conversation.
Hold on. But listen, I only
the racist.
Hold on, listen.
All right, come on,
brother. Listen. Let me just finish what I'm saying. I only brought him up because I'm saying even he said the people were dark, but they were not the N-word. Yes, that is racist. But what I'm saying is we're also being racist. We're also being racist. But it's the same shit. Yes, it is.
No, the article.
On purpose. Go.
Hold on, If we look at the depiction.
Hey, Red, Gozy did that on purpose.
Of the majority.
Hey, I have to do it, bro.
Is that correct or incorrect?
Gozy did. He know damn well. I'm gonna say this though. I bet you $5 that Hawass is a better Egyptologist than them niggas we be listening to. How much you gonna bet? I bet you.
I bet. Hey, I bet. I'm gonna make it. Look, hey, I bet. I bet $20 that Zawi Hawass is more closer to this Nuret dude than anybody on here.
He ain't light skinned. He ain't light skinned either.
He not.
He ain't dark though. Ain't that. I ain't messing with y'all. Hey, hold on, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not by myself. I know I'm through the hallway, but I am. I'm just saying.
If you see the people who got stocked in temples, he gonna be dark.
Zawi Hawass is more closer to what they found, more closer to this guy that they found that they just sequenced than any of us on here, any person from so.
Yeah, I agree with that. But the skin color was.
Show me.
Oh, here we go.
Ngozi, show me any depiction on the walls of ancient Kemet that look like Zahi was. Show me a picture of anybody that looks like Zahi.
All of them look like. Have you seen Ramesses II?
Really?
It's a lot of them that look like him.
Really? Is that
Yeah.
something wrong with you, man?
Ramesses II.
You have to be crazy.
Zahi Hawass look the same.
Hey, Zawi Hawass looks like he looks like a straight North African man.
All right, hold on. Let's go down the panel. I'm gonna start with Joseph. Am I saying it right?
Yeah, Jose, man.
Jose. Yo, put an H there for me. I can't get past the bird.
You gotta think about this.
You can say Joseph. That's my name too. I'm good with Joseph too.
Jose.
It means the same thing.
So we going down the panel. Do you think Hawass will be closer to this guy in this article? Yes or no? Now not skin color, because he's obviously not.
No.
I don't care what the nigga say.
No.
You saying no. Reggie, what would you say?
No. I say absolutely no, and I could tell you why when later on after you get through the questions.
Okay. Gullah, what do you think? Will Hawass be more closer to this guy than
Reggie?
I mean, anybody else on this panel, yeah, it would.
Okay. King J, what do you say?
I would say yes, he would be. And also look at the tomb of Seti for the reference. It shows the depiction of the four races: the Egyptian, the Libyan, the Sudanese. It shows them very, very Hawassi color.
Okay. All right. Sosa. Pseudo killer. What do you say?
Yes, man. We got it. Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna say a street suit for last. I gotta figure out a way to say this. I'm saying for myself, for my personal opinion, I understand that man genetics would be way more closely related than an African American, right? But I'm saying that his skin color ain't that. Right. He wouldn't have had that. He wouldn't have been, that's not that. No, and Hawass ain't really light skinned. But no, he would not, his look wouldn't have been looking like that, but I think his genetics would be way more closely related than a West African. I would definitely say that. And I just wanted to put my inference on my thing there for saying it.
Yeah.
Let me read the comment. Hold on, Street Suvi, then we gotta deal with the money right here.
Thank you for your honesty, Ankh. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I'm being honest. He definitely. He say Joe say yes, he would. Hawass is a racist though. I'm with you with that. Trying out.
I mean, it's dark skinned Dominicans is like Hawass. It's be black as hell. Be saying, you know what I'm saying crazy.
Yeah. Go ahead, Street Sufi. Go for it.
I would say everything you said I agree with, but I also would say there were still people that was Zawi Hawass color that lived amongst this guy that's dark skinned that they found, and they would still been closer to one another than the population of us that's talking right now. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, because you can have a dark skinned African American and light skinned African American, and they still share 30% European. Yeah, absolutely.
Exactly.
I agree. All right, great conversation, right? But so we at the dark skin thing, and since we had the dark skin thing, right, then let's find an article entitled "Dark Skin," right? So now we can get all the crazy. You can go supernova black algae if you want, right, and mess it all up because we've been doing that for years. And I say we because I definitely was in that conundrum, all right, where I was all blacked out by review. It's okay. It's where we start off at. Right, and then we end up in a place where we're actually fostering and helping Black thought at the real level. Okay, that's what we want to end up at. You know, we break away from Christianity, we do all that, and we be blacked out all the way, and we fight, we do all that, and we think the only African is the dark-skinned African, but I kind of realize that's actually racism. Africans range in skin color prior to any back migrations, right? And that's clear by understanding this. So this is the article entitled Dark Skin, right? The point I want to make, I want to add on to Ngozi's point. Ngozi make the point about the Arabs, and I want to add on to that point. What was you trying to say about dark skin and Arabs?
I just said that Arabs can be dark skinned and they have no dark skin does not equate to sub-Saharan Africa. Arabs can be dark skinned, very dark, especially when you go to Socotra. You look at the Bedouin B group or the Bedouins in the Negev, or you look at the Mahidi groups, they're very dark and it has nothing to do with sub-Saharan. And so we can't say dark skin is, because a lot of North Africans, but not all of them. I said a lot of some of them. I'll say some. They say because they see a darker person online, it's a result of either the trans-Saharan slave trade or it's because they descend from the slave layer of history, and that's not true. You dark skinned people was always in certain zones of that place. So dark skin does not equate to slave because dark skin is the base spectrum of this species called Homo sapien. At base, they started out dark because Homo sapiens developed in sub-equatorial zones of the continent. And if we understand mutations, the higher volume of radiation, the more mutations you're going to have. DNA has to, it damages. When DNA damages, you have phases of mutation. So the more radiation, the more mutation, because that's what changes or stress do. When you understand pressure is a privilege in evolution. So if we understand radiation, you understand what's going on. So it makes sense that the Homo sapiens species, which is a naked ape, was dark skinned when he first arose, and he went to multiple areas. So a lot of the ancestral population, especially in North Africa and out of Africa, they had retainment from those early populations. That's all I wanted to say.
All right, so let me get Brad. Brad said, "Happy 4th of July, man. Man, big up to his whole crew, man, and they dedicated work to their platform, man. Big up to that, man. Brass, man, appreciate you, man." He said, "Happy 4th of July, man." How you say? I can't even say that. T.O., man, peace. He said, "Yeah, we cooking. Yeah, we cooking with hot grease over here, man. Big up to that." So we right here with the dark skin thing. Let's back it up with some science. Sister's dark skin right here. She's definitely from the continent of Africa right here, right? Okay, but dark skin ain't just a continental African thing. And this is what we was taught early in the game. People like Nikki Rashidi and just the whole community, that was our point. We wasn't aligning ourselves with the scientific theories, okay? So we come here, a Negrito, right? Our indigenous people of Southwest Asia. You can look at the DNA markers, DNA signature, and it'll tell you that, okay? Look at her though, right? She ain't located in Africa. So Africa does not equate to dark skin. It just does not, okay? Right. An Aboriginal Australian, dark skin, okay? Here you go. You got blonde hair and dark skin. All right. Malaysia. Look at the beautiful brown skin, dark skin. Look at the hair though. Okay. That wouldn't make him a white boy from Asia, from Eurasia, and it wouldn't make him an African from Africa. But we think it do, but it actually doesn't. Right? That meaning you're kind of looking at convergent evolution right there. It's a term we're going to use. Papua New Guinea. They look like a bunch of brothers from Baltimore, Maryland right there, yo. There you go. Look at that. The bushes, summertime, they chilling. Yeah, they from Papua New Guinea, though. Yep. Bongangville Island. Look at them. The Buka boys. Look at the skin. Look at the hair. Right? You would argue a person down ain't nowhere in the world. Nah, look at the skin and all that. You're looking at convergent evolution right there.
They're on the side of the Indians, the Jawawa, those people. They the blackly blacks.
South Sudan. The funny part about it is, yo, they dark right there, dark black. That was now, I know about the skin color, yo. This sound like the skin color they was talking about. Dark right there. Interesting. Super interesting right there. Here you go again. Fisherman. All right. Tamil. Okay, that's in southern India. People in southern India can have dark skin and straight hair. All right. Colombia, dark skin. The Wayu couple from Colombia. Okay. That's in the Americas. Dark skin. Ranging. Eucharis Islands, a mother indigenous daughter. Dark skin. Bolivia. Am I saying it right? Bolivia. My fault. Bolivia. Well, I said Bolivia, but I thought I was France.
It's okay. It's okay. You're doing a great job, Ankh. You're doing a great job.
Yeah, I'm on the game. I ain't worried about it. We're going to always keep it straight. Once again, an indigenous fisherman. Late Titicaca. Dark skin. So my point is,
they say you missed an Indians from Jawa, that island.
I didn't get that. They ain't on here. Damn.
I know. Add it. You can.
Where are they at? Is they in this article? They used to be in it. They take them out to Jawa.
Yeah, those people. You gotta put.
I don't see them, bro.
Yeah, just Google them real quick.
The Jawa. J-A. How you spell it? J-A.
Just type up the Jawa. They live in the Adam and Eve Islands.
Jawa. The J-A Jawa.
They the blackest of the black. Please.
Jawa. What? J-A-W-A. Am I correct?
Yeah, type up Jawa. J-A-W-A of the Adam and Eve Islands.
Okay. That's your favorite people.
I mean, Brother Reggie, I don't know if you understand. I've been teaching this for a long time, Reggie. People don't understand.
Ngozi, why are we beefing on something we ain't beefing?
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm just telling you, just allowing you to know this is what I've been talking about. But people like James and other people are saying, "Oh, Ngozi contradicts." These people barely understand. They barely understand what the hell I'm saying, and it's pathetic.
I'm not beefing with you.
No, I'm not saying you, Reggie. I'm not saying. I'm just trying to let you know. You asked, why does the back migration matter? It's part of the human story. You also ask, so when I'm just giving the audience, because they want to know, because when they hear Smash and other people say my name, they're trying to make it seem like I contradicted myself. No. Now, and I have updated a lot of my information based off available data. There's more data now. But I'm still falling in the same line. Seriously.
Right, but I'm not mad at you. You my brother.
No, I'm not saying, Reggie, I'm not saying you're mad. I'm saying you asked the question. I'm adding on to what you asked.
I'm saying on this article, we have a genome sequence individual. All we have to do is pay attention to this specimen. That's why the show is on. All this other story is relevant, but not as relevant as what Ankh was doing. The people I'm talking about is the Jawa. J-A-R.
Oh, J-A-R. Hold on, spell it right. J-A-R. Go ahead.
J-A-R-A-W-A.
Oh, hell, y'all tripping. Get that J-A-R-A-N-D-A-M Islands. All right.
No, but the people are called the Jawa.
Yeah, I see it right here.
Jar.
Damn. Yeah,
Adam Islands.
I just wanted to add that.
Yeah, I think that's important. Yeah, here you go, Rez. That's an important piece. Yeah, they you know, in that dark skin article, yo, they tell you that they're some of the darkest people on planet Earth, yo. Look.
Yeah, they are. Hey, can I say something real quick?
Absolutely. Here you go. Here's a picture right here. Look.
I want to say the people of the Andaman Islands, that island chain is actually not part of India. India took it over politically. You know what I'm saying? They took it over, but the islands is actually part of Burma. It's part of the Burmese archipelago. You know what I'm saying? It's part of that area, more closer to India is. Those people came in through Burma.
There you go. We're looking at them right here. Yo, you would have argued us down 20 years ago. They straight from Africa. They not. If you go to Wikipedia, they tell you they genetic signature. Look.
Yeah.
This is definitely an example of convergent evolution on skin.
Yeah. And they left a little later. They left a little later than others. Like they got mostly haplogroup B markers paternally. And a lot of those particular markers left a little later than other groups left out of contact doing it out of African migration.
Yeah, they
left after around 50,000. Other groups left a little early.
Yeah, they definitely taking a daggone land to you while y'all talking crazy. They definitely going. And the Wikipedia article will actually give you their genetic signatures too. But I don't want to get off on that. But y'all see that? Put that up there for Brother Reggie.
Thank you,
Yeah.
For you to be complete. because you was doing a hell of a great job on skin color.
So we can just stay to the information here. And we got Chief X out of there. See, you can't listen to Chief X no more. He's out the game. He said it was no dark skin. He tripping. Yeah, you had to apologize.
He include Nubia. He include Nubia.
What you mean?
Why are you taking up for this dude?
Because we telling the full story. What I'm saying is he does include Nubia. That's all I said. He does. He
pronounce the word Nubia.
Okay. All right.
All right, we back. I'm not.
And by the way, he misrepresented what Nubians were. By the way, he didn't understand. He doesn't understand what Nubians are. They're people.
Nubia was not homogenous. The people in Sudan were not homogenous, bro. The people in Sudan were not homogenous.
What I'm saying is he is misrepresenting what Nubians are. He doesn't understand that. We agree he doesn't understand or whatever. He doesn't know what
Uncle just that's what we're saying. X, and then it's coming to save a Chief X. I don't understand.
I mean, you look, we talking about the truth of people that's altering the element.
And Ngozi, and we know he don't.
All right, bro.
And Ngozi, we can read, and we know he wasn't reading right. So we're not.
Bro, the people in the community now, they're not even reading this article well about the deal. All right, man.
Bro, you read the article well. Well, Chief X wasn't reading his sources right either. Since you're on the topic, he wasn't reading it.
I agree with that. Anyway, the individual is
saying he can't read right.
Look, was genetically made XY sex chromosome. It's consistent with the expression of the standard skeleton features. Astrological examination. Our further astrological examination revealed that he would have stood, and they give it inches. The guy in the article talk about that, the size of it and all that. Advanced age, he was about 44. And that's an old dude. 64, between 44 and 64. He was a KJO veteran, yo. The average life expectancy would have been probably in the what 50s, maybe 40s, 30s, something. If that, yeah. Let's go. Let's see. Okay, so we got that straight. In this case, although circumstantial, they are not inconsistent with these those of the potter as depicted in ancient Egyptian imagery. What was they saying right here? Okay, we right here. Physical activities. Okay, so talk about physical activities. I think the guy right there being outside and all that. We got that. Here's what I want to deal with: dual ancestry. So the guy said something about dual ancestry in this video. Let me see. Let's get back to the video for a second here. All right, get back to here. All right, heavy indicators. Here we go. Let's keep going.
Such thing as goats, figs, and different crops that originated in the Levant. So just to give the listener a good idea of when these crops and different animals would have been brought to the from the Levant into Northeast Africa. Genetic lineages: Y DNA and N DNA. Y DNA E1 B1 B1 B2 B, found in North Africa and West Asia. Not only that, a lot of Arabians have this haplogroup. And I got a surprise for y'all on Y-Food, because when you see what this individual matches with, is more than likely Saudi Arabians. Yes, that's right. This individual genetically matches up with people from Saudi Arabia today, modern times. So genetically, his paternal ancestors would have been in where? Saudi Arabia.
I don't think the article say that. Do the article say that in Goldie? Gullah?
Again, a lot of these. Now, I agree with biblical. No, hold on, let me just say something. What biblical DNA is trying to do, I agree with him. But the thing is, haplogroups on the.
Hold on. I want to clear. What do you agree with this nigga?
So this is what I'm trying to say. Haplogroups only make up less than 1% of your DNA. It's not your overall DNA component.
No. Are you listening to me though?
Group to say that this matches because they found it in Arabia today. If they get more samples, right? If they family tree DNA is based off the samples that they got that they have in there, right?
This man is reading the article.
No,
he's throwing his own shit in there.
Right. That's what I'm saying. This is what I'm trying to say. Listen to me. This is what I'm saying. I'm giving people the full spectrum of what should be said. You can't say because a haplogroup is shared with this individual, right? That it matches up with, yes, that was found in Saudi Arabia. Whoever the sample was that came from Arabia recently, it was found there. But if they get more samples from more people, you might find somebody in Upper Egypt with that same marker. You might find somebody in North Sudan with that same marker. But the sample was from Arabia in Family Tree. Family Tree bases its data off the samples that it had from people that took DNA tests. And it gives a populated time estimate, right? That's not the overall DNA composition. Not to mention, at base, EZ827, because this marker still falls under EM34, EM123, all that stuff is all, even though it's his own clade. He follows clades. Clades is distance based off these small little markers that makes up overall less than 1% of your DNA. It's a haplogroup. It's a sex chromosome. But if you follow the base spectrum of EZ827, where did EZ827 come from before EZ830? The cuff.
It comes. What we read in the article though, and the article clearly says where the sample population come from. It's Morocco, like you said. So that nigga adding that shit to it, bro. And I'm not doing that. You bring the article up here and add to it with speculative information. Now, I would like to read that article that he's talking about, and then I can make my determination on whether the nigga fucking it up or not. But so far, he's messing it up.
No, he did. He did add that in there.
Right, so that's what all I'm saying. Yeah, the statement he made very well may be true, but it's not true for this article.
Correct. I agree. Correct.
Can't seem to read this article right. I'm thinking he mischaracterizing that article.
Correct. But I want I want the audience to know what he's trying to say or what he's saying because
I'm not. You're better than
me. He already made mistakes, so
why
what are you trying to say?
That hey Gozy, now if you would have brought it up, you're gonna give me a source. We can read it together. But this guy here is making an effort, right, to downgrade that indigenous African, yo. He's making an exerted effort on that. Like, so what? If a sub-Saharan African ain't in that genome, so what?
I mean, to add on to what you're saying, brother Uncle, and I am in agreement with you. The brother Genesis 49ers took a big Y test. I took a big Y test. It costs like $400, right? When you take the big Y test, Genesis 49ers have a specific marker, right? That's Yashib. He has a specific clade of E1B1A, which all of us fall under. For us, that's part of the larger percentage of African Americans that got that marker, right? He has a specific clade that's shared with people in Arabia, and on there it says the estimated time was 2,300 years or 3,000 years, which shows that his marker was shared. His marker was listen. I just want to say this. It's showing that so if a person read that, they'll say, see, this proves Arabians was E1B1A. But no, you misunderstanding. It's just showing that his marker shared affinity with a population in those zones 3,000 years ago, before the Bantu expansion that people try to use, or before the trans-Saharan slave trade that people try to use. This shows that people been moving around on the paternal side. That's all that shows. So just because you find a marker there with an estimated time on the side of it, doesn't mean, because basically what I'm trying to say in nice terms, Arabs is a bunch of mixed people. They're a bunch of zigzags. They have paternal markers from here. They have deep ancestral basal Eurasian components from there that's shared from the ancient Epipaleolithic. Then they had that Neolithic Iranian component that drifted over there. So when you talk about the Middle East, you're talking about all types of outlets. You got different Bedouin groups. So you got to be real careful because of a haplogroup. And then when you look at the autosomal DNA, it's something totally different. That's what people are not understanding about these people.
So let's move on.
Let's move on.
Yeah, you talking about a huge melting pot, yo.
So let's talk about what does 20% Mesopotamian ancestry mean? Because he mentioned that. The article talks about that. Does it mean that 20% of the population that was in the Nile Valley, right?
No.
Was from Mesopotamia? You'll hear people from the Magi Archer Science Department say, yeah, they 54% humans. Nobody corrects them. So what does it mean? Understanding the Noret individual genetic profile. Okay. All right. Man, come on now. All right, here you go. The explanation of 20% Mesopotamian ancestry. The Noret individual DNA is modeled as 20% similar to Mesopotamian Neolithic population. this does not mean that 20% of the population of Egypt was Mesopotamian. It infers, right, to inherited genetic markers that trace back to ancient Mesopotamian farmers 8,000, 6,000 BCE. Once again, it infers to inherited genetic markers that trace back to ancient Mesopotamian farmers 8 to 6,000 years ago. The remaining 80% is closely related to North Africans. Newer individual genetic ancestry breakdown. Here you go. Eastern Fertile Crescent Mesopotamian and 80% African Neolithic. That's
Exactly.
what it means right there.
Exactly.
Right there. And you would expect this because they're located on an area of confluence where 3 continents intersect. So it makes more sense.
Exactly.
It wouldn't make sense for them to be all sub-Saharan Africans. That would be crazy. It wouldn't make no sense. So we have conversations based around our racism taken from Europeans who said that the continent was chopped in half. And the Negroes was in the South and everybody else was some migrating people from the outside. Once we get back into the science and we recapture, right, our Africanness, then we respect what an African is. Africa is one of the most diverse populations on planet Earth. In particular, the area that they're calling sub-Saharan Africa is the most diverse. So we got to get out that mindset. Take the win. Indigenous Africans don't mean that you don't have integration in your DNA. It don't mean none of that.
Right.
What it mean is y'all need to read. Y'all need to get with the pseudo killers. Y'all need to get with 3 the hard way. Take your time. I often hear people talk about how Gullah got something wrong, how Ngozi got something wrong. Man, maybe y'all don't know enough to understand what the hell them brothers are saying out their mouth. They ain't said very much different than what the hell this is going on. We routinely hear the man talk about a cake and the layers. And so that North African DNA, we're going to talk about that article now later on. That's Sahara, right? It's talking about a basal lineage of N, and at that bottom layer is a sub-Saharan African element to it. It's there. Now, if you overemphasize what a sub-Saharan African is based off you fighting racism, I get it, but it's going to mess up your science. It's going to filter your science up a little bit. Because now you're going to get mad when they say, hey, man, they indigenous North Africans. And now they just told you, hey, you know you can be an indigenous African and also possess dark skin. So that's going to kill Chief X. That's going to kill the black guy. It's killing y'all dead. Science is self-correcting. I'm going to stay on the side of science. I told y'all when Reggie brought the Green Sahara article that the conversation, was over with when that man was saying they wasn't even Africans. Then some kind of way Chief X changed it. Now they African, but he explained it all with Anatolia. The same thing with Genesis bitch ass 47. Yeah, all of a suddenly they Anatolia. That ain't what this article is saying. Nope. It says that 20% of their DNA coalesce with DNA that you find in Anatolia, Mesopotamia. And 80% of their DNA coalesce with DNA that's found in North Africa. Sample size, they talked about Morocco.
Good job.
This is what it is saying. It's a great day for those who are scientifically literate. It confirms what Ngozi been saying. Trust me with that. It confirms what Gullah been saying. Y'all just was afraid of hearing that. Y'all want a person walk around with 3/4 head, heart gone, because you want all you asphyxiated to the southern region. For what? We can talk about the conversation. We can talk about the different elements that make up Egypt. It's a fun conversation, yo, but to destroy friendships over, yo. Not quite sure.
Yeah,
quite sure
that's why I say you. That's why I say you can look at Latin America. You know what I'm saying? With them same, you know what I'm saying? It's different, but it got multiple gene flows from coming from different directions. You know what I'm saying? We can look at them people. You know what I'm saying? You got different, different minorities, different groups, different mixtures. You know what I'm saying? That would have been the same way ancient Egyptian was. If you look at modern day Colombia. You know what I'm saying? If you go to cities like Medellin or Bogota, the genetic composition in those areas would be like lower Egypt. Still had sub-Saharan African presence there. You know what I'm saying? Mixed in. You know what I'm saying? But the majority of them would be more Porto or mulatto or mixed groups. But if you go to the Pacific coast of Cartagena or Choco, and people gonna be mostly not sub-Saharan African population. You know what I'm saying? It's just a blend, but with a little bit of the mixed population.
And we have to think about the proxy and the zone and the geographics of a place like Egypt. This is a transcontinental country. And I'm going to be honest, you don't need what racists classify as sub-Saharan African or people south of the Sahara to be an African. To be an African, just like the people further south of the Sahara, all the way down past the equator in South Africa, they don't have to look like a Nigerian to be African. Because there's genetic, and even amongst the dark-skinned group, a Dinka is just as dark as a Yoruba. But guess what? In genetic distance, they're far away from one another. A Dinka is not close to a Yoruba because shared dark skin is, when you just focus on skin, you're a skinologist or a skinhead. You're pseudo. A tall, lanky Dinka man who may look like a Wolof man, they're genetically distant from one another by far. Look into the autosomal charts. They're not the same. So even sub-Saharan Africa has most genetic diversity than anybody in the world.
Exactly. Africa is a continent, it's not a country, yo. Like look at Asia. Look how many diversity and different people look in Asia, period. Overall. Africa is a continent, yo.
And it has the highest gene diversity, for sure. 25, I believe it's 25% more than out of non-African genomes, I believe.
Yeah. But see, we so racist because America creates races. Over here, you're identified by skin color because that's what we were told in slavery. The one drop rule. So America is built off racism, not really science. The founding fathers of this country was not scientifically literate. And the standard
they was fighting for that. They definitely was.
They fought for it, but you also had a group of people that was not. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, let me say the America's founding fathers, because they sure as hell weren't our fathers, right?
Correct.
They was definitely trying to separate church from state. They were like, that's crazy. They was escaping religious persecution and the whole 9 yards. Now, the rest of the world wasn't. The rest of the world was definitely basing off of scientific racism, and it was in the colleges and universities in America that promoted scientific racism, Harvard and Yale. All right, but the very core, what they understood is we gotta separate that thing. They did understand that.
Yeah, but in the South before the Great Migration, brother Unc, and I agree with you. This is the whole argument between the idea of democracy, the Republicans against Democrats or liberals or whatever. But what I'm trying to say is in the South, where a lot of us come from before the Great Migration, those whites down south were not as scientifically literate as the ones in the North. And what I'm saying,
it was just like now, yo. Of course,
right. And what I'm trying to say, brother Unky, is a lot of us black American cultures still keep old Southern standards of race. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, perfect. We're actually fighting old Southern standards.
It's pathetic.
Yeah, like you got black Americans that think they the only people that was ever called black. Not like I work with dudes that's ignorant as hell. Like I got black Colombian friends. He be like, yeah, I thought he was black. Like, he is black. In this country they call him Negro. He come from the same place Africa you come from. Just because he ain't born in the United States don't mean he ain't black. He's an African. He got the same Magic Congo DNA you got, yo. Just because he don't speak English don't mean he ain't black.
And that's why the color coordinates game that's been created, it has to be destroyed because it don't exist in the field of science or biology. It's stupid.
That's exactly what I was going to say, Goldie. So would I be incorrect to say that it is a social category that's created by societies?
Yes, it's trash. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's trash, yo. It's confusing. It's crazy.
All right, let's hear this out.
B1, 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 B2B, ntDNA, I / N 2570 BCE, age of the pyramids, 3rd, 4th dynasty. Dual ancestry, 77.6%, North African Neolithic, 22.4%, Eastern Fertile Crescent, Y-DNA, E1B1, B1, B2B, ntDNA, I / N.
Yeah, we we used to hand it better than that. We used to hand the wearing goes around that thing off around here. E1, B1, E1. You know how you do it.
Yes.
Point there. It says dual ancestry.
Mm-hmm.
I feel the need to explain dual meaning two. Let's talk about what it actually means when they say that. Because we're going to get some racist individual try to make that more than what it really is. So let's get to what dual ancestry actually means. What does dual ancestry mean? What does dual ancestry does not mean? Let's get it straight. Understanding ancient genetic modeling again. All right. Come here. Clarifying misrepresentation. It does not mean that his parents were from two different regions like Morocco and Iraq. It does not mean that two people immigrated into Egypt in his lifetime. Instead, it reflects long-term ancestral admixture from previous population movements thousands of years earlier.
As I just said.
Hold on. These genetic signals become stable, inherited in the Egyptian population over generations. That's the same thing that Samantha Kato said, but y'all missed it, right? And how that can change the signal of the population. The null-red individual genetic ancestry breakdown. Here it go again. There you go. All righty. We just clarifying this before the pseudos jump out. We just get it straight. Go ahead, brother.
Hey, Ankh, if you can, if you can put those Neolithic Moroccans in the chat GPT and say what is this layered with Natufian or whatever, it'll break it down and let you know.
It talk about that in the other article we're going to deal with.
Okay.
North African, the Sahara article.
Yes.
And it talk about the Natufians, how 1/3 of their genes, since people love Sub-Saharan Africa, right, coalesce with 1/3 of that is right there. It's a layer. It's a layer understanding of it, yo. And I don't like people to make whole groups like it's a race of people or something. I don't like that usage of it.
It's a small. That's why I try not to play that game. I mean, it tells deep ancestral, paternal, and maternal lineage, but it doesn't tell the overall DNA composition of a story. I mean, hell, 40% of African American men are R1BM269 that they got from the British or the Irish. Does that not make them black? I mean, everybody on this chat right now is not E1B1A, but we're all still classified as whatever black. So it's kind of crazy.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's like haplogroups. Particular haplogroups can come out of a particular or be common in particular populations, but those populations can overlap into other groups and things like that. That's what makes it more confusing. You know what I'm saying? That's why you can't use it alone.
And Gozi, have we identified the 77.7 North African element?
No, that's what I was trying to get to do when you get a chance. If you put it in what's the name AI to break it down, so that Neolithic North African at the time, it'll break down the population that's used in a word that is called. Go ahead.
Because just from us on here talking about it enough, that Neolithic, that Green Sahara, as soon as it becomes possible for the Nile Delta to be inhabited, it's that Merimde culture. I believe is that first culture that settles in there, that's able to domesticate cattle, we see polished stones and things like that in that area. I believe the Merimde is the first. So are they Levantine?
It's post the Tufi. They're related to the Harifians. They're related to and they're also related to the population that you brought up, and they're related to the people that were sitting on the Sinai. And Sinai sits in between Egypt and the beginning phase of the Levant, right? So those people have been going backwards and forth for a very long time. And a lot of the genetic signatures starts in the Nile and goes over there, and then some drift from there and come back in. So the problem is when you look at the Neolithic, you're talking about post-Natufian populations, which means after, when they start to mix with other groups, and then they linger with the Harifians, and then when you break down the group that it shows in Morocco, if you just take that, say, is this 70% connected to this specific group of Morocco? It starts with an S, ends with I think it's called Sahel Relet or whatever. You put that up there, it's going to show they are half Ibero-Mauritian, which was a mixture between Zuzana, which is ancient West Eurasian that came 23,000 years ago, the Takahari, that's the Aboriginal indigenous layer of the ancient North Africa, ancestral North African, and then they talk about the Natufians. And the Natufians was also slightly part of the ancestral North African because guess what? Their paternal lineages drifted from Nile Valley hunter-gatherers that mixed with the Cambrian population that drift from ancestral North Africans. So it's all, you got to be, it's tricky, but the layers, is what this phase of history represents.
So it shows a genetic variation between human population.
That's it. That's it. Cultural exchange, sex exchange through time, nearby regions. The later edition comes from the later edition, which is that 20%, represents the Bronze Age Levantine, which is totally different than the Epipaleolithic Levantines. The Bronze Age Levantines is when you start to find Neolithic people in Iran and the Lesser Caucasus come in. This is something totally different. So this is the later edition that integrates in these populations. And you find that in history in the second phase of the Nakata period. The second phase of the Nakata period, Nakata 3 before Nama unified Upper and Lower Egypt. That's the whole time. This is what's going on. This is the founding populations of what makes up dynastic period Egypt.
So you're talking about the Badarian culture.
And like Unc said earlier, as you go south, percentages of change. As you go further north, percentages of change. This is a country. This north zone is in the center in between north and south. Not even in the full spectrum towards Luxor. Look at the location.
Gene flows have no boundaries, you know what I'm saying? Especially no borders, especially geographic. So yeah, I definitely agree. But yeah, I would say that Badarian culture
and
is
yes, they
kind
did breed with light-skinned women. Yeah, most of the mitochondrial DNA is predominantly of Eurasian. You know, predominantly. They've been doing that for thousands of years. I mean, I'm just saying.
Why would you think the Egyptians would show mostly their women as yellow?
Everybody still there?
I'm here. What happened?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, I was asking Ngozi, why most depictions of Egyptian women they're yellow. Why would you think that?
Hey, we got Brother Garfield on the panel, man. What's going on, man?
What's up, man? I'm honored to be on a panel with Ngozi and Ankh and Reggie and King Sosa. Oh my gosh. Shezmu too?
Yeah, Shezmu. Yeah. Magi Archer signed.
It's an honor to be on your panel, brother Ankh. And I just want to say, listen, man, I hope all the Egyptians are white. I couldn't care less. Because black people love white women anyway. So I don't know.
Oh, man.
I just had to troll for a minute. I just had to troll. Hey, listen. Hey, I saw Wujao put a post up, right? He said, don't jump out the window without evaluating the source. And I think you did a good job. I was watching you for the last hour and a half. I think you did a good job in trying to let people slow down a little bit. Because a lot of people are jumping out the window right now. And they're like,
I don't know why.
You know, they this, they that.
Assalamu alaikum, brothers.
The person might look like. Who cares what if they look like Ngozi? Hold on. For you guys, if they say they look like Ngozi, would y'all be mad? I just want to know, would y'all be mad? They too light?
Yeah, that's crazy.
You know what I'm saying? So, but anyway, I got a debate tonight at 6:00, man. These two Israelites are debating. So
I would like.
Hold on, Canton. Somebody talking.
At 6:00, I got a debate. So y'all can tune in.
We're gonna be there. Where they gonna find you at, Brother Garfield? Am I correct?
Brother Garfield podcast. I'll be over there. I'll be over there.
Appreciate you.
Interesting stuff though. Ngozi, I appreciate you, bro. You're infinite wisdom, bro. You got infinite wisdom with this science stuff, man. I gotta talk to you about some other stuff that you've been hiding from us, but it's all good though. I won't get at you today, all right? Because you're keeping secrets, man, with this science stuff. You're keeping secrets. And you're not a gatekeeper, bro. You know you're not a gatekeeper.
Oh, man, he's a gatekeeper. You're saying
ain't no gatekeeper, bro. You keep it real 100%. You know what I'm saying? But we talk, though. We talk. So peace and love to y'all, man.
All right,
I wanted to jump in real quick.
Go ahead, Shazmo. What's up?
All right.
How you doing, man?
Peace, everybody on the panel. What's
Big
up,
up to the Magi Archer.
Look, before I get up in the air right quick. Before I get up in the air right quick, I hope everybody can hear me okay.
You can hear you.
We had a Philly, but I just want to ask one question, kind of like two questions. Okay, the Africans that left out of Africa through the Sinai Gate 60,000 years ago, the ones that stayed in, we're going to say the so-called Middle East or the Levantian area, all the way up to Gobekli Tepe. And then the second wave that came out 30,000 years ago that stayed in that same area, but did not turn in or mix with the Neanderthal. And then when the Egyptians went out and they began to intermingle with those folks, and then they drifted back into Africa. would those people still be considered Africans? That's one question. And if they have no Neanderthal DNA, how can you justify that they would be non-African? Thanks for the time. Appreciate y'all.
All right. I wish we could have. Yeah. Interesting. So there's low signatures of that Neanderthal DNA in those indigenous North Africans, but it's still there. So you fighting with the indigeneity. Am I
But
saying that right?
aren't Neanderthals indigenous to
Hold
like
on, hold
Europe?
on, bro. Hold on, bro. You cut me off, yo. You gonna get
Yeah,
you?
but it's because are you guys Israelites or are you guys Egyptians, Africans?
Okay, okay. No, you're being rude right now, bro.
I'm trying to hop
I'm
on.
scientifically literate, is what I'm doing. Why the
Yeah.
fuck would I be an Egyptian? I'm an African American. My ancestors come from West and Central Africa.
Yeah,
Simple as
but
that.
but
I'm not an
before that,
Egyptian. And
where
even
did your
if and
ancestors come
even
from?
if you put in the Nubians, Nilotic population in Egypt, that still wouldn't make me a damn Egyptian. So
Yeah,
now you
yeah,
cut
I
my
know.
damn thought in the middle of what I was about to say. You're next, bro. You're next up. I got you.
Yeah.
I got you.
Uh-huh.
Point I'm making here is that African and non-African don't mean you're not African. Doesn't mean that. It's simply talking about the mutation occurring outside of Africa. It's what it's really saying. They're all Homo sapiens sapien. It's just identifying where certain mutations occurred. That's it. Doesn't make a non-African. So a sub-Saharan African is not more African than a non-African. That's ridiculous. They're all Homo sapiens sapien, and they produce valuable offspring, regardless of skin color, eye, epileptic fold, or hair texture. That's racism. Now, what's up, Cantu? What's up?
Yeah, man. See,
Hold on. What are you though? Hold on. What are you?
me, I'm Mexican, but I live in America.
What? So then why you? Okay, you came on a little bit. Yeah, you Mexican.
Yeah,
You live in
it's
America.
because you see, man. Like, I understand that over here. I understand there's two different types of what we know as Africans. You know,
No.
there's some who are the bush people, and then there's some people who are actual Africans. You know, and the bush people.
Okay, what is this dude talking about, yo? Is it like he gonna say something crazy? Like, what is you being funny? I'm gonna try this one time. Are you trying to be funny, bro?
I'm not trying to be funny, man. I'm trying to give you
Well,
real
hold on.
knowledge.
Bush people, you talking about small, short people in stature.
No, I'm talking about bro. Bush people weren't small. What do
Who
you
you
mean?
talking about? Mexicans now? So you calling Mexicans
He
bush
talking
people?
about
All
no,
right,
he
I
talking
mean,
about the
if
Corey
you're,
son. He talking about the Corey son, yo. That's what he trying to
I'm trying
say.
to talk real knowledge here,
Nah, man,
but
you talking bush people ain't real knowledge. I don't know what you mean. You say you from Mexico. What are you trying to say?
well,
What do you think
I'm
you
from
going to
Arkansas, man, and
Mexico?
I'm predominantly from a black neighborhood, so I know a lot of their knowledge.
No, I don't want to hear
They
about
taught me a
no,
lot.
no. What are you talking about? Because you could be listening to pseudoscience.
I'm trying to see if you know that you're not an African and you think you're African.
Okay, freeze for a minute. I'm gonna say this one more time before I get slick at the mouth with you and mess up the whole.
You could say
Hold
whatever you want,
on,
man.
hold on for a
I
minute.
like
Hold on
knowledge.
for
I
a
like
minute.
truth.
Hold on for a minute. So,
I don't get in my feelings, just so you know.
Homo sapiens sapien is an African population.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me finish. African Americans' ancestry come from Africa, and no, they're not continental Africans. They're African Americans, which means we have a certain genetic mix with Europeans and a certain mix with the native population. Thus, you get African Americans. No, I'm not an indigenous African continental African. I don't think that. Not at all. Right? But the Homo sapiens sapiens species itself is African, bro. So you've been listening to pseudo.
Exactly.
So I'm gonna give you one more shot at it, bro. Since you've been listening to the brothers in the black neighborhood, you've been listening to the pseudoscientists. So go ahead. Cantu.
All right. So I don't think you understand that that there is these actual what we call African Americans, these people, and they're before they were brought into the Americas or whatever, they went into Africa. Do you know that?
No, we come from Niger Congo population, bro. We ain't gonna enter no Africa. Same way them Afro Mexicans that just got put on the census in Costa Chica or come from the same type of Africans that we come from in the U.S. They even
No,
speak a different. They even speak a different
that's what
Spanish
you think.
dialect with a half grammar that come from. Now ain't what I think. It's what I know. I'm Afro.
Nah,
I'm
but you
partially.
see, I see. I was
I'm
talking.
partially Afro-Cuban, bro. I know.
Don't be rude.
I'm
I
pretty
was
well round
talking.
about Afro-Latino culture, bro.
Yeah, Latino culture is
I
it's
said
a good
Afro. I
culture,
said
right?
I said Afro-Latino culture. I said Afro-Latino culture.
Yeah, that's my people in Mexico.
No, that ain't your people. You a mestizo. You not from Costa Chica.
Yeah, I'm my
You not Afro Latino. You's a
my
mestizo. You's a mixture of Native American, Spaniard, and some other shit.
yeah, I'm my people are the little dark Mexicans, my grandmas and them. So
Cause the Native Americans, because of the Aztecs and the other Native American groups that was in that region, they were dark people. They wasn't Africans.
yeah, no one's arguing.
They come from East They come from East Asia. They come from East Asia, yo.
Yeah, no one
And you
is.
got Spaniard, and it's some Mexican with African ancestry that come
Put
from
that
Yeah,
Niger
camera on
Congo
for a minute,
population, but that's through
man.
slavery.
Jose, put
no,
that
yeah,
camera on, Jose.
no one
Hey,
is
Jose.
arguing that.
Jose, put that camera
Um,
on. Put that camera on, Jose. Canton.
I will in a
Canton.
bit, man. I will in a bit,
Yeah,
but
I want
I'm still trying to see who you guys, if you guys really know who you guys are, or you
You
guys just go by
assessing your
what you.
blackness?
Hold on, I'm confused now.
Hey, yo,
Because
you on the plane? You something on the plane? You gonna crash the plane, yo? It says where you gonna make the plane crash.
Jose assessing his blackness right now. Show
you
your
just
face,
got
man.
finished saying that everybody is may not be continental African, but everybody is African who is Homo sapiens sapiens.
Yeah, when I
Are
say
not Mexicans and Europeans Homo sapiens sapiens?
yeah,
So like, do you guys consider yourself like the true Jews?
no, that's crazy. Hell no, that's ridiculous. That's the Bible thing, bro. Stop it.
It's an
Okay,
atheist channel.
okay. So you do know that like that's what I'm trying to talk to you about. That's the people that went into Africa are a completely different people than Africans, and you guys don't understand that.
All right, hey man. So
You
you're a
will
Hebrew
never make
Israelite. You're in the five, the 12. Yo,
No,
don't say it, bro.
but
Do
read
you
it as
fall in the
like
chart? Hold on. Do you fall in
read
that
it as
chart?
a history book, like
No, do you,
while you
I know.
guys
I'm asking. Do you fall in the 12 tribe chart? That's all I'm gonna ask you. Yes or
do
no?
I find just well I'm Hispanic, I'm 50-50, man, so like I don't know how to say that. I guess
No,
half,
no.
I guess.
Do you fall on a 12 tribe chart? Yes or no?
Yeah, I do, but I'm more of a
Okay.
Edomite.
Well, listen what I'm saying. Listen what I'm saying. Come around a little more often, yo. They messing you up, bro. You got a powerful history where your ancestors came from, yo. Learn that, yo. They predate biblical people, yo. They rival ancient civilizations in Africa, bro. They on par, yo. Don't do it to yourself. The Hebrew Israelites, yo, was a very, very marginalized Iron Age culture, yo. Is when they start to. Then the Iron Age is where they find settlements, larger settlements of them, yo. They not none of that. It's just a biblical narrative, bro. Your culture you come from predate that, bro. Stop it. This the wrong channel for that, yo. We by the time you finish over here, yo, you're gonna be going home looking for the Aztecs some damn way, yo. Trust me, bro. This ain't what you're looking for. Now, if you're trying to learn something and apply science literature to your life, yo, you can figure out who the hell you is. This ain't the channel to tell us we know who the hell we is, bro. We can follow the DNA, right? We can follow the history to back it up with the DNA. We can follow the transcontinental slave trade, yo. We know what a continental African is, yo.
Yeah, but that's the
Whole
thing.
thing,
You
bro.
are calling yourself African, and you're not even an African.
No. I said I'm an African American, is what I said. And
But
I
you're not an
gave you the
African.
explanation. Okay, well, the Homo sapiens sapiens species come from Africa, bro. Is you saying it don't?
No, but do you know
Answer the question.
the species that
Answer the
was in
question.
Africa, and the species that was
Comes from where?
in Europe, and the species that was in what is it called,
Okay, we're gonna
Samaria?
stop. No, we're gonna
There,
stop right
it's
here. You're gonna stop right here. They're not separate species, yo. They Homo sapiens.
get some
I want to
knowledge,
move on.
cuz
I got you.
some
But
real
just
knowledge.
keep turning it in though, bro. You got one
So,
species, not three. That's racism.
okay, exactly. So you
Right.
do got there is one species, but everybody looks different because of their geography. So the only difference,
because of evolution,
So
because of evolution, because of evolution, because of radiation,
the only
because of
difference,
food source.
the only
Okay,
difference, Gene, the only difference that science has proven that has been an what is it called? When you adjust something in it in DNA,
adaptation.
yeah, adaptation or something like
That's
that.
part of evolution.
Man,
No, hold
this
on.
dude
It's
is driving a car. This dude is driving a car without a license, yo. He don't know what he's talking about.
Yeah, you don't know what I'm
no.
talking
Look, I'll never insult you guys, even though you guys think you're an African.
I'm just being absolutely honest, bro. You need to read
You
a little
guys
bit
think
more,
you're.
bro. You need to study a little bit more, dog.
It's because you're talking about all
Hold on,
these
hey,
dumbass
can't you put that
different like
camera on, can't you? Because I can
people.
see this gonna get super spicy, yo.
We want to see you,
I
and
don't.
and
I
our
don't.
connection is
Look,
through
because
hoodoo,
I don't
not
get in my
Hebrew.
feelings. All right. I
It
don't.
can't you
I'm not.
listen? It can't you. I'm gonna ask
Yeah.
you. I'm gonna ask you. Stop saying that. Stop
What?
saying what we not. Cause you the one confused. You the only one
No,
confused.
I'm telling you. I'm about to. Let me drop some more knowledge.
No.
Why you
Listen
trying
what
to
I'm
talk
saying.
about all
Yeah,
this?
he messed in with a Bantu last name. He messed with a Bantu last name. He probably even know that.
Stop trying to tell us who we are, bro. We don't need you. We don't need you, a Bible thumper, Hebrew Israelite, Mexican, to tell us who the hell we is. What the hell is wrong with you? You need to figure out who you is. You need to figure out
Yeah, because you're confused.
migrated from Africa damn near 30, 40,000 years ago and populated the Americas, right? And mutated once they got there. You need to figure that out, not me. I could tell you. So what I'm saying is, don't tell me what I'm not. Don't do it, bro, because it's
The
gonna get hot.
The Americas are populated mostly by Mongolians.
Okay, we out of here, yo.
How you Mexican from
Yeah, he crazy. How he gonna tell us about anything?
Yeah.
Mexico was the last place that the Spanish even settled, yo.
History, brother. I'm not. History is history.
Nah, you fine. Look, stay right there in the corner. We got a space for you over here on the Community Skeptics, yo. We can't let you talk that much, yo. Right? We don't allow pseudos to talk that much. Matter of fact, we don't allow Mexican Hebrews to think you're on the 12th tribe chart to say too much. So you got your little piece out. You good. You on that line. Your toes on that line. Keep telling we what we not. We understand what we are over here, bro. We use literacy.
Yeah, bro. You a straight mestizo, bro. I know exactly what he is.
I ain't
Yeah, and I'm not arguing anything
Okay.
that.
So we moving the conversation forward. We don't stay right there. When you figure out something, you can jump in. We're not gonna stay in your Hebrew Mexican delusion right now. We're not doing that. We're not gonna be able to do it. Asar, where you at? Unmute yourself. You convergent evolution. You beat up. Where you at? The Magi Archer Pseudoscientific Department, brother Asar and Kep Ra. What's up?
What's up, family? My pseudo scientist over here in the mix, my YouTube scientist. Y'all who I made this after, my brothers, man. I can't. I see you found my paper that I pulled out the other day. There's two of them, by the way.
What paper? What you talking about?
I think you only pulled up the one from Nature. You need the other one too. Ancient DNA from the Green Sahara. Okay.
I got that. That's a good one. I like that.
And then there's a new third one.
Oh, I need that.
I said that on Sah's channel yesterday.
You got a couple of them together, yo. You gotta read the Sahara first, then you gotta read the genome.
Yep.
I mean, you gotta understand the hell you. I know you don't understand what you read.
Oh, of course I did. I had to break it down for the European dude y'all had on your channel.
No.
It was on your man Chef channel. I had to go over there and step to him. I was reading from this paper directly. I was like, look at that. From the Takakori area, and he clearly came sub-Saharan lineage. Just say it right here. I had to break it down.
And what's in the nah, yo, it's telling you that
you ain't read the whole article yet, huh?
Which one you talking about? Which one you talking about?
This is the ancient DNA from the Green Sahara reveals ancestral North African lineage.
No, it's telling you there ain't no sub-Saharan African in that. It's telling you they diverge from that. The base of it is sub-Saharan African, but it diverged.
Brother messed it up again.
Nah, bro. All right, hold on. This is what we're going to do. We're going to get out of that because we ain't talking about that right now. Listen, knew you would mess it up. We want to deal with you.
Let's get back to the convergent. Yeah.
So you do realize that you used this article, right, on Sarnet, right?
No, we just stopped at that one. I used something different.
But you used this though, right?
We grabbed the slideshow.
We can agree that you used this, correct?
Oh, we only used this for 2 seconds. Remember, you wanted to touch this, so we went.
I wanted to read it, but you stop right here. What I want to show you, is you don't understand convergent evolution. Now, so if you look at this right here, bro, look, see this?
Mm-hmm.
So
parallel versus convergent.
Yeah, this is not 3 different evolutions, bro. This is all part of evolution. One is divergent evolution. And I'm explaining real easy. You see the 2 A's right there. I'm gonna do it like this, right? 2 A's right there, right? Divergent, meaning they diverge from each other, but they still form a S and a T. 2 separate things, right? Come from each other. This would be like the chimpanzee. This would be the common ancestor right here. And you end up with a human and you end up with a chimpanzee. The common ancestor ends up with a chimpanzee and one ends up with a human. That's divergent. They diverge. Hold on, bro. They diverge from each other. Parallel evolution, right? Meaning they're not together, right? They're parallel to each other, but they still form the same thing. Convergent evolution, right? What you fighting is that they don't actually come from each other, right? But they still end up with the same thing, like skin color, right? Meaning that people in the Adamese Island don't directly come from African lineages, right? When I say African, I'm talking about like where your haplogroups start on Africa. They don't directly come from that, but they still have the same types of phenotypes, skin color, which is phenotype. They still have that. That's called convergent evolution. Now, how do we know what I'm saying is true? Because all you have to do is just come right here. And that same paper that you use, you would just simply come right here, right? You see the formation of the eye, right? Okay. Octopus eye, human eye. We don't come from octopus, right? But you still have. I know it's not. I'm just showing you. I'm making a point here, right? Let me get to this right here. This lady right here has brown eyes, right? She has black eyes, brown black eyes, right? She has brown eyes, right? Now, you see this right here. You see Europe and Asia. You see skin color. You see it comes out of Africa right there, right? Now, it goes to Asia, goes to Europe. This is an example of convergent evolution. Now, Europeans and Asians, right? They're not connected, but they still end up with a variation. The genes still produce lighter skin. That's an example of convergent evolution, bro. They don't diverge from each other. They actually diverge from this African population right here. Diverge, but the skin color that's produced happen with it. Matter of fact, is different types of genes that produce skin color in Europeans is a different gene that produces skin color in Asians. This is a clear example of convergent evolution. You showed the paper. You said it's different types of evolution. Let me finish. The blue eyes in humans, right? The brown eyes in humans. They don't diverge from a mongoose, but a mongoose has brown eyes. This is an example of convergent evolution.
That's a mongoose lemur. That's a mongoose lemur. That's not a mongoose. That's a primate.
I ain't finished though. I just
said finished color.
Yeah, mongoose. Okay, mongoose lemur. You want me to say the whole thing? A male mongoose lemur. Okay, right. Point is, right, that got brown eyes, but that don't mean they diverge from each other. That's my point. They didn't, but nature still found the way to produce those brown eyes because those brown eyes gave that particular offspring, right, an advantage that allowed them to reproduce more often than those that didn't have the brown eyes. But it did not diverge from this lady with brown eyes. We would never say that. These blue eyes, all right? And this is Lima. These blue eyes did not diverge from this human with blue eyes. It is clear. But why do it have blue eyes? Because the genes that produce blue eyes, right, which are different genes that produce blue eyes in this quote unquote lemur. This is an example of clear convergent evolution. You put this article on Sonetta saying it was 3 different types of evolution. No, bro, you messed it up. So when you see dark skin in the Adamese Island, when you see quote unquote, pygmies all around the world, That doesn't mean that there's a pygmy population that migrated around the world. It's just saying that these genes have a response to being in forests, and it produces convergent evolution of small statured human beings. They don't got to be connected to each other. They do not diverge from each other. It's an example of convergent evolution. Now, I'm gonna get into it later on with the sources and all that and show you, bro. But you was a little bit, you was wild and wrong on that, though, bro.
You done, brother?
Yeah, I'm completely finished. So are you still saying that
You
this is
done,
not
brother?
Darwin evolution? Is you still saying that? I'm done.
Would you allow me to share my screen so we can come to some realizations, my brother?
Yeah, share your screen. Hey, Gullah, this is gonna be fun, Gullah. This is gonna be fun for you, Gullah. Share your screen. Watch this. Watch he bring. Watch.
Now,
go ahead.
First and foremost,
you didn't put your screen up yet.
I'm about to. Yeah, it's coming. So first and foremost, before we get into the parallel and convergent, and then get to the divergent, we were talking about different types. And every article you read on Sonetta that day, after I had already told you, said it does not need a what? A relative, somebody down the line. It does not need a relative. All they have to do is grow up in the same environment. So you did nothing right there but explain what I explained. So I'm glad that we've grown there. That's good. It's good. So let's talk about convergent and parallel first.
No, what are you saying? What do you?
We just need to make this simple for y'all, because you made that very difficult in explaining what I explained that day. It occurs among distantly related or unrelated organisms.
Hold on. Stop. What do you?
So everything you read that day said you don't need a common ancestor. Right. My statement in the chat was you don't need a common ancestor. Okay. What you did after you read those was realize it does not need a common ancestor. And today we're going to cover why you don't need a common ancestor. You've almost got it right.
It's called convergent evolution, bro, which is not different from Charles Darwin evolution.
Brother, let me get to it. So it occurs among distantly related or unrelated organisms, meaning you don't need a common ancestor. This is convergent. Parallel, which is similar to convergent, it occurs between close or related organisms. So when I say you come from the same stuff, meaning whatever makes a human also creates an ape. This is why your DNA is so closely related, but you don't have a common ancestor that mates. It also means you grow at a different time than that ape came into existence, which is why apes are older than humans, and we're considered to be part of the ape family, but not gorillas or chimpanzees. Why are you talking over me?
My bad, brother.
So as I stated, you would come from the same stuff. It's telling you that right here. It's also telling you this unrelated organisms. Now, change occurs in non-homologous genes in different organisms. Change occurs in orthologous genes of different organisms, diverged by a speciation event. So speciation events take place. We won't even get into those because that'll just say
speciation.
Speciation, yeah. You can call it species because it's species, but I call it speciation because it gets specific. And they say
hold on, man. Let me. What? No, you can't. Where you at?
Now,
you messing up words like me, yo. But we're gonna
see the brother like to just hop in. He just want to hop in.
No, where you at? The word is speciation, bro. Come on, yo. When I miss
speciation, it is what
it's not speciation. It's speciation.
You can call it like you like. Analogous traits are developed among different species, aren't they? The same traits are evolved simultaneously within the species from common ancestors. So parallel can show two things growing together in the same environment. They'll have the ancestor. Convergent, you don't need the ancestor, do you?
Good job. Keep
now,
going.
Convergent refers to merging toward a point of similarity of structure and function between the unrelated origin, let me say it one more time, the unrelated origin of organisms. No common ancestor. Okay? Now, it'll tell you over here, it refers to the gradual similar changes occurring parallel between related species. This is when you might have a related ancestor, or you may not have a related ancestor, but you look alike because you're in the same environment. And it can occur between different but equivalent habitats, environment, like I just said. Now, it occurs within the same type of particular habitat because of what we just explained. Wings, insects, birds, bats, finch, penguins, and fishes. Most of them have wings, but not all of them are related in that fashion. They're just in the same environment, so some of them look alike. So when you came back to common ancestor before you got off, you was wrong. And this is why we tried to tell you before. Convergent is different than divergent. That is the main difference between the two. Now, if I go down a little further, we'll talk about the difference between convergent and divergent, but I'm sure you have something to say. Go ahead, brother.
I'm just saying, yo, you fucked all that up, bro. That
Oh, you killing me, yo.
I don't know what the like. So you're basically trying to say that humans, first of all, humans and chimpanzees, bro, it's not an example of convergent evolution, yo. They are an example of divergent evolution, my man. This is what I'm trying to tell you. How do we know? Because it's the DNA. When you take the DNA, right, and you look at modern humans and chimpanzees, they share 98 to 99%, bro. That means somewhere in a time they diverged. This is not an example of quote unquote convergent evolution like you find in people in the Adamese Island, because we look at their DNA, you know what I'm saying, you know, right, that their ancestral population is coming out of Asia. Different, bro. So you tripping. You gonna show me a cracker duck. Let me stop.
You know you're killing yourself right there.
I'm not. Listen, seriously, yo. All jokes aside, bro. And I know you represent the Magi Archer Science, pseudoscience class. I'm not mad at you, but I'm glad you're here, bro. So the example. Let me give you an explanation, yo. Convergent evolution, bro, is when unrelated species similar traits independently due to similar environments. Environmental pressures like wings on birds and bats. A bat is a damn mammal and a bird is a damn bird. Is a fowl. Okay, they do not diverge from each other, bro. Okay, so we would that's an example of convergent evolution. Now watch this. Human and chimp example. No, right? No humans and chimps are closely related, not unrelated. See, that's what you messing it up. All right, that's in convergent evolution. Once again, divergent evolution. When two closely related species evolve different traits due to different environmental or selective pressures. Yes, humans and chimpanzees share a common ancestor, but evolved different adaptations because they went through different environments, bro. Let me run it again. I want to run this again.
So no common ancestor, correct?
Yeah. The DNA. Let me read it again. Convergent evolution. The definition of it: when two unrelated species evolve traits independent due to similar environmental pressures. You're saying that humans and apes are not related, but they actually are. Now, chimps are humans and chimps an example of convergent evolution? That's what you're saying. I'm saying no. Humans and chimps are
you say they got a common ancestor,
not unrelated. Yeah, but no human. No. This is not an example of convergent evolution. Humans and chimps are closely related, yo. They're not unrelated.
Convergent doesn't have the common ancestor. That's why I'm trying to figure out where you're going right now.
No.
Which one are you agreeing to? That they do have a common ancestor?
I said that they do. Convergent evolution is not. Convergent doesn't. Convergent evolution when unrelated species evolve similar traits, yo, like a bird and a bat.
Breaking up. Make sure the people can hear you.
Okay, I said convergent evolution, an example of that would be a bat and a bird. They do not diverge from each other. You may think of that because they both have wings, but they develop traits independently due to similar environmental pressures, bro. Now, divergent evolution, right? When two close related species evolve different traits due to different environments or selective pressures, AE, chimpanzees and humans. They share common ancestry, but evolve different adaptations. When the population of the common ancestor, we're not sure what that looked like. When it went into different environments, they split. So humans, okay, Homo sapiens, chimpanzees, okay, share common ancestry, lived 6 to 7 million years ago, bro. Over time, this ancestry descendant diverged into two lineages. One leading to modern chimpanzees and one leading to hominins, early human ancestors.
Humans.
And
So
modern
you think they have a common ancestor? You
They
said no,
absolutely do. No,
but now
no,
you're reading that
I
they
didn't say
do.
no. No, I didn't say that. You said that. I never said that.
I say no. You
Hey,
say they
I
do
say
at the
yes.
beginning of what you. This why
So,
we just
hey,
asked you
yes.
that.
hey, brother Ankh read it powerfully. I think you got to listen to him, Asar. And also, when we get to parallel evolution, when you hear terms in genetics where they say divergence and similar to convergence, Homo sapiens doesn't go through a full divergence because we're the same species. What you find amongst us is genetic drift. In genetic drift, you find the divergence, but not overall in the sense of speciations because we're the same species. So when you can, so it'll make sense that a person that live in North Africa, right, who live far near the Mediterranean coast, it makes sense for a North African to look like an Italian. Yet and still, they may have some genetic difference in certain traces, but it's real small because the Homo sapiens species hasn't been separated from one another to even be distinct as a species. So you
Yeah,
got to understand what's
it's
so it's called genetic drift.
It's polymorphism, yo. It's polymorphism.
That's because we're humans. We're not
But
chimpanzees.
Asar, when you run with people like Neanderthal James, who don't understand, even with Neanderthals is the same. It's not the same species of human, but it's in a human genus, which is genus Homo, which is human. It's part of the same family. Now you got to ask him that same question. But when you run with people like him, who says because you have 2% Neanderthal DNA or whatever, it takes you out of the quarter of the family box of human. That doesn't make sense. One is archaic human, one is modern anatomically correct human, which is Homo sapiens sapien. But we're still part of the same genus Homo, but we're different species.
Well, 1 second, Goldie. Hold on. You made a mistake. He don't
yeah,
run with
no,
in the Magi Archer's pseudoscientific department.
He messed it all up, right? So
Who messed it up? No, James messed it up
right there. But
who messed it up?
I'm telling you who messed it up. So you're
No,
saying
he really didn't mess nothing up, yo.
I need to be able to finish, Brother Gullis.
Go ahead.
Who messed it up? Who messed it up? Goldie?
Let me say something, then you can know.
Okay, go ahead.
No, who
so
messed it
two
up?
things. Number one, we're the same species. You don't see different kinds come from a human.
Correct.
So let me finish. Because what you're suggesting and what he just read, which is old Darwinism stuff, is that a chimpanzee and a bonobo will eventually make a human being. There's some type of ancestor between us that makes the hominid, which we have no fossil record for and no information for.
Hold on. I gotta debunk you though. Hold on. I gotta correct your errors though.
You already said what you said. Now let me finish. So you went and you said that we come from a divergent situation, which means right here are developed from similar organisms. But
no. Listen to what I'm trying to say. Hold on.
You can hop to it once I finish. I ain't in a rush. I'll let you go, baby. Look, it occurred. This is conversion. It occurs between species with different origins.
Crazy,
so the chimpanzee and the ape, or the gorilla in particular, they have different origins than the human. You're made of the same substance. Of course, you're going to be similar, but you've never seen this monkey make that type of ape.
Let me respond to you. You have
let him. You gotta learn. Yeah.
You have chromosome 2 fusion, which is vesicle, right? You have vesicle organs in your body. Yes, Homo sapiens have 46 chromosomes, but you also have 2 chromosomes that's fused, which is a relic or a reminder or vestiges of something that shows a deeper layer that was shared, right? So between Homo sapiens and chimpanzees, we share a deep common ancestor that diverged 8 million years ago from one another. 6 million and 8 million years ago. No.
Can anyone produce the fossil?
Hold on. Yeah. The fossils that we can. If you want to play the game, we have. Hold on. Listen, let me speak. Can I finish, brother? We have relics or remnants of
Nah,
Visigoth,
man,
or
the
you're not trying to, see, you don't want to listen to what I'm saying.
because I know
You
where
have
you're going.
so
But
okay,
you
so
don't have the
explain,
fossil, so we can't make the claim.
explain.
It's still a
Hey, hold on, listen,
hypothesis.
listen, brother, listen.
Go
If
ahead.
you understand what I'm saying, explain the relic of chromosome 2 fusion, 2A and 2B. What is that?
For what?
Okay, you don't understand. Thank you. So
That's
what I'm
the
trying to say is,
You're
that's
saying
the
that we're
archaic DNA.
98% of them and they have 2% difference than us. So what?
listen. Why do
We
you
need a
run? Why
fossil
do
to
you?
show that we had some type of mating. That's what you guys are
What
missing.
are you
And
talking about, mating?
hold up, until that fossil is produced, what you're saying is a hypothesis.
No,
What
no,
we
no, no,
do
no, no, no,
know
no.
for a fact is that we grew
He
in
don't believe in
similar
evolution.
situations.
He
But
don't understand evolution.
no, because I'm gonna tell you something else about convergence. We all have thumbs, right? But the monkey uses theirs to swing on the vine. Do you use yours to swing on the vine?
What, brother? Listen,
This is part of the
the
convergent
way,
evolution
bro.
and the
Listen,
difference between
this is
it
the
and
thing.
the virtual evolution.
This is the thing,
It's
Asar. This is the
different.
thing. This is the thing, Asar. It's good to read things and mimic it, but you have to understand it.
Brother,
You're
you have to get
reading.
into the game. So
No,
like
no, no,
my
no,
brother
no, no,
Zeta
no. I'm not. Listen, brother.
Cicada
Listen,
told you I got a BS detector, brother.
brother.
So
Listen. You set up here. Listen.
but ain't no fossil
Asar
coming forth
doesn't.
today.
Asar
So you're
doesn't
going
know
to
that we
fall
ate.
short in the discussion there because you have no mechanism to prove
Do you
that divergent evolution
do you
happened
understand?
between
Hold on.
humans
Listen.
and the gorillas or chimps
What's
or whatever you think we came from.
Asar? What is a great ape? And what makes us great apes? And what makes the great apes compared to other types of? Could you explain that? Could you
We're
explain what's a great
similar
ape?
species.
Let me tell them what it is, Ngozi. A
Go
great
ahead. Go
ape
ahead.
is as a tailless, large, ground-dwelling species. That's us. We're apes.
No, he wants you to say hominidae. But even if it's a hominidae, you
This
still
guy.
need to show some type of relation between the two.
Asar,
You
you
understand?
Exactly.
So if you don't have a relation to the two, brother Jay, then you don't have anything. So a gorilla's a gorilla and a human is a human, and chimpanzees and bonobos mixing together hasn't made a human being yet. But if you look at the
It don't work. Hold on,
don't work
Asar.
like
It
that.
don't even work like that. Matter of
look.
fact, humans are. Hold on. Let me say this real quick. Everybody been talking. Humans are more related to are to gorillas
Breaking
in the
up,
first
Gullah.
place.
Gullah, you're
They're
breaking
more
up.
gorillas are more basal. Hold on.
There you go. Say it at that level because you was breaking up. Or maybe I'm breaking up and don't know it. Let me see.
No, what I was saying was gorillas. I mean, chimpanzees and bonobos are more related to modern humans than they are to gorillas. Gorillas are more basal lineage than all three of them lineages.
They consider them pan, as you can see right here. Yeah, they consider them pan, but you've never seen the two. They consider them to be pan. You know the difference between gorilla pan and Homo and Pongo, right?
We're great apes. Orangutans, gorillas, humans, and chimps are great apes. I'm sorry.
So you don't know the difference between the Guinness Pongo, the gorilla, the pan, and the Homo. You're all great apes according to the breakdown, brother. In case you didn't know. So now, since you didn't know the difference between the types of apes that we're discussing,
the pan troglodyte is more closely related to Homo than any other of them groups. Some other groups are more basal. Just like the orangutan is on the more basal branch than the gorilla is, and the gorilla is more basal than the chimpanzee.
So here, let me put it in your lap. I said basal ain't got nothing to do with it, Gullah. But let me put this in your lap. So since you saying you can do it, where is the hominid fossil that shows that these two mated or related, or where is the body, or where is the bones we can see that these two got together at some point in time?
There are no transitional fossils that show that there was any offspring that ever lived.
So King Jay, help him out. Show the fossil for us. I'm gonna stop sharing.
There aren't any transitional fossils.
It ain't no fossil. Say it again.
You know.
Say it one more time for us.
You know. But let me ask you a question.
Okay, so
in
ain't no
regards to me.
fossil. So stop trying to ride this
You
like
don't have to,
it's
you don't have
they
to have
were
fossils to
divergent.
prove it,
It's
though.
not.
You don't have
It's
to have fossils to
convergent,
prove it.
and it's clear. So watch this. Can a hummingbird and a mockingbird mix together make an ostrich?
Bro,
So
it don't
why
even
wouldn't
work,
the
bro. You sound
Neanderthal? So
crazy.
why would
Bro,
wait,
you,
wait,
bro,
wait,
you
wait.
can
So
read
why
the book.
would let me ask them,
You
Governor?
can
Let me
read
ask
the
them
book
real
of
quick.
Different
Dawkins, bro.
kinds. They're different
Governor,
kinds, and
let
when
me
you
ask
have
something.
different kinds, you're not going to have them mixed together to make a human being. Even with Valitigo, I'll help you out. With Valitigo mixed in, it's still not going to
Who's
make a
saying
human
it,
being.
though? Who is saying what
So
you're
why?
saying?
So
Nobody on the planet is saying it.
Scientists, you're not in science like that. You're just quoting something that you heard a long time ago
No,
in the
science
Darwin
doesn't
book.
say that, bro. It don't say that.
It say that right here. Pongo, the gorillas, and the chimpanzee and bonobos, pan, as well as human beings, Homo, hominid, including the great apes. What are you talking about? You
What are
got to
you
at least
talking
know
about?
the
You
science if you're going to speak on it, brother.
they mixing and all that. I don't get what you're saying, bro. Like
I know,
they
because you
all have.
don't know the science. You got to get into the science in
I
order to
do
have
get
the
with science, bro.
conversation.
How dare you, bro? I went to school for anthropology. I understand taxonomy very well. You being disrespectful now. I understand science, bro. You just being crazy.
If you know the
I'm
science,
trying to
then you should
understand
know
what
what we
what
talking about, because this is
what
up
you
your
even
alley,
trying to
right?
say. What are you
This
even
is up
trying to
your
say,
alley.
bro?
Well, we've already said it. There's no fossil. We asked you to produce one. Can you produce the fossil between
You
the
don't
two?
need no fossil, bro. You said
You
you
need a
don't
fossil.
have
What
to
are
have
you
a fossil
talking about,
yourself.
bro? I
It's
went to
other
science. I
evidence,
went to school. You know,
other
you
than
need a
fossils
fossil.
too, bro.
Where's your mechanism then? What's your mechanism to show the relation that bonobos and chimpanzees got together and made this human, like science said in that article, and like they
Science
try to
don't say
talk to
that,
us?
that chimpanzees and bonobos got together and made humans. And science don't say that, bro.
Oh, you
It don't
about to
say
make me
that at
pull up
all.
the article. You about to make me pull up the
I
article,
have a
What
brother.
are
question. I have a question because I'm not like too big into evolution and everything, so I'm wondering, are y'all saying like somehow we got mutations from interspecies like mating?
That's what they saying.
Okay, so my question is then, do we have any evidence of interspecies
No,
mating?
hold on. We not. Hold on. Stop.
Because from what I
And
know, like
troglodytes has been
mating.
Hold on.
documented.
Everybody,
Many
stop
chimps
for a
and
minute. Hold on.
bonobos descended from
Everybody,
a
stop
common
for a minute.
ancestor species
Man,
that
I
lived
know y'all. Can y'all
67
hear me?
million
Yo, I'm
years.
not trying to yo. Can y'all hear me?
Oh,
Yo.
go ahead. I ain't hear you. Go
So
ahead.
somebody asked, "What's the mechanism?" The
Yes,
mechanism is Charles Darwin's natural selection.
that ain't gonna cut it.
That's the mechanism. I'm just saying that's the scientific answer.
So this
And
is
so
this is where my
let
question's
me
coming from.
hold on, brother. Let me finish. So the answer is this: that although Charles Darwin didn't mention the word convergent evolution, right? The mechanisms that he understood is called natural selection. So natural selection is at play when organisms go into different environments. Where genes is called developmental regulatory genes, right? We can show this. So now, what is your I don't agree with evolution at all, correct?
No, I think you're trying to mention Darwin's radiators or his radiation. I can't remember his radiation discussion where he says the radiation makes different types
Me
of
now?
species or something like that.
Hold on, well, no. I said regulatory,
Forget, bro.
developmental regulatory genes, embryo development, and all that, right? And I said the
Yeah.
mechanism at play was natural selection.
Okay. So, do you have the fossil to
So let
show
me
that
finish.
this happened? Oh, go ahead.
No. Hold on. No, that's a different conversation. What you're saying is that there are three different types of evolution. No, it's all evolution. It's just occurring in different ways: divergent, convergent, and parallel. That's how the data
Yes.
presents it. Now,
Yes.
Bakes, the brother was asking the question. Now, what is your question? So, are you saying you don't agree with evolution?
I was just trying to wrap my head around the whole interspecies mating because from what I know, mating rituals are very like specific and it's not guaranteed. Species just don't go around having sex with whatever they see. Like they're very
Correct.
selective just like people are. So that's why I'm
Uh,
saying how are species intermating?
So can I ask the panel a
so,
question?
what
And this is
species
in
are
regard.
mating? Hold on. No, man, don't jump in,
Okay.
King J. King J, why would you jump in? I'm trying to ask him what species are doing this. Who was doing that? Humans didn't mate with no damn chimpanzees. They can't mate. The genes is too far off. So who said that?
And I'm asking about the concept of interspecies mating.
You mean species of the same species mating? Yeah,
No,
we
no,
we
different species. I'm sorry.
different species. Now who said no? If they close within like 2,000, like 2 million years, they can mate. If they close enough, you can
Within
tell
human
because
years?
Homo Neanderthal. That's a clear example. But I believe the males are actually sterile. When they give birth to the males, are actually sterile.
Yeah, that's what I
So
thought.
a male Homo sapiens sapien can have sex with a woman Neanderthal and they can have a baby. But a male
I'm not saying like they can't.
Neanderthal can't have sex with a Homo sapiens sapien woman. They will offspring that is sterile.
I'm not saying they can't. I'm just saying that do we have any
Okay, so
examples of the
what
millions
you
of
say?
species on Earth of any of
Yes.
that ever occurring?
Yes, we do.
They
Yes,
weren't
we do.
they weren't
Yes,
fertile.
chimpanzees. And I just gave you one. I said Homo
We've
Neanderthal
never observed
and
that.
Homo sapiens sapien. And yo, they got the fossils. They got the shit. 5, 6 James tell you that. And then Neanderthal and James tell you that. And then when you go into the DNA, so how is it that modern humans, right, specifically non-Africans, have 4% of Neanderthal DNA? If they didn't make, how else they get it? Did they ate the shit or what?
Well, DNA
Come
is
on,
made
bro,
of the
you stuck
same
right now.
chemical makeup, isn't it?
No. Yes, but note what you trying to
Okay.
apply it to. So
Okay,
how
so
is
if
it? Hold on,
DNA,
hold on. Listen, the only way
I
you can
just
have genome with to have genomes within your genome, you have to transfer genes, bro. We're not plants, so that's not no horizontal gene transfer. We're humans. Humans transfer genes through the thing called sex and sexual selection, bro. So how is it that we have these genes? That means someone had to mate. That's what it means. There's no other answer to that, bro. And then I refuse to argue with you over that.
hmm
So go ahead.
do we have updated like articles, like updated info saying contradicting that fossil science and like putting bodies together is like more reliable now? Because I remember like they were just guessing and like, hey, that looks right, that looks like that goes together, so we're just gonna put this out and say that that's what it is. Do we have anything updated from that
Well, I
point of view?
I like that you said that, but that all came from the religious community. That didn't come from the scientific community because they wasn't guessing. They was making educated guesses, like a scientific hypothesis, or they was actually making scientific guesses, putting it together. And
Yeah,
so
there's
they
nothing
do a
wrong with
great job
scientific
of it.
guesses. There's nothing wrong with scientific guesses, but when you create like your whole stance from that, like, that's why it's still a theory of evolution. It's still a theory of gravity. It's still like all of these theories that we take for granted as verbatim when they're constantly evolving because, oh, well, this was broken. So now there's this other theory to fill in the other theory to bandage that theory.
Did his
Yo,
microphone cut off
King
or something?
J, can you hear me?
Yeah, there
All
you
right,
I
go.
think
okay.
he just
Can
like
y'all hear me
lagged out
now?
for a second.
Yeah, you good.
Yeah. Go ahead, brother, with your question. Yeah, somebody called me because I'm on my phone. Go ahead. I'm just trying to get the thing. So fossils are the hardest things to find, and because it's hard to find a fossil, something has to get fossilized, and there's different types of fossils, right? So, but yeah, they're not guessing. They can actually take a pinky bone of a hominid and reconstruct the whole thing. The same way you can find a piece of an engine, and you can figure out, well, that's a Chevy engine. No, that's a electric car engine. No, that's a Nissan Pathfinder engine because you don't need a couple pieces, bro. You can do it with cars. You can do it with human bones. And yeah, they do make mistakes. That's okay, but that's in the game. Science is not a perfect endeavor. No one ever said that. But it's the religious community that say you can't find pieces of fossils and understand what it is. That's the religious community. They come up with fake scientific articles that aren't even peer reviewed or published. So yeah, so that's not true. Somebody fed you some bad information, bro.
Okay.
Well, go ahead,
I
bro.
mean, that doesn't change the fact that they're not wrong. You just said yes.
He must have died. He must have fell. He must have fell out.
Dropped off.
Huh?
He must be driving.
Yeah, I'm driving. Why it's messing up?
No, you good. You good. Now we can hear you.
All right. Did they drop off? Well, go ahead. Is that what was that? Due diligence. What's up, due diligence? Good.
What it do?
What's up with you?
Yeah.
What's going
I
on?
mean, I think you know, you making a point of how they can reconstruct the whole skeleton off of.
You breaking up too. Y'all gotta get your Wi-Fi together. Yeah, he cut off
I
too.
couldn't. Is he still trying to talk? Was not? Is it me? My phone?
I guess it's his.
Oh yeah.
We
Come on,
can't.
due diligence. You sound. I saw him cut rain. He got beat off the panel, huh?
Yeah, the brother has some questions though, but I got a question to you. So, in regards to that, when you talked about the Neanderthal and the Homo sapien admixture, so even though they could make their offspring would be feral and would not be able to produce. So that's kind of the reason why they kind of just died off. We don't have any Neanderthals or Denisovans anymore because they weren't fertile. They died off. Was it because the Neanderthal and Homo sapien were like 400,000 years apart that it kind of was like
Nah. It's
too far apart?
it's the way it's the developmental genes, yo. It's like they couldn't get along with each other. You know what I'm saying? Like that's why you don't find a lot of hybrids because they
Right.
socially didn't fuck with each other. The way they was social was different. You feel me? I'm okay. Like people with certain conditions, right? They actually aren't social. They got to go to special places and all that, and they don't have children, yo, because they just not social. So Homo sapiens, and Homo Neanderthal, yo, they was different on that spectrum there. Like it wasn't, you know what I'm saying? Like yo, we gonna bring together a family, and they couldn't fuck with each other, and then. Right, I explained to you how a Homo sapien male would have sex with a Neanderthal woman, right, and then they would have a baby, right? But the baby, right, the fucking baby, no, the other way around. A Homo sapien male have sex with an African woman, the baby will come out sterile, so they wasn't even producing valuable offspring if it went that way. The other way around, you could have a baby, and they just couldn't. That's why when they look they don't find large communities of hybrids because they don't fuck with each other. You find a sporadic one here, a sporadic one there. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, right. That's what it is, bro.
Did that have anything to do with climate as far as like the
No.
socialism? As far as like,
No, I'm not. I don't know. What I will tell you is that based off the literature I read, is you don't find a lot of hybrids, meaning they couldn't build a large community together, yo. They end up killing each other, yo. Wouldn't get along, yo. Tripping. Like go off on each other. And I'm not saying it was us, because we go off. We wild out. We probably was the more aggressive type of motherfuckers. You get it? Matter of fact, the L3, very, very aggressive. So we are aggressive. You ain't looked at your news lately? Yo, we definitely one of the most aggressive. We far more aggressive than gorillas and chimpanzees. I don't know. Yeah, we're a little more aggressive than chimpanzees, yo. I think we definitely more aggressive than gorillas.
So when they talk about Perry, right? I don't think he wrote something about Perry, right? And that AOO, right, a while back. That represents the Y, right? The patrilineage.
Yeah, that's
the
A. Yeah. That's the old. That's the old Homo sapiens lineage. They used to think it was an arc. They used to think it wasn't, but the lineage has changed on that.
Right.
Yeah, it's actually because we were saying, wait a minute, that's older than Homo sapiens sapiens. We at that point we thought Homo sapiens sapiens. When I did that show on Side of the Couch, maybe about that's about 10 years ago, 13 years ago, we hadn't found that Moroccan find yet. Well, it hadn't came out yet.
Right.
So we were thinking Homo sapiens sapiens was like 200,000, 190,000, Omo Valley, right? So they were like, nah, that's too old. That's an archaic. Yeah. Which, like Gullah and goes explain that the Morocco fossil is kind of archaic with the bridge of the eyes, but they still classify them as Homo sapiens. But it's definitely archaic. Yep. But go ahead.
No, that was it really for real. We covered everything. Definitely was a good show. You know what I'm saying? You went over the black and everything, and in a very scientific way. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I thought the article was good too. Thought the article was a great article. Yeah, and we just got to get off of making North African or South African or Sub-Saharan African, making it more than each other, and just accept what nature has revealed itself.
The gene flow, the diversity in the gene flow. Yep.
Say it again, due diligence.
Yeah.
What up with you? Could you hear anything that I was saying before?
No, I didn't hear anything. Go ahead.
All right. So I was just commenting on some things that you and Asar were speaking of, as far as just like reconstructing a whole fossil off of a pinky bone, right? Like they do that, but it takes a lot of artist rendition, and there's also some educated guesswork off in there, right? They take the different fossils from around them, like the different completed skeletons that they have, and they use it based off of the evidence that they already have. But you do have to admit that there is a lot of educated guesswork there, and you know as well as I know that there are some things that could be wrong with that. But nonetheless, right, the point that Asar was making as far as species transitioning, there is, ways that you can do that. But as far as like substantiating it, he's right? You're not going to find a fossil that substantiates a transition, right? But you will find genetics that show relation, right? But the thing is, with gene flow, kind of like complicates the issue, because you can have two populations or two species that may or may not be distinct, and it's hard to tell because gene flow, because humans and humankinds are mating with each other from time to time, so it can kind of make the genetics blurry. Does that make sense?
Well, here's the thing. We have the only case that I know of anyway. You had a European lady mate with some type of ape, and they had children. And the two brothers, y'all probably seen that before. The two brothers that they made had deformations and a lot of other issues. One of them had children. One of them eventually had children that makes its way into the population, but they don't look like normal humans. So yeah, I don't see like I said, even with vitiligo, which is where the skin starts to undarken.
Vitiligo.
Yeah, vitiligo. I don't believe that in those instances we get humans. What it looks like is more convergent than divergent. So divergent would be them having sex with one of these and creating a human, or a bonobo and chimpanzee, as a few scientific articles tried to suggest, as we just looked at. Other than that, it looks like the same substance evolved later than the ape, the chimpanzee, the this, the that, and we're related to that family because we grew up in the same environment, so we have the same features. It's really that simple. But if you disagree, going to produce that fossil, which brother do they can't do diligence, they ain't doing that. And if you can't do that, then at least produce a scientific experiment with the genomes now, because we've seen we can do things like that, and it hasn't happened yet. Go ahead, brother.
So
no sane in the building, I see.
Another instance, like the way that you describing it, Asar, is definitely not going to be that way. But let me give you another situation, right, to where I think you'll be able to accept it better, right? So take like two populations that's distinct. Like let's take the out of Africa theory, right? Like some population broke off, right, and went outside of Africa and stayed distinct for like 10,000 years, right?
Yeah.
Now they mutate and they become like a distinct population, right? That's what we're talking about in terms of relation, right? Not a monkey having sex with a bonobo and coming with something new. That a distinct population branched off, moved somewhere, they become another distinct population, and then that through gene flow they get back together, and then now they have blurred lines. You know what I'm saying? So
right.
if you
So
look at it in that, go ahead.
Let me explain this, because when our brother Ngozi came with that, what he's explaining is mutation. And when you're explaining mutation, that's different than that's you have the convergent
Y'all can hear me
evolution
now? Come
happening
on,
in
come
the
on.
parallel.
Hold on. You
Parallel.
talking too long. Hold on, you talking too long without a source.
Hold up, Ankh, you got me in the middle of a sentence. I just started.
No. You was talking for a minute, yo. This ain't that show where you can just talk and woo people. I know you the Mad Y'all Archer Science Club, yo. We need a source, yo.
You my
No,
man.
listen.
I'm just
I
trying to
want
explain this last part. I just started.
No.
You just
You
asked me a
just
question. I
started, but
just
the
wanted to
source too
finish
long.
what I was saying.
Finish miseducating the people, yo.
Well, we're giving them the truth because you ain't got the fossil. But I'm just trying to.
We don't need the fossil. Let me
what we
hold
know.
on. I'm
Real
gonna let
quick.
you finish, but I want to make it. I want to say this about Chief X. Chief X, nigga, you ain't never getting on this platform with me, yo. So go ahead and scene in the bottom, bro. You tripping? What makes you think that all of a sudden I'm the nice guy and changed my mind and that you on anything I'm running, bro? Nah, we don't get down like that, bro. Now go make 10 videos, right? But what you need to do is apologize to the African American community, specifically the Black Algae people, when you lied and said ain't no dark-skinned North Africans.
Whoa!
You lied. You lied.
You
or
lied.
ain't no dark-skinned people in North Africa. You clearly lied. Now let me see
Didn't
how
he try to tell us
be
the
a man.
Nile was too
Be
small
a
for
man
the
and say you wrong. Be a man and say, you know what? I just was wrong about that. Go carry on, Asar.
Okay, no saint, hop in right after me. I see you ready. So when we talk about,
he got a good one for you.
I know he's ready for it. He remembered me from the other channel. Look, so when we talk about the humans, I believe that number one, we're talking about the same species, right? So you're not different from a Mexican in species. You're different because you have different mutations. So we're not talking about a change in species like us compared to a chimpanzee. So it's not that type of party, number one. Number two, you're going to have mutations based off of environment and different things that are based in evolution. The issue is you don't see two different kinds mixing together to make a new one.
And we agree to that. We agree to that.
Absolutely. No, I'm just explaining to my brother due diligence because he was explaining or he was making a statement that Ngozi was. So Ngozi was saying that they're two different, but we're humans. We're not different species.
You gotta land your
We're
plane
still
though,
the
yo,
same.
because you ain't had a source yet. You talking too long on this show without a source.
You want me to show it?
I want you to give me a source. It clearly explains, right? First of all, humans and chimpanzees said 98 to 99% of their damn DNA. So at this point, you have to show me where you have a source to say that if you share 98, 99% DNA, that you don't diverge. That's the source I'm looking for, bro. Then you would have me, right?
Okay.
So the case you're making is wrong. I know you with the Magi Archer Pseudoscience Club and over there that fly, but over here, yo, we looking at you like you lost your mind. You're a pseudoscientist, bro.
Go ahead.
Go get the source.
So my question is, isn't
Hold on, there's no
epigenetics
saint
showing
turn.
us?
Hold on, let no saint get in, brother.
Yeah, actually, I'm going to talk to. I want to talk to the photo guy because he said something. I know Unc didn't hear him because Unc would have corrected him. Photo guy, you said that gravity is just a theory and evolution is just a theory, and it's not or it's not. So you evidently you don't know what a scientific theory is. You're talking a theory as in your casual talking. So I'm going to read it for you. A scientific theory is a well-substantiated explanation of some aspect of the natural world that is based on a body of facts that have been repeatedly confirmed through observation and experiments. It's not a guess, but a reliable account of the real world supported by a vast amount of evidence. And then it says, not a guess. In science, a theory is not just an idea or speculation like it might be in casual conversation. It's a robust explanation supported by evidence. So when you say, well, it's just a theory, it's different in science. It's not like just a theory, like you're guessing or we don't know if it's true. No, it's evidence supporting it. And so I just wanted to bring that in.
Yeah, okay, I'll give you that because I'm not trying to say like it's somehow unsubstantiated and like it's made up. I'm just saying that it's not yet a fact. It hasn't, no matter how substantiated it may be at this point in time, it's still under that classification of theory because it's doesn't meet that classification of fact yet, is all I'm saying.
So, brother do you know what's called the species problem? Have you ever heard of this in biology? Does anybody know what the species problem is?
I sure do.
Right, and this is really what you're referencing, right? So I want to read like a general definition, right? The species problem.
Before you say it, he's going to cover Homo ergaster,
Don't cut him off,
Homo
man.
solocenus, Homo rudolfinus, Homo denisova, the Florensis, the habilis, the erectus, and the neanderthalensis. And there'll be no Neanderthal. We'll take the scientific statement away and just say Neanderthal. So
yeah, but just started
some type of fossil or some type of something for this for these things. Go ahead, brother.
So we're talking about what's called the species problem, and this is like one of the oldest issues of biology, right? So the species problem refers to the ongoing difficulty in defining what exactly constitutes a species. There is no single universally accepted definition, which biologists often rely on different species concepts, depending on the organism and the research context. The lack of unified definitions has implications for taxonomy, evolutionary biology, and even philosophical discussion on the nature of species. So the species problem is that there's no scientific consensus on the definition of what even a species is, and also
is that due diligence?
Hold on, can I finish? I just want to say this last thing, right?
That's good.
Man, why are you doing that, man? No.
Let me just say this last thing, and I'll let you go. So one thing, there is no
really. What are you reading from? Hold on. What are you reading? What are you reading from? What are you reading from, due diligence?
You can just simply Google it. You can just simply Google it.
It's called the.
Oh man, there's an issue. It's just because it's an issue don't mean what you're making it mean.
This is an old argument.
So you mind if I finish saying what I'm saying, and then you can dispute it once I land my plane? Because you haven't even said what your issue. Okay, so there is
my issue is that you're overemphasizing a point that is not true. What you saying?
I haven't made the
It's
point.
an outdated source. It's outdated.
Absolutely
you
not.
Tripping. They got genetics now, yo. But go ahead. I don't want to be rude.
So the point is, right, we don't have a scientific consensus on the definition of species, and also there's no delineation between species, right? Because it's a continuum. So whenever we make these let me land my plane, and I'm gonna get out the way, bro. So the thing is, whenever we do taxonomy, right, and we draw these hard lines in between species, it's arbitrary, right? So we don't know when one species end and another species begin. So to Asar's point, we don't see no transition species, and we are the ones that's creating the categories of these so-called different species. It could just be one thing, right? And just different types. Like you see today, you see the Asian, you see
man, you overran the airport, man. You wasn't trying to land, yo. Come on, yo. Come on.
Okay, well, go ahead.
What's the source, though, yo? What's the source?
So what year was it?
I want you to listen to what I'm saying. It's not. It's
what year? What year was the source? Because if according to that,
we're just trying to see the source. Yo.
Yeah.
It's a little bit different now, yo.
So, the species problem is an issue since the beginning of biology, right? So it's not a specific source. You can go to any source and it'll tell you that the species problem is an issue.
I know, but there's a lot of a problem and issues don't mean that evolution is not occurring and that they don't know what a species is. Yo, you're understanding and misinterpret that. It just seems to me that the Magi Archer scientific team, yo, is wild. You know, I like you due diligence. You know what I'm saying? And I ain't got no problem with us on Kepi. But y'all be out there, yo, far. I think you due diligence is better than them. So tell the Magi Archer scientific team, tell us all he stay.
Watch this due diligence. I'ma back you. Do y'all have proof of the humanity?
Are you saying that man is wrong?
Do you have
I want to
proof
hear
of
y'all on the same
hybrid
team. I want to hear.
humanity? Chimpanzee. So those several
hold on.
scientists
No, don't do that. Come on, yo. No, I'm talking to you due diligence. Hold on, bro. Hold on for a minute, bro. Hold on for a minute, bro. Yo, hold the fuck on. Due diligence. Is you saying that this man, I know he's your teammate, is you saying he right? Is he right or is he wrong?
Well,
it took
both.
too long.
He both. You want me to answer your question, right? I'm gonna answer your question, right?
Long. You took too long.
Now you don't want my ass.
You only got
listen. He right in the sense that there's no transition possible.
I told y'all.
But he's wrong in the sense of thinking like that you're gonna have a transition fossil that don't exist.
Oh man!
And he knows that don't exist. He's being facetious.
This is crazy.
He know that.
Calling Smash Rockwells. Smash, listen, man. I know we've argued in the past.
So you asked for the source.
You cannot allow this to continue like this, yo. Because I'm gonna beat them up every day. It's a reflection of your leadership there, bro. Because you got a pseudo-scientific science department that you can't even lean on when it's time. Jesus Christ. Come on, due diligence. You gotta stop. Where's Reggie?
Man. So I dropped my source in the back chat. You said you wanted to see my source. There's my source. I dropped my source in the back chat. Sometimes it was correct. Now I want to see what you do once you read my source. Since my source is outdated,
I can't see it though, yo. You gotta
King James see it.
It says
With no saying that.
It says
hold on for a minute, man. Did no saying get a chance to talk though? Hold on.
Yeah, I went. Yeah, I got.
Did you show the picture of the crab? Did we think it's a crab?
I can't share my screen. I didn't get to go over that, but
go ahead, Sam.
Oh, okay. That's a good one. That's a trip. Explain. Did you talk about it though?
No, I didn't. I didn't talk about it because they were talking about something different. So.
Okay, they ain't talking about nothing to make no damn sense. All of them come from the same time.
I'll tell you.
Now you don't want to see my source, though. That's cold. You asked for the source. I'll show you the source, and now you don't want to talk about it.
No, I don't want to talk about it. Yeah,
I know you don't want to talk about it because you don't know what you're talking about. I know what I'm talking about. There's my source. I didn't just make it up.
You better not pull out poop down there. You better not pull out poop down there.
Hey, yo, peace, everyone. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
How's everybody doing?
Good.
I think there's a fundamental problem with SAR's position, and I think it comes from misunderstanding why things are considered converging evolution versus diverging evolution. I think there's a fundamental mistake, and that is sometimes we're looking at function and not development. So when you say that, you look at maybe like tails for swimming, right? You look at a shark, it has a tail. You look at a whale, it has a tail. Both are functioning for swimming, but they do not perform the same way. And that's because they evolved from different ancestral lineages.
You trying to fight with my same argument and tell me I'm wrong?
Yeah, because let me explain why.
Okay, they both have tails because they're in the water, same environment. Let
me explain.
Told him he about to use the same thing and tell me I'm
but
wrong.
Just saying, yeah, but there's a fundamental difference, right? The fundamental difference is you didn't take that to humans and chimpanzees, and that's where the error comes in.
So what happened when I talked about the thumb for swinging on vines and the way we use it as humans?
They're both disposable thumbs, though, aren't they?
Well, why would you say I used it wrong then? If you know the difference and you see me say that.
I'm trying to explain to you.
Go ahead, brother.
So a well
different
is a mammal,
species, same environment.
right?
Different species, same environment.
A well is a mammal, right? So the way the tail functions is the same way that we use our legs, up and down, because it evolved from the lineage of mammals. Where a shark, on the other, huh?
That's a
No,
different
he's talking
environment.
about the same thing I showed on Sonetta. Go ahead, brother. Chill.
And you showed here, right? You showed it, right? So
I didn't show that on. Oh no, I didn't show it on here. The other one I had like the full slideshow where you can see the difference between their ancestor, the whale, the shark, and the dolphin, and one other animal.
Okay. So the reason why the tail is converging is because in the environment that they're in, while they don't have a recent common ancestor, right, that has those that carries all those traits, in the environment they're in, natural selection has selected for them to use tails to either swim, protect themselves, hunt, for survival. And so you have tails, but you have tails that have come from completely different categories of humans, of the phylogenetic tree. Unlike chimps and humans, when you look at chimps and humans, there are both genetic and functional similarities that bring us to traits that were belonging to the common ancestor. So you look at seeing color, right? Seeing color is one of those factors. So the common ancestor between the chimps and the humans could see color. And so that means that while we diverge from one another, we still carry similar traits from that common ancestor. And since we're closely related based on not only fossil finds, not only that, but based on environmental niche,
let me add to that,
genetic
Jill.
profile.
Hold up, King J, because I'm about to show him something. Because I messed up bad.
And disease and diseases.
So brother, you said the shark tail and the whale tail evolved from a common ancestor, correct?
I did not say that.
Okay, so you're admitting then that convergent doesn't need a common ancestor, and these animals don't have one, correct?
I didn't say that either. What I said is they don't have
so
a recent. They don't
have
have
a. You gotta have a common ancestor, or you don't.
They don't have a recent common ancestor.
They don't have one at all.
A recent common ancestor.
No, brother, they don't have one at all.
Well, there's no evidence of
Whales
one.
and
But
sharks do
here's the
not
thing.
have a common ancestor.
We
Sharks are fish,
don't
while
have one
whales
that where
are
we can show.
mammals.
Well,
Although
hold on,
they seem
Asar.
similar,
Hold on,
now let me
Asar.
finish because he's addressing me. Although they're similar, they belong to different groups. Whales are more closely related to humans than animals, like sharks as well. Sharks are fish and whales are mammals. They're
So
two
check it out,
different
though.
types. They do not have a common ancestor. You are
Check it out,
mixing
Asar.
this up when you say that.
Let me
Just
say
so you
something
know,
because
brother.
y'all
Go ahead.
relying too much on phenotypical, right? Y'all talking about anatomy and just looking at fossils, but that is the weakest form of evidence when you're talking about relation and species. What you need to be talking about is genetic links, right? Because you don't have to just do the lookership. Whenever you're looking at fossils, you're saying this look like this, so they either are or they aren't related. That's weak as fuck, and that's how we always messing up. But you can do relationships with genetics. But the point that I was trying to make, I'm gonna say one more thing, and I'm gonna move out the way. So y'all doing lookership, which that counts, but that's the weakest form.
Who doing lookership? You mean your man on the Magi Arts scientific pseudo program?
Gotta use genetics, and where genetics becomes faulty is with gene flow.
Yo, but who doing lookership though?
Overlap. They just agreed with me, Bo. If you would have heard what they said, you would have agreed with me, bro.
Who doing lookership?
I didn't say anything about lookership. You didn't hear what I said. I said genetics, environmental niche, and disease. Did you not hear me say that? So why y'all making that up? And the fact that you don't know that the shark and the mammals share a common ancestor is utterly ridiculous.
So name the ancestor,
what are y'all
brother.
talking
Let me
about?
tell you same thing we asked him.
ACANTHODII, the common ancestor between sharks and mammals. Come on,
Is it
man.
what?
It's just not recent. It's just not a recent common ancestor. Under
got a
Luke, the
fossil?
last universal.
Who is it?
Brother Chilimbwa, you got a fossil?
Listen, your man just said fossils is the worst type of evidence.
Do you have any mixing of the two?
Did you say there was no common ancestor?
Y'all crazy.
I'm asking you.
Down the line, yo.
There's
it's not
no
a recent.
Stop, man. Stop.
Did you say there isn't any common ancestor?
Hey, Chilembo, can you hear me, Chilembe?
That's why I tried to stop you from going down this line,
Chilembe,
because
can
now
you hear
we
me,
playing
Chilembe?
lookership.
I can hear
you.
This thumb is
Can you
not
hear me,
how this
Chilembe?
thumb works.
Tell
This
him,
tail is
dude,
not
just-
how this tail works. That's the aspect that I was talking about. I didn't say you didn't mention genetics. I'm saying how y'all was doing the comparison and doing relation. Right? I didn't say you never mentioned genetics. I was saying y'all was trying to substantiate. Chill, I'll let you talk, and now you're talking over me, right? But I never said you didn't mention it, but I was talking on an aspect on how y'all was doing a comparison, right? Y'all was talking about the tail, the opposable thumbs, and the shark fins, right? By just looks, it's you can't tell much, right? But genetics, what's up?
I agree, but
So,
listen,
I have a
it's
question
not
about the
the
genetics
look of
part.
it; it's how it functions. When mammals walk, their hips move a certain way. When you look at how the mammals in the water actually swim, it is the same way that mammals walk. It isn't the same way a shark swims. One is moving left to right, gives it more agile in some areas, while the other is moving up and down because of how the hip bones are structured. It's a fundamental difference, which is why they say it's converging. You don't have those same things when you look at chimp and human beings. And the fact that he keeps saying that chimps and bonobos mating the thing means he doesn't understand the timeline, because humans diverged from chimps prior to chimps diverging from bonobos.
Which means
So
you
we
don't
gotta
understand
slow
the difference
down and
between
get it
convergent
correct.
and divergent, because you're using convergent to explain the divergent act, which we can't find the fossil for, and we can't find any in-betweens for, and with a whole
That's not
genome case
true.
you can't even
That's
make.
just not
Brother, come on now.
That's
Well,
just
show
not
it.
true.
It's
Y'all
not.
hearing
That's
right
what
now,
I'm
yo.
asking. Where's your mechanism?
He messed that all
Natural selection is the mechanism, bro. Now let me
Man,
make
this
this clear.
bad.
hey,
Show the selected.
Hey, Chilembe, hold on, Chilembe.
Guy, that's your source, bro.
Hey, Chilembe, can you hear me, Chilembe?
Yeah, I hear you, bro.
This the shit we go through with Smash, with the crazy ass shit, yo. Yo, this is the most incoherent shit I've ever heard in my fucking life, bro. This is the way it always goes. This is crazy. Everybody want to overthrow science and academia. They sitting here and don't know that. They think you saying when they have a common ancestor, that's all the way down the line. Humans and motherfucking chimpanzees share a common ancestor at about 7 to 6 million years ago, bro. But a fucking mammal and a goddamn fish, that shit is way down the line, bro. Don't nobody got time for that. Y'all wrong, y'all long, strong, and wrong, yo. And then you take that over, you can't even help the magi out. Y'all mumble jumble half to death. Y'all ain't nowhere in the world, bro. That's why we beefing right now, yo. Because y'all sit there and acting like that convergent evolution is different from divergent evolution. It's all evolution, bro. The process is just different, and the mechanism is natural selection. Charles Darwin. So I'm saying, really? Y'all tripping right now, bro. And so you basically saying when we bring an evolutionary scientist on this motherfucker, y'all gonna say he wrong too. That's what's gonna boil down. So I'm gonna ask you the question, and I'm gonna tell you, and I want you to ask your fearless. Hold on, bro. I ain't talked in 30 minutes. So I'm gonna ask your fearless fucking leader, the Magi Archer. Here's the question: what is a conspiracy that's stopping people from saying what he's saying and doing what he's doing? What is the conspiracy that they hide in the fact that humans and chimpanzees are quote unquote convergent evolution, bro? That's my daggone question to both of y'all. The whole group is wild and out of order and dyslexic and crazy and bananas. No fucking way y'all can be this crazy, yo. Now I gotta say y'all just outright stupid. Yeah, I gotta say it, bro. I gotta say it. Y'all outright stupid at this point. It's crazy. It's madness, yo. Can't read a source. Nobody can read a source. We can't read the Cairo Symposium. We can't read the Journal Nature. Really, yo? Y'all niggas can't read. None of y'all. And your leader can't read. That's why we beefing right now. Because y'all niggas can't read.
B, you've
Now,
been
I
wrong
you
just
on
can't
dropped
get
the
all
mad
source
at
in
points.
me.
the
You
back.
can't get
You've
I
mad
been
just,
at me.
wrong on
You
all
I
can't
the
just
say
points.
dropped
Uncle
the
said we
source
And
in
can't
the
you
read.
back
listening
You
that you
out
can't get
on
used
mad
to
at me,
read.
nigga. You
I
can't
ain't
get mad
mad
at
at
me.
you. You the homie, but we
Right,
know
you
that you
can't
can't
get mad
read,
at
and
me
we
though,
had to
bro.
show you that on
No,
sign
y'all
letter. Now
listen,
you
At
nigga,
want to
all.
listen,
put that
yo,
on
listen,
us?
bro. Now, hold on. I ain't talking 30 minutes, bro. Check this out, bro.
Go
Your
ahead.
man smashed. Well, with him on, the nigga asked a question about the would have. The white boy explained it and said they wouldn't have did it. And then this nigga go on a rampage on something that's talking about they did. Dude, y'all wild. I didn't know it was this bad, dog. You know what? Y'all gotta get y'all life together, yo. Yeah, y'all gotta get y'all life together, yo. Yeah, all y'all. Yeah, y'all wild. Y'all gotta stop this, yo. This is madness now. Come on,
Hey,
Asar, yo. Come on,
I
Asar.
bet
But
you,
put that shit in chat GPT,
Uncle
yo.
family, but
I,
you're in your
I
feelings.
bet you he
You're in your
can't quote
feelings,
one
bro.
thing that he disagreed with what I said. He did all that talking, and I put $100 on it that he can't say name one thing that I said that was wrong and then stand on it.
He
Right?
Did Asar
He
kepi is right. Hold on. Here, I want my $100. Did Asar kepi is wrong about
I
convergent
didn't think you
evolution?
could. I didn't think
Yeah.
you could. I didn't think you could.
He can't. He
I
can't.
just said it. The fact that you agree with Asar that convergent evolution occurred between chimpanzees and humans, yo, you're wrong. Where
You
my
know
money
why I
at?
called y'all YouTube
I
scientists,
didn't think
Hold
you
on for a minute,
could.
bro. Hold on for a
I
minute,
didn't.
bro.
Okay.
but you gonna throw a temper
Yeah,
tantrum and
I
try to run
asked you.
off,
I
man. Don't
asked
do
you
that.
to agree with that man. I
Asar, you
said, do you
said
agree with
that?
that man?
We do.
You said that,
Hold on,
Asar?
Nasar.
Right, he said
But
he
this,
do. So I'm saying
so
we betting
hold on.
$100 on that, yo.
Right, right, and I'm gonna give it to
Chimps
you if
and
you're right
humans,
though.
Asar?
If you're able to say what my answer was, I give it to you right now.
Man, stop it. You said you agree with this man. That's
You
all I need to
see,
hear. I don't need to hear
you
nothing
see, I
else.
said yes and no, but you can't say what my answer was.
You
You
said
don't even
yes and
listen well.
no.
You talking about
Yo, you
niggas
said,
can't read.
yo,
You can't even
you said,
listen.
nigga,
You
you
can't
said
even
yes and
listen.
no.
What was my
You said
answer?
yes.
And then I qualified
Are
why I
you
said
get?
it.
Yo, I know
You
you're
don't
not
even
getting.
listen
Hold
well.
on, yo, listen. You
We
could
on his
actually get
channel,
offended.
G.
Listen,
So
you can
don't get
actually
mad.
get
Let
offended.
him
Hold
have
on,
his
bro. You
moment.
can actually get offended, yo. If y'all was just somebody out of nowhere, just learning, and I said you can't read, you could get offended. But the fact that y'all been around me for years, yo, sitting here in my damn face, acting like the sources don't say what I'm saying, that means it's something wrong. That means y'all really can't read. Reading is comprehension. I
Ain't
ain't saying
nobody said
sound the
the
words
sources
out and
was
say it.
wrong.
I'm saying actually comprehend what you saying. Ain't no he right and wrong. It ain't
This
that.
dude is
It's called
crazy.
divergent evolution. And divergent evolution is evolution. Charles Darwin.
Nobody even disputed that. I
But you're
never disputed
saying,
it.
so what do you think then, bro? The fossils? That's a different, that ain't got nothing to do with the fact that we can look at the DNA and know that
Oh,
humans and
stop.
chimpanzees diverge at 6 and
That was
7
the
million
point
years,
that
bro.
I was
Then
making.
make
You
it
just
again.
confirmed my
That's
point.
what they was trying to do in that science office. They couldn't do it. Do it again. You got all the genomes. How come it ain't done?
What?
Because it ain't
What?
true. It ain't true, family.
Hey,
You
Uncle,
Hey,
share
know
my
it.
Young,
screen
you get
right
one more
quick.
chance, yo. You agree with this man, yo? I know y'all in the
Stop it,
same
bro.
science class, yo.
No,
You agree with
no.
this man?
I don't agree with that point. I don't agree with that
You
No,
point.
do
gotta
you agree
agree
with
with
his
that.
It
overall
absolutely
reaching
does.
point?
And he
Hold
never
on.
gonna
Let me
have
make
one.
the point. Through genetics, you can't prove divergence. You can't prove that.
You
But
can
as
prove
far as saying,
convergence
can
You
you?
too.
He's saying,
can. You
can you
can.
substantiate it through fossils?
You
No.
can. You know, okay, I'm saying they got genetics now. You can prove it. There's only one extra explanation on why humans and chimpanzees share 98, 99% DNA. So I want y'all to give me an explanation. I know what it is. I'm
I
going to start
told
We
with
all
you.
you,
agree.
Asar.
We all
Don't
agree.
fly
I
across the
told you.
fucking Indian Ocean and talk about I gotta land my plane when you got
Here
to
you
fly all
go.
night. No.
I'll
Answer
I'm
the
keep
gonna
it
let
real
question, bro.
quick.
Asar argue his own
You
position.
said that divergent evolution, us diverging from some other ancestor, hominid, whatever the case. I'm telling you, start using convergent evolution. I told you that back on Facebook when you had the Amin Ra Squad page, and I'm telling you now, you don't own science, you don't run it, and I've been doing it longer. One of us had a telescope and a biops, all that stuff way back in the day. I'm telling you, switch the game because they listen to you on this topic and you're a little bit off right now. That's it. Get it together.
Share my
Convergent,
screen.
not divergent. You're
Share
going to
the
keep
screen.
telling them they came from apes
Share my
with no
screen. I'm
I'm going to
fossil.
tired
leave it
of it.
off.
Go ahead.
Share, please.
You gotta share the screen. Y'all gotta share the screen.
You see it?
I'm a little bit off.
You got
I
it.
think y'all are completely.
here are the fossils for the common ancestor they have. So I don't know why he said there's no fossils
Now we're
between
fish.
vertebrates.
Stop, brother.
And we know that we can read it and see what it.
Let's read it. It say we come from
right
the
here.
fish, right?
Anthedonians are particular interests to paleontologists because of right, because of the insight they provide into the early stages of the evolution of the jawed vertebrates. Today, all vertebrates with jaws are separated into two groups. The I can't pronounce that. They always got these wild names. Ancestry and Choladithi, whatever. Y'all see it.
Yeah.
The first one includes fish, include fishes with bony skeletons like trout and tuna, as well as tetrapods such as humans.
So you saying that we came from a trout?
I'm not saying that. The paleontologists are saying that. That's not me. That's what
and
they
you believe that.
Well, it's what the science says, bro. Now, I don't know, what you want me to do about that.
So science has never produced a different kind. You put this in the theory box and the hypothesis until it's proven.
So this man don't know what a theory is now.
So you said they didn't have this. Here's the issue. You said they didn't have fossils.
Yeah.
I go and say, well, they do got fossils. You said there wasn't a common ancestor. I said there is a common ancestor.
I asked you if you
we
related
go
to
to
trout. You won't make a statement on it.
And
Are
now
we related to that fish?
Huh?
Is that fish our common ancestor?
It's a common ancestor for all jawed vertebrates. That's us.
Vertebrates. Because we all got skeletons.
I hate to tell you that. Yeah, we're jawed vertebrates. Like it says, as it says, such as humans. So yes, sir, that is what they're saying. I don't know where you got that they ain't saying that, or that they don't know what they're talking about, or that these fossils don't exist.
That would definitely be convergent evolution.
That's not convergent, bro. So now you're saying that the divergent evolution is you just gonna call it convergent.
Show the divergent fossil showing the human being from the fish. That's
kind of confusing.
That doesn't make sense. We can't do it.
Hey, let me add on this. Chilimbe. Hey, Chilimbe, let me add on this.
Come on, B.
Now, hold on for a minute. So what Chilimbe is showing you, I believe, is the skeleton, right? And so basically anything with a skeleton, the reason everything has a skeleton, things have skeletons, because somewhere down the line, they was connected to each other, That's why, right?
Yeah, this is why
you got Cordea. No, I'm in the middle of talking though,
Oh, go ahead.
And I ain't got a plane to. Damn. Can you hear me? Hey, Chilimbe, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Barely.
I can hear you now.
Okay, so when we talk about Cordea, right, we're talking about spinal cords.
You cutting out.
Everything with spinal cord came from something that had a spinal cord. Yeah, I'm coming in the bed early. I'm almost at the house. Y'all in trouble. I'm on that. It's a bad area. I'm trying to tell you that all you need to do is to put. I got you. There. Pull up a fish. Fish. Let me pull up a. Who keep turning my shit on? No. Can y'all hear me?
We can barely hear you. You might have to wait till you get home.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait till I get home.
You keep jumping in and out. You're in that bad area.
All right, go ahead, Chilimbe. I'm great. I'll be in there in 2 seconds.
So this is a common thing that happens. We make statements, and then we say things don't exist or they do exist or however, and then it's proven otherwise, and you just can't accept that. No, that's just not true. That's just not true. So yes, sharks and whales have a common ancestor. They do. I hate to tell you, they do. And that's just what it is.
So he showed us a trout, and he said that humans at some point in time had the ancestor that was related to it, which we know you can't make different kinds in evolution. It's why due diligence told you there's a problem with the fossil record because you don't have a man from fish. You don't have a mockingbird mixing with a different bird to make an ostrich. You have different species that develop from different situations. You may come from the same substance, yes, which is why most of us are related. You're related to the sun 70%.
We heard
but
this
you are
from
not physically a fish. You are a human. You claim hominid and you claim bonobo chimpanzee mixed in order at some point in time to diverge into the human. That's what the scientific record shows.
That's not
yes.
that's
You need
a
to show the
fundamental
fossil, or you need to show
that's
that
a
it happens, and
fundamental
you got the
problem.
full genome to get it done now. Go ahead.
That's a fundamental problem with your statement. It's timeline wrong. Bonobos diverged from chimps about 1.5 million years ago. According to the current theory in science, right?
Yep.
Chimps diverge and humans diverged 6 million years ago. So every time you say that chimps and bonobos mixed to make humans, it's fundamentally wrong.
It is, because he's not recognizing that they supposedly had sex and had a common ancestor that made the
That's
human
not
over
what
time.
they.
So
That's
he's
what I'm
messing
saying.
that
You
up
just
as he says it. We can pull it up. You
pull
want
it
to
up.
pull it up?
Go get a source. Go get a
Here it
source
is
that
right
says.
here.
Go
Here it is
get a
right here.
scientific source that
Bonobos
say
and
chimps.
chimpanzees are the closest living relatives, sharing 98.7% of their DNA with humans, while they are separate species, like I keep telling you. Hybridization between humans and pan troglodytes has been documented. We're waiting for that fossil record. Humans, chimps, and bonobos descend from a common ancestor species that lived 6 or 7 million years ago. You diet source and didn't want to read that part. The modern human and common chimpanzee bonobo lineage split about 8 million years ago, with the two great ape species splitting about 2 million years ago. If you can't show us the fossil for that, then just consider it what it is, a theory and a hypothesis until you have it. You don't have it.
That shows that you just don't understand.
Well, show us the humanity, brother.
Listen, you don't understand what you're reading. And I'm listen, I try to be as fair and as conscientious of what I'm saying. And I'm saying
you showing that
fundamentally don't understand what you're reading. And it's a tragedy.
Yes, Mac Rob, ain't no way. And as soon as they can show the humanity, which it states in the humanity statement, it says, though several scientists and organizations have attempted, there have been no scientifically verified specimens of a humanity created to date. One reason that is often given in opposition to the potential for a humanity is the fact that humans have one fewer chromosome than the other ape species. He's not recognizing that, but he keeps falling on this hypothesis, and he has no fossil record to back him. He said he was a trout. Knock it off.
King J, you can go. We trying to make sure we share the thing around, and then I'm gonna respond. And do King J and due diligence, you can go. And also put that source you read in Asar in the back chat so we can see that it came from Answer in Genesis. Go ahead, put it back there.
I had, what's your name, brother? I had a question for you. What's your name?
I'm Chillin' Way.
Chill, for sure.
Chill. You just call me Chill. It's simple.
So when we talk about the homogeneous, right? The sands, right? So we're talking about orangutans, gorillas, humans, chimps, right? That's the homogeneous, correct?
Depending on if you're talking about hominids or homidea, but yeah, pretty much great apes. Yeah.
New world great apes, right? So,
right.
Could you explain why there is no interbreeding between, like, let's say, an orangutan and a gorilla?
Currently, there's no interbreeding between them because they diverge too far apart, and certain mutations just don't click together, right? And then certain behavior points don't click together. You can use, like, let's look at
So can you say right there? Can we say right there that diversion, right? So the diversion between, like, the old world and the new world, that's like a 35 million year old diversion. Correct. Okay.
And
So,
one thing that plays a part in that, and I try to bring it up, is diseases. So we now understand that there's some called retroviruses that integrate into the genetic codes and modify them. So you can have retroviruses that can affect how the genetics work, and so that could cause problems with interspecies breeding. But there are some cases where different species can breed together, which is why they have that problem with speciation. It's not as clear as we would like it to be. So you can look at like in certain cases, one thing about primates is whenever they get together, they tend to hump each other. But you can look at like hybridization in chimps to help you explain. So you get an olive and a green chimp, and they create a gold chimp. And so you see these problems, and then you have things like humans and Neanderthal, where we didn't completely, the time lapse wasn't far enough, but there's still issues where you may not find where it isn't equal on both sides. Where,
offspring.
yeah, it's so close that we can still interbreed. Maybe the male and the female can procreate viable offspring, but not the female and the male of the two species. So there's issues where they're still trying to define it, because there's always these examples where it don't quite fit perfectly together. But overall, the time lapse is the biggest differences you can find outside of the retroviruses.
Okay.
Right. Somebody put polar bear and grizzlies. That's a prime example. But they you look at further back in time, you can find that polar bears and grizzlies have integrated off and on throughout time.
Oh yeah. Well, a brown bear becomes a polar bear, though.
Yeah, so it can happen like that. But again, they still working out, how do you classify certain species and where exactly that demarcation line is, because you have examples where it's not as clean cut as we would like.
Yeah, it's blurry. But that's okay, though.
Yeah, that's fine.
What's not blurry is convergent evolution and divergent evolution. All right, that's not blurry. No scientist says that. No qualified professional says that. But the Magi Archer scientific team, to a man, say that.
He wrong on that, but
crazy to me. How am I wrong? We heard him. We heard James and this crazy fiasco about what a human is. We hear due diligent messing up halfway, kind of, sort of. Come on, bro. This is a consistency here, bro. I'm just the guy. I have to say it. Come on, bro. We all
you've been wrong.
I'm not
a lot.
So,
you can say where I was wrong at. He keeps saying I'm wrong, but won't say what I said.
Proof. You ain't got no proof of it. Your man just tried to say we come from a trout.
No, we do.
We said we came from a trout.
And at 350,000 years, we do. We got the fossil right there.
You got a fossil of a fish. Where's the one of the human?
Not 350. Not 350,000, 350 million.
Yeah. We want to see the and humans existed 350 million.
No, it's right
years
here.
ago.
It's right here. Just say you don't understand, bro.
Nah, just admit that you messing that up.
No, just say you don't understand. It's right here, Tetralect.
I know the fossil record.
So just say you don't understand.
Just say you're not a trout.
No, man, that's crazy. I mean, at 350.
Yeah, that's crazy. You're not a trout.
Wait a minute. At 40 million years. At 40 million years, right? Yeah. 40 million years, you have a type of monkey, right? And later on down the line, it's going to diverge, right? Okay, you got monkeys and you got apes.
Bonobo chimpanzee,
right? No, we ain't there yet. See, we ain't there yet. Oh yeah, we had to read the article on monkeys.
Just say it.
Right, so I don't have to say it. What I'm saying is, if we was to do the human body is a suppository, right, of everything, right, that's in our evolution. Okay, that's why like students that becoming doctors, they don't immediately jump on a cadaver. They look at the fish, because you can learn a lot from the simple anatomy of a fish. Why? Because it has a skeletal system. It has a spinal cord. It's a chordea. It fits in these fields, right? And so why? Because they had the same skeletal system. It's the same thing. And that's why I keep telling y'all, how do we know that we connected to fish? Because how do we know to be connected to dogs and animals and all that? anything with a skeletal system somewhere down the line had an ancestor, bro. It's simple. We all came from that. That's why we have one bone, right? One bone connected from our shoulder bone to our elbow. It's one bone. But it's the same thing in a dog. It's the same thing in a fish. We have two bones coming from our elbow to our wrist. But it's the same thing in the cat, same thing in the fish, and the same thing in the dog. And the same thing in the bear. Hold on, bro. And from the wrist, right, to the end of your fingers, there's many bones. That's the same thing in the fish, the same thing in the cat, the same thing in the bear. Why? Because somewhere down the line, they all share ancestor. They had a skeletal system, bro. I can't make you understand this. I'm doing the best I can. What I'm telling you is y'all doing what y'all always do. Y'all go against established science without any credentials. Y'all don't even have the right to go against established science. It's called pseudoscience, what you're doing right now. That's what y'all routinely promote is pseudoscience, because none of what you're saying is peer-reviewed. You're misreading the documentations. You bring up great sources and misread them. So then you get mad at me. No, you don't get mad at me when I say you can't read. You got to take it on the chin. Because the source don't say that. Give me your source, bro. Give me your source. In front of everybody, I'm going to put your source in ChatGPT and see what that source say, bro. I just went to one of your sources and read it to you.
ChatGPT ain't going to necessarily get you right, dog.
And then y'all always deny the strength of ChatGPT. I recognize.
No, we the one that introduced you to ChatGPT.
You never introduced me to anything. I'm going to say this again. Not you, not Smash introduced me to nothing. Please. Get that straight. Please. Right? It was Reggie, because I was the first nigga to use it in a debate. So let's not do this, bro. We got all the written documentation to prove and verify that, yo. So I'm gonna take your source that you used. Okay, you used this source, bro. Right? So why don't you just say it now? That ain't the source. Say it. I want to hear you say it, bro.
I just put the source in the back
evolution. Look, convergent. No, convergent evolution. The convergent evolution. Right? Any source you give me, bro, you done brought great sources. But the fact that you can't comprehend them means you can't read. That's what reading really is.
This, bro. You stopped at this. We read two pieces from this because you wanted to stop here. This wasn't my story. I brought a whole slide.
No. But this source right here verifies my point.
That's Wikipedia.
Right?
That didn't get you.
No. I know. But the fact that you would actually use it is wild.
No, because we needed to get a convergent evolution definition that you would agree upon.
This source right here.
King of Wikipedia.
No, so this source right here.
So you could understand it.
Hey,
then I hop to actual convergent
are you getting
evolution
now,
you find in the science book.
Are you saying that this source right here don't agree with me?
I'm saying this source ain't the one I used.
I know, but I'm saying, but did you not use it?
Was mine.
So you're agreeing that this source agrees with me?
I don't know what you trying to say. What's up?
I'm saying, did you use the evolutionary biology source, bro? That agrees with me, bro. And it's all right here, yo. You just don't understand.
So scroll down. There it is, right there.
You don't understand this.
No, you didn't. I had to explain it to you. No, that's why you was mixing divergent and convergent together on SciShow.
No,
we knew you was messing it up.
Listen, bro, we can't talk over Joe. This is high level information.
I asked you two questions.
Amino acids position. Listen. Basically speaking, this is what happened right here between the common ancestor of humans and chimps. It wasn't this, bro. No matter what you say, because you see the two A's. This is really to see the amino acids right here. Listen, they end up diverging to form different things. It's right here in front of your face. But here,
it say hypothetical ancestor right at the bottom.
Right.
A hypothetical ancestor that we asked you for a fossil for. Your source is telling you.
I'm trying to show you.
Read it.
What
environment, different species.
Chimpanzees
and
humans occupy in evolution. Your statement was that there's different types of evolution, right? Not the Charles Darwin evolution, but Charles Darwin actually is the father of natural selection. That's what he identified the mechanism. And so the mechanism of natural selection is at play in divergent evolution, is at play at parallel evolution, and is at play at convergent evolution, bro. Okay,
you gonna read that bottom statement that it say right there where it say the hypothetical ancestor?
What that got to do with the we talking about that?
It's talking about exactly what we talking about right now. You don't have a fossil.
It's an evolution at the amino acid position. So we actually at the amino acid position. Hold on. Yo, we talking about amino acids right now. right? It says in each case, the left hand species changes from the alanine. Am I saying it right?
Alanine, you good.
Alanine, the A, right? At a specific position in a protein in a hypothetical ancestor. Because
in a hypothetical ancestor.
They give you a hypothetical ancestor, right? See, you don't understand. See that? This is what gets me. You reading this, dog, and you don't get why they give you a hypothetical. Because obviously this ain't a real ancestor, right? It's hypothetical. They're trying to make an example right here. This is crazy,
right,
yo.
Exactly. SR, exactly right, SR. All right.
And
SR.
now, look, come on, man. Man, come on, yo. This
When
is
you read the rest, it says
that's the F. Look, cyrene, that's another protein. It's a there. It's a the right-handed species may undergo divergent, parallel or convergent evolution at the amino acid position relative to the first species, bro.
That
you
means
ain't supposed to be in this right here. Because you
that
ain't gonna
means
understand this. You is
that
better
means
understand. This is for
you
you.
may
You don't know
come
what it
from
means.
the same substance,
bro, man,
but
stop.
you don't need a common ancestor if it's convergent or parallel.
No, do you
If
see
it's
this right here? I
divergent,
think-
then you come from the same thing. But convergent and and parallel will show no common ancestor. It just means you evolved from the same.
Okay, you talking too much without source. Hey, due diligence, where you at, yo? You said you put some
Man,
source in
that's
there.
terrible. That's terrible.
So due diligence.
What it do?
You can see that screen, right?
Yeah, I can see that. What's
so
happening?
this is. Let me show you why this is convergent evolution.
Okay. I'm not against code. You putting Asara's argument on me. I don't share the same argument.
Okay, so you gotta say he's wrong. Then I know. Then there might be a chance.
About what part? Because I don't think he disagrees with convergent or divergent evolution.
No, he's saying that chimpanzees and humans is an example of convergent evolution. I'm saying this is an example of divergent evolution. What are you saying?
Divergent.
It would be divergent.
What?
Divergent.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have a common ancestor.
Common ancestor, bro.
Divergent is chimpanzees mixing with a bonobo. We're talking about convergent with no.
The word diverge. You know what the word divergent means?
Yeah, it means that you divulge from the other.
It means
Did you not know that?
Diverge.
Yeah,
like this. Look,
that means
so didn't I tell you that? Didn't I tell you that 7 to 6 million years ago, the common ancestor of humans and chimpanzees diverged, and
That's
they were in different environments, and natural selection took over.
Divergent.
One came out to be a chimp 7 million years later, and one is on the damn moon, bro.
Right.
I can't make you understand that, but every source you bring agrees with me. So now I'm talking due diligence.
No,
right here, this is brown skin. These humans had brown skin in Africa, right?
So
hold on.
the answer,
hold
golly,
on. Hold on. Let me finish. One with the listen. Humans had brown skin. One went to Asia and one went to Europe. And they both developed paler skin.
That's mutation.
But they don't diverge from each other.
They're the same species.
Let me finish. They're the same species, but the skin color is actually coming from two different types of genes. What is this? This is called convergent evolution. But they actually come from the African population, but they go in two different directions. The cause of their pale skin ain't because they split from Africa. No, the cause of their pale skin is called convergent evolution, that the genes, you know what I'm saying, that cause pale skin, right? Or the alleles or the variation of them, right, actually was activated. Based off of the radiation, it activates and creates pale skin. And it's two different types of genes. How about that? So old genes, new tricks, meaning genes that can do one thing can do another thing in a different place. This is what they learned about evolution. So this is a clear example of convergent evolution right here, bro. And yes, they are the same species, but the reason for their skin color is different. Two different types of genes, bro. Convergent.
Okay, I'm gonna stop you guys from spreading that lie. Skin color changes are not due to convergent evolution. Instead, Human skin color varies at a global gradient, with the darkest populations around the equator and the lightest ones near the poles. The evolution of skin color is influenced by natural selection, your favorite word, acting to regulate levels of melanin pigment in the skin relative to levels of ultraviolet radiation in the environment. Stop mixing this up. Convergent evolution is when two different species
Not true.
go in separate directions and look similar to each other and come from the same substance. It's not a change in the same species, which we call mutation. Don't mess that up again, please, my brother. Go ahead.
That was perfect.
Are you saying
God
that?
damn.
So are you saying that
Terrible.
it's the same environment, different species?
Right. So humans are one species. They cannot have convergent evolution in each other. They're the same thing. Convergent evolution would be us and a different species, such as a hominid or whatever thing that they find in Neanderthal, a chimp, any of that. Bonobo, those are different species than us that look similar. And this is why I kept trying to stop him the other day. What I want you to do, and I'm land my plane, put the convergent in the mix, because the new scientists are starting to say, look at this, go do your research. And as they go forth in that path, they're showing that it's not that we come from chimps or there's a hominid because they can't find any fossils. It's that we come from the same substance as these things. And this is how we're evolving as humans, with devolution, because we're getting weaker than our original form.
What is this substance you talking about?
If I knew that, we would probably know how to make a human and a chimp and all of that.
No. I've seen that foolish article you put up there.
DNA.
I'm not even gonna get into that. But what is that? The ATI article.
I need
all things interesting article.
Human
That's
transfer.
not a scientific
Show me the
nothing.
fossil, brother.
But no, Unc need to deal with that source on how he just proved convergence and divergence. Unc need to deal with that because he tried to say he was wrong and he just kind of smashed him on that.
It's that pseudo-science department we talking to right now. These my brothers though. Unc, I know you're going to do your due diligence. I'm gonna holler at you, but go do some research. But you keep telling me
don't run out of there.
We're gonna have a discussion
out of there.
What is that substance you mentioned? When you say they made out of the same stuff,
you're not Googling fast enough.
You want me to sit here and give you some more how wrong you is and how I know you're wrong?
I'm gonna share my screen. I'm not
Googling. You said it was convergent evolution too, didn't you?
What?
I'm right here, brother.
You said the skin type was convergent evolution. You were showing
No,
it to
I
us
didn't say
earlier,
that.
right? Oh, now
I
you
didn't say
backing off that point. Stand on your square, brother.
I didn't say it though.
You did. Soon as Unc's phone hung up, you was on here. It's on video now.
No, I did. Yeah, we can go back and look at it again. I didn't
Yeah,
say that.
we sure can.
No, Chill didn't say that. Chill didn't say that.
I didn't say that. You making that up. But I tell you what you didn't tell me. I can tell you what you didn't say. You didn't tell me what that substance was.
No, and no scientist will.
Everything is made out of
So what's the
everything is made out of the same shit.
Oh man, this is ridiculous.
So I want to make sure that you make that bonobo and chimpanzee into a human, or you make that human from one of them genomes.
That's not your article. Your article that you put in the back chat, which I'm going to go over again. I read it twice. Fundamentally, does not support what you're saying.
So it actually supports the scientists.
What you mean?
You don't know science, brother.
Did you see? First of all, you do know it's not written by a scientist, right? It's a blogger that wrote it.
Oh, he didn't know that?
You didn't know that your source was doing that?
Yeah, it's time to beat
That's
you
not
up.
a scientific article.
Yeah, it's time to beat you
That's
up.
not a that's a blog.
He's a skeptic like you.
No,
and he talked about the humanity.
No, I didn't know you was playing with. I didn't know you was playing with us like that, yo. I gave you the benefit of the doubt.
It's nothing.
You mean you put non-scientific sources in there?
Yeah, we put the humanity because that's what y'all keep saying is possible. So
who's the he? Time out. He moving
like,
too
where's
fast.
the humanity at?
Who's the he that you talking about? Who's the he you talking about?
You, because you trying to say this one up here is not scientific. It's from ScienceDirect.com. Are you talking about the humanity? Because you need to correct yourself now.
That's ATI. That's all things interesting.
Yeah, I said that. So are you talking about that one? If you're talking about all things
that's what I'm talking
that's
about.
not from the scientific one. So make clear, because the other one is from the WWF, the Wildlife Federation. You trying to
so where's the other one? But
which one?
That's what I thought. That's
So I
what
want
I
to make
thought.
hold on. So I want to make sure I got this correct.
Yeah, make sure you get it right.
You put
No,
it
we got the
Three of them
Human
back
Z.
there.
He got
Hold on,
the
hold on.
Human
So
Z tech. Let me see.
right. That's
Science
all
Direct.
things interesting. That's a very interesting site.
Worldwildlife.org.
So
They the
He's
ones who make
talking about right
WWE
here.
change
He's
their
talking
name.
about right here. Yo, you mean to tell me you did
And
this?
then you got
bro?
the ATI.
Hold
This
on
is
for
the
a minute,
last
bro.
one. I said, where's
Hold
your
on for a minute.
humanity?
Hold on for a minute, bro. You mean to tell me you brought up a non-scientific source?
Absolutely, because you was talking non-scientific. You was trying to tell us that
So let me
the
get
skin
no.
color
Do you mean to tell me, yo,
was
you brought a blog
virgin
by
evolution?
Katie Sear? You bring a white person
Now
Don't
you
do
mad
it,
in the
at
Unc.
middle.
Unc,
Hold on,
don't
bro.
do
Hold
it,
on, bro.
Unc.
people look
Hold
at
on,
it.
bro.
Don't get it.
Hold
Don't
on,
do
bro.
it, Unc.
Hold on, bro.
Europeans all
Hold
of a
on, bro.
sudden.
Hold on, bro. You bring a white person in the
Oh.
middle of saying white people is lying.
Katie
Now you
Serena.
mad at white
Serious,
people?
Katie?
Now
You don't
you
get
mad
no
at
more
white
whiter than
people?
Katie. Katie. Katie.
Katie and the
Not
chimp.
Katie.
And
Yes,
you mad? You mad? You mad? It turns out scientists have tried to create human chimp hybrids called humanzees. And it ain't working. I asked you to bring up the humanzee. And you can't do it.
So listen, that's so ridiculous that it's the experiments that they mentioned is even in like 1910. There was no genetics coming out during that time. They didn't know what DNA was at that time. This is unbelievable.
Is this what we doing with the Mad Ultra Science Club?
This wasn't declared to be the science. I told you to produce the humanzee
Are
since
you
you kept
serious
talking
right now,
about it.
yo? What the hell is going on?
See, he want to harp on the
You know what I'm
non-scientific
saying?
one,
Due
but
diligence, yo. You said
he
that
didn't want
man
to harp
made
on them two
That's what
scientific
we're going
ones
to do for
when
you.
he was
We're gonna
messing that converging
we
up.
definitely gonna get. I didn't mess up that.
So
See, look, ain't nobody want to claim the human skin no
told you
more
to
on this
speak on
thing.
that.
So
I
I
didn't say
want
that. It
listen,
ain't
Messed
me.
that up completely.
You the one that got that article
It
up.
wasn't me.
You got that article up.
Yeah,
You
it's
sharing
for
your screen?
humanity.
Which one? Which
What
one?
we
The
say,
one
Humanity?
with the humanzees, right?
Yes, right here. I got
it's
it up
what
there.
Go
Okay.
look at the
Planking
first.
thing works.
Look at the date of the first experiment. Just look at the date of what
Okay.
he's pulling this information from. The
Okay.
very
Look at
first.
the date
I
of
think it's the
Yo,
Darwin.
first paragraph.
1910.
Now, let me read.
1910.
Watch
Look at
this.
you.
Watch this.
A Soviet biologist. I can't even
Darwin's
say his name. Ilya Alvanchevich.
1910.
Sorry. You know better, bro. Stop playing.
Darwin's
1910.
evolution theory.
No, there was no DNA discovery then, no genetic profiles then.
Darwin's evolution theory,
Lots of
1809.
records wasn't there.
1809, buddy, and you still going with his evolution theory
So,
instead of the correct one. And that's
what you
what
talking
messed
about?
up your skin
Who
theory.
you talking about?
You heard him.
1809 to
Say
1882.
we still going with Charles Darwin.
Oh, well, that's
He's
been
going with
verified.
Charles Darwin.
He went to the 1800s. He mad at the 19s.
Here's the difference. Here's the difference, Asar. This
Ain't
is a
no
good lesson.
difference. You took the
Yes, it is.
L.
Let me explain the difference. Genetics
Look, here
verified.
you go. Look, it's right here in his own article. Look, hold on. In his own article. His own. You know what we say around here? A pseudo always dies at their source. It say though several scientists and organizations have attempted, there have been no scientifically verified specimens of humanzees created to date.
Exactly.
So
And that's
yo,
what we asked you to
what the hell
produce.
up, bro?
That's the
Debunking
point that
itself.
Asar was making, that
He
it don't
debunking
exist.
itself.
Okay,
That was his point,
These
that it
two
don't
is
exist.
debunking themselves, thinking they doing
Damn,
something.
Wait a minute.
That's the whole
A
point of putting it back
pseudo
there. Because I
always
asked you.
dies at the source. You know why they can't create it? Because it never was that to be able to create. That's because that don't exist, and they can't even make it exist.
Hold up. Say
So
it
you
again.
don't even
It don't
hold on,
exist.
bro. Hold on, brother.
And you can't make
Hold
it
on for a
exist.
minute. Like I said, a pseudo always dies at the source. The
And you
reason it
dying.
doesn't exist because they can't even make it exist because there's no such thing as that, bro.
Let
Yo,
him say
you
it
can't
again.
be
Let him
serious.
say it again.
Due diligence, and you keep agreeing with this man.
Due
yo?
diligence. You heard what he said. They can't even make it exist.
So you want me to
So
put?
who
I'm
is
putting
this
one of his.
common ancestor?
No, I don't
Well,
want
I think you ran off of the convergent though. Why you want to
You
switch
can't
it to
even
the
make it exist.
to
Who is this
humanity
common
and run off
ancestor,
of the
D?
divergent versus
It's
convergent?
done.
No. I wanna go back to the divergent versus
Yeah,
convergent.
let's have that conversation.
Right, let's have that conversation, bro. So I'm saying that every scientific journal I have says that humans and chimpanzees are divergent evolution. And here's the reason why. Because it's 6 to 7 million years ago, they diverged from a common ancestor. It wasn't a chimpanzee, and it sure as hell wasn't a human. It wasn't a chimhuman, some crazy ass shit like you think, like a quacker duck. It wasn't that. What it was a common ancestor. It didn't look like a chimpanzee, and it didn't look like a human. And they went into different environments, and natural selection was at play. That's why. I don't know what the hell this guy's talking about. This is what the scientific community says. So I'm in agreement with the scientific community, and he's in agreement with the Magi Archer pseudoscience. That's exactly what's going on, bro.
So watch this. This what we're gonna do, due diligence. We're gonna corner him. That's why due
Corner
diligence.
me. Where is your source at? A car?
This why due diligence brought up. Should we care about the species issue? Because you can't seem to find a fossil between any of them. So I'm gonna ask you. Hold up, I'm gonna ask you. We're gonna corner you right now, and you can help me, Chalimbe, if you can. So
you can't corner me.
you say it's no humanity, which would be the mix between a common ancestor and supposedly whatever to make it human. So what is this common ancestor? Can you tell us what it is? Look at his face. He can't. Throw your hands up. Can you show us a fossil of this thing? He can't do that. Look, the baby crying for you right now, huh? The baby crying for you, huh? Chalimba, help him.
Not the baby.
The baby crying. The baby. Hey,
somebody get the baby.
Stop, boy, before you get a spanking.
That's your son, man.
Test it?
Your son took all your nutrients out of you, bro. Now you can't show either one, and this is.
I'm going to put one. I'm going to do what I said earlier. What source do you want me to put in there? Give me a source, and I'm gonna put the source in ChatGPT. What source you got? What you got?
So Chalimbe, you say the fossil record is us coming from a tribe. Can you show the? I'm about to answer it. Can the
don't answer me? Put it in the thing while you're talking. Don't talk at the depth. You talk too much without source. This ain't the TLA where you just make up shit. This ain't it.
Yeah, bring up the species problem. Bring up the put in ChatGPT the species problem and see what it say.
No, I know there's a pull up the trout the human.
Don't mean they don't
I
understand.
need to see that in real time. That's science.
You don't bring up no sources to say what you saying though.
Then what? I am. What you want me to bring up?
I'm talking about the delineation of species is a critical problem in biology and anthropology.
It's called speciation, bro.
No, it's not.
Yo, it's called speciation.
What is called speciation?
That's what it is. There's a problem in understanding and determining species. I didn't disagree with that.
Right.
Okay,
so
but
can we talk about that? So that's the point that Asar is making.
No, he's not saying that. He's tripping. He's saying something totally different. He's not saying what you're saying, bro.
All right. That's what I thought I heard. That he's saying that.
I ain't saying that.
Hold on, because what he was saying was you don't have no transition.
Right. You heard right. They don't have that. They'll never produce that.
Everything is in transition.
They'll never make it, and it never existed.
Yes.
Hey, could you please pull up my short? I dropped the link in the back chat for the mic solve our problem.
King J, your mic is.
Where you put it at, King J? Oh, I got it, King J.
In the back my bad. I had the fan turned on. Is that better? Yeah.
Yeah, you was running.
So yeah, just read this source that I just. Is it a good source? Is it accredited? Let me see.
And she'll agree with me too. You try to jump out the window, and say I was saying some shit that I wasn't saying, man. You always try to put words in my mouth, but you don't never say what I said. You always try to say you said what he said. No, man, address what I say. You don't never do. Give me that respect.
Arguing on his side though, he's so wrong and crazy. Nobody says that. What do you want me to do?
I said that he messed up divergent, but you messed up convergent.
I didn't mess up convergent evolution.
You did. You talked about the skin color is convergent, and you didn't prove that.
Okay,
no, it's not.
All right, here you go. Let me go to here you go. When you said I was Googling, I actually wasn't Googling.
You actually was.
I wasn't. No, I was on here. Look. I was on here. Look. I'm gonna tear his ass up. Look.
Tear his ass up.
Here you go. Look, it's right here, yo.
Okay.
As humans disperse from equatorial Africa to low UVR areas and higher latitudes, sometimes between 120,000 and 65,000 years ago, dark skin posed a disadvantage. Populations with light skin pigmentation evolved in climates of little sunlight. Light skin pigmentation protects against vitamin D deficiency. It is known that dark skinned people have moved to climates and latitudes and limit climates of latitudes. Sunlight can develop vitamin D related conditions such as rickets. And different forms of cancer. A 2022 study revealed that traits such as dark skin show strong signals for convergent evolution and selective pressures, positive selection. So then we come here to this article. We click here, right? We click on the article. We click here, we click on the article, right? This is how we turn them up. We come to this article. This called a.
You said it was divergent, and then you found the source that's substantiating what a source.
What I'm saying, that's all we can do. That's why I'm trying to switch you now.
Don't cut me off right now, yo. I'm gonna get frustrated.
Sorry, go ahead.
No. I said that humans and chimpanzees is convergent evolution.
No, you messing it up.
No, it's divergent evolution. Hold on. That's fine. I can always.
I'm trying to help you out.
You don't gotta help. I appreciate that. It's divergent evolution, but skin color is in the convergent evolution article. That's why I showed it. So just because humans and chimpanzees is divergent evolution doesn't mean that skin is divergent evolution. See? Because evolution has different forms of it. Convergent, parallel, you know what I'm saying? And convergent. It's three different forms of evolution. It's evolution, though. It's Charles Darwin's evolution. Okay, so we come to this article right here. The distinct morphological phenotypes of Southeast Asian Aborigines are shaped by novel mechanisms for adaptation to tropical rainforests. Right? Just put
my job's done here. Imhotep, good job. Now you on it.
All right, you got it. I think you just misspoke earlier. I think you knew what you was talking about, but you kind of said it in reverse earlier. I ain't gonna hang you up on it though.
Hang me up on what? I didn't mess that up. This is an example of convergent evolution.
But that was the same example that Asar brought up, saying that different genes as far as skin color. Let me say it. Asar read an article that said as far as having light skin genes and dark skin genes is convergent. He said that. And now you're saying the same thing as him.
He said that humans and chimpanzees was convergent evolution.
Yeah,
that is convergent evolution. I'm not mixing that up.
No, he did say that.
I was driving in the car. I've never said that.
No, he did mess that up. But then he said the light skin genes is convergent. And then you said it was divergent. But anyway,
I didn't say that because it's on the article. What are you talking about? This is
before you read the article, but it's all good though.
No, bro. This is the first thing this nigga ever brought was this on Saw Another TV. What you mean? I told him his own article be right here. This is right here, bro. This is his article, bro. This is covert right here. This man article right here that he first brought up there to defeat me. Not understanding what convergent evolution was. He the man that said that convergent evolution, not Charles Darwin evolution. He the one that said that's not true. He's wrong in all cases. Now that we get the skin color, and now he realizes he's in trouble. Now you want to act like he's saying what I'm saying. That's another thing y'all do. Once you get beat up, all of a sudden, I'm saying what y'all was saying. Yo, get out of here, bro. You don't even recognize the fact that there is divergent evolution between chimpanzees and humans, but convergent evolution when it comes to a trait called skin color. I'm explaining this. I'm showing you this. So I don't know how the hell I ain't mixing nothing up. He tripping on purpose. And they do it on purpose. And then they leave. Crazy. Crazy, bro. Yo. On purpose. I wasn't mixed up with that, bro. Never was I ever mixed up with that. And I can also get to the point and tell you that bush pygmies, right, that you find in forests around the world could be a great example of convergent evolution. Not divergent evolution, meaning those populations didn't split. And because they split, all of a sudden they can fit in the rainforest. No. No, meaning they diverged, right? In time somewhere, right? And based off of evolutionary change, based off evolutionary responses, right? The daggone convergent evolutionary where these genes, right, have the same response to main forces. God did, but I'll get it so
That's what I'm trying to tell you. You did the same thing earlier.
but I bet you I can get it back. See, I don't have a problem. So I'm gonna look. Homo sapiens leave out of Africa. They go in different ecological systems. Some end up in rainforests outside of Africa. And a strange thing occurs, right? Over time, they become smaller and shorter features, right? They go to another continent and find a forest. Those who go in the forest, they do the same thing. They become small in stature. This is a classic example of, quote unquote, convergent evolution.
Correct.
Right. This nigga's trying to say that since chimpanzees and humans come from the same substance, though. That's why they got same DNA. He can't find a source for that. That's convergent evolution. Because he don't like the fact that he's a great ape. He don't like that. He can't handle that truth. He can't handle we apes. He don't like that. We naked apes, as a matter of fact. He don't like that. So he try to mix you up and fake you out and have you thinking, hey, yo, that's really, that's convergent evolution. They don't really have nothing to do with each other, but they made the same substance. Yo, that's pseudoscience right there, bro. At top-notch levels, bro. So I know what I'm talking about right here, man. I ain't just coming around here making up nothing, bro. He is straight up tripping. Let me get that out of there, bro. Boy, it gets frustrating.
One of the key mechanisms that you can use to look at the difference is that if the trait belongs to the last common ancestor, then it's going to be divergent. It's not going to be convergent. If the trait,
you couldn't show that video that up in the back. That's the link.
Yeah, I can show. Let me see.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah. So if the trait is in the last common ancestor, then it's going to be placed under divergent evolution. So certain traits that chimps and humans have belong to the last common ancestor, and then some traits are more species specific, right? So I'm going to pull up one that's a prime example of how that could work. So you can see exactly why the differences in this case would be convergent, though similar in the species, the way they formate. But it's not just that, it's also anatomy, like how and where their functions work. So you look at the bird and the bat wings, right? There's a fundamental difference in how those wings are formed, when they're formed, and what is it called? I forgot the name of it. It's when you embryology, when those things take place.
Yeah,
and though they both wings, when you actually look at it, you'll find out that it's completely different, right? And so I think that there's just a misunderstanding of what, you don't have to agree with the science. That's the other thing. You can say, what I'm saying, I don't agree with it, but don't say they saying something they not saying. Like
yeah,
that
don't
make sense.
Yeah, that's that shit.
Yeah.
What you want me to pull up?
The pull up that ATI article and use that and talk about chimpanzees and stuff like that's a ridiculous low blow. Like that's just, the bar there's no bar when you use that type stuff. It just, I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed in that. I thought he would do better.
Did you? From the Magi Archer Science Department?
No, I don't pay attention to the Egypt stuff, so I don't know.
You ain't heard the science with James and all them?
I'm not paying. James don't know what he's talking about.
They all
when he misrepresented the one dude, I stopped listening to him. I'm not Once I know you a fool, I'm not gonna play those games because I'm not gonna argue with you. You can't tell a fool distance if two people arguing, one's a fool and one's not. You can't tell a difference from a distance. I'm not gonna be caught out there like that. I don't listen to them dudes.
So here's a source for skin, right? Despite differences in the underlying cause, our evidence for convergent evolution of skin lightening in Europe and Eastern Asia represents an excellent case of how natural selection, which is Charles Darwin thing, that's why he was wrong. That's the mechanism. Charles Darwin has shaped our phenotypic diversity in recent human evolutionary history. So Charles Darwin is the one that came up with natural selection. Okay, this proves my point. All right, that's the point I was trying to make. He said that as we don't do Charles Darwin evolution is old, it's gone. He said that, but not in his evolutionary biology paper. It's not saying that. See, he's wrong. Got him. Move on to the next one. We'll just come right here. Right, we'll come here. Let's see. Melanin content, East Asian, further evidence. Nope. I would like to use skin and European genetic evidence for convergent evolution of light skinned Europeans. There you go. What else we have here? We have, let's see. I could just click on one of them. Let me see. Let me see here. I want to click that on. Plau's article, right? Also talking about convergent evolution. I think I proved my point on there. I would like to find a source dealing with pygmies because I talked about that. I never want to talk about something and not actually bring y'all a source for it.
What was this thing about pygmies?
Right here. Here you go. Adaptive convergent origins of the pygmy phenotype in African rainforests and hunter-gatherers. Always want to do this. Here we go. We don't talk too long. If you get to talking too long without a source, then you tripping. So adaptive convergent origins of pygmy phenotypes in African rainforests, hunter-gatherers. It's right here. Tropical rainforest, hunter-gatherer population worldwide share a pygmy phenotype. Once again, tropical rainforest, which not only is in Africa, it's in America, Mesoamerica. You have rainforest. Is in South America, Amazon, and all those areas. They have rainforest. Okay, essential. Tropical rainforest hunter-gatherer population worldwide share a pygmy phenotype. Well, how could that be? How? Or small human body size. The evolutionary history of this phenotype is largely unknown. Here we study the DNA from the Batwa, a rainforest hunter-gatherer population from East Central Africa, to identify regions of the Batwa genome that underline the pygmy phenotype. We then perform population genetic analysis to study the evolution of these regions, including comparisons with the Baka of West Central Africa rainforest hunter-gatherer populations. We conclude that pygmy phenotypes likely arose due to positive natural selection and that it arose possibly multiple times within Africa. These results support a long-standing anthropological hypothesis that small body size confers an important selective advantage for humans in rainforests and hunter-gatherers. Right there. All right. It's the data right there. It's the abstract right there. They're trying to show you that, quote unquote, here you go, convergent, adaptive convergent origins of the pygmy phenotype. Right. They basically saying that in this environment called the forest, around the world, they share the same body type. Now, does this mean that all short pygmy people come from the same humans walking out of Africa? Right? Is it that short people walking forests already short? What is they trying to say here? What's the point they're trying to make here? They're trying to say that the genes have a reaction to the forest areas, which seems to be building small body types. and this occurs in rainforests. The same way on an island. When you get on an island, for some wild reason, the reptiles get bigger. The reptiles get bigger, and the mammals get smaller. That's why they got the little small, tiny elephants. That's why they got Homo florensis. It's on an island. Small, little. But the daggone, the daggone quote unquote, what I say, the turtles and stuff like that, they massive, they big. Wow. What's happening here? Anyway, I can't believe you're a funny guy right there, bro.
I think this is what a point that I will give, and you'll probably disagree, and I don't necessarily agree, but I think it's a good point, right? So whenever we talk about like humans and chimps sharing like 98, like the high 90% of like DNA, right? And then you take something like a dog and a cat would share like 90% DNA. And the point that Asar was making that, you know, they share the same percentage of DNA because they are made from the same stuff rather than relation. I think that's something that still needs to be discerned, right? Because I think
what
I said, the fact that dogs and cats share 90% of the same DNA as humans, right, doesn't necessarily show relation. It just shows that you made out of the same thing. I think that is a good point. You know what I'm saying? Because how do you substantiate it otherwise?
It's not a good point.
Then how do you substantiate it otherwise?
What? Substantiate what?
The point that I just made.
What, the dogs and cats somewhere down the line, yo. Down the line.
I know. How do you substantiate it? I know that's what the theory says. I'm agreeing. I know that's what the theory says, but how do you substantiate it?
Through a scientific theory.
What is the theory?
The theory is called evolution.
No, you have to show the relation.
You can show the relationship between
you can't.
I just told you the fact that they got a skeletal system, the fact that they mammals.
No, that doesn't show. That shows you have similar parts, but this doesn't show relation.
It is showing relation. That's the only reason why we have skeletons, because somewhere down the line we share a common ancestor with everybody that got a skeleton. That is the answer.
I will agree with you that makes sense, but it's not
the answer, though. That's the answer, bro.
I know that's what the theory states, but it's not necessarily substantiated. I get what you're saying, though.
Yeah, that's the answer, yo. Seriously, I ain't trying to.
All right,
bro.
What up? What up? So I have not much. I appreciate the information, and you went to the phenotype because the question I was finna ask Asar and all the other anti-evolution people is: did skin evolve? Yes or no? Because if skin evolved, evolution is a fact. So due diligence. Did skin evolve?
Yeah, I would think so.
Game over. Go to sleep.
How does that debunk what Asar was saying?
What? So if skin evolved, that means human evolution is a fact. Because everyone would be the same phenotype if we did not evolve. Life originated in Africa. We must all had. So when life went to other places, the skin evolved to fit those environments.
Yeah.
Evolution is a fact. Y'all need to lay down and rethink y'all arguments because this is beyond second graders know this. My 7-year-old nephew knows evolution is a fact.
Yeah, but Sabio, it wasn't a question whether evolution exists. The question was concerning the skin. Was it convergent or divergent? So you messed that up.
It was divergent.
It's divergent.
Exactly.
It has to be divergent. How
but
can
I'm
it be
saying the
convergent?
point that you just made didn't have shit to do with shit, though.
Yes, it did. It killed y'all. It killed your whole argument. The question you just asked, it threw that shit off the planet. Kicked it clear off the planet. I'm gonna keep it real. You just admitted. If skin evolved, everything else that comes along with evolution has to be a fact.
Nobody was arguing that,
retroviruses, all that.
You don't even know evolution. You're just talking.
Yeah, he wasn't even arguing.
Yeah, you're not scientific at all. We
are. I'm more scientific than you.
No, you're not.
He
didn't even say it.
Right, please. This is the part I actually want to read in the article right here to get you out of here. Adaptive convergent origin of pygmy phenotype. in African rainforest. And right here, right, the abstract, it says together these results suggest adaptive and at least partially convergent origins of the pygmy phenotype, even within Africa. It says supporting the hypothesis that small body size confers a selective advantage for tropical rainforest hunter-gatherers, but raising questions about the antiquity of this behavior. There you go. Once again, another example of convergent evolution.
Convergent evolution is the side I brought to you. You still talking
You didn't bring that side to me, bro.
And
You messed
Sabio
up.
still over here trying to
You didn't bring that
justify
side.
your diversion.
Come on, bro.
So we knew he was out the conversation when it
He's right
started.
exactly what he's saying, bro.
He jumped in with the wrong
Yeah,
foot.
he dropped in incorrect.
I know he did.
I was
He
right.
said,
I was
'cause
right on
skin
point.
evolved. It
Oh, were
debunks
you?
you. How?
So
So
can
show
you
me
show
how it
us a
does it.
fossil for the divergent evolution between the bonobo and the chimpanzee, or can you even show it
Yeah, we
for
don't
the
need
hominid human
We got the
that's
genes.
supposedly
We
evolved?
have the genes now. We don't need that.
Man,
So
this
he
shit is
can't do
stupid.
it. So we got the full genome, and we can't make it. You
We
said
mapped
when
the
I
full
asked you to
genome.
make a humanity.
We have mapped the full genome.
We
of
have mapped the
chimpanzees and
right.
humans.
What can
And
we
so
do?
we definitely know that they actually diverge.
Assalamu
bro.
alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay. Oh, I should be on me. Mute me out. Huh?
You should be in me. I'm gonna mute you out. You speaking Arabic? That's right. He done. An Egyptian Muslim.
I agree with that. I agree with that. Tag, chill. The brain is amazing. I agree with that. The brain is amazing.
Oh man, nowhere in the world we doing.
Thank you,
this
sir.
here
Thank
way
you.
up in here, man.
You
So-
good? Or we need to bring the burner.
So, due diligence.
What up, though?
I need you to clarify your point. I usually don't, I did look at, I remember you gave us a couple of videos to look at for you. I think it was 2 of them, right?
Yeah.
That you asked us to look at them. I looked at them. They were pretty good. I actually liked them.
I appreciate that.
No problem. So clarify your point for me, because I want to make sure I'm not misunderstanding.
On which video?
Not on the video, on what we talking about now.
Also, well, I was just talking about the species dilemma or the species problem, because when we talk about like Neanderthals, humans, Homo sapiens, hominin, like there's really like blurred lines, right? So we just have to be careful when we talk about the delineation between species, and that wasn't to go against. Excuse me, that wasn't to go against anything that y'all was saying. I was just adding to, because you already agree with me, and you know that that's a fact. So I wasn't trying to go against you guys. It was just something that I was bringing to the table.
Okay, yeah. That that's going on. Some people make the argument that Neanderthals and modern humans are the same species. Some say they're not. So that's a the demarcation line is a dilemma they having to go through with. So yeah, okay, I get it.
Correct, and not only even with Neanderthals, but even with archaic humans. So it's easy to argue it between Neanderthals and Homo sapiens, right? Because we are living, right? But when you talk about the fossils, and when you go back 10, 20, 30,000 years ago, 100,000 years ago, and try to make the delineations, I'm asking you, Chill, how do they make those delineations when one species stops and another starts?
Well, it's hard because there's no point where you can't point and say that this is a human and this one's not. Just on a record,
Right.
So I got that. Yeah. So there you won't be able to do it. But like there are some difficulties, with certain
For sure.
matter of fact, one just got clarified through genetics. So I think genetics will probably be leading leading the team on how we can clarify that, now that they're able to get DNA from even smaller specimens and able to from archaic and older specimens now.
Right.
So if
you making that up. You got a source?
Oh
shit. Yeah. So you look at the dragon, I think it's called the Dragon Man that they found in China. They had an argument going
Dragon Man.
on what species he is.
He was.
And I think they just got the genetics done on it, and he's Denisovan.
Yeah.
So now we know that he's a Denisovan, so we can branch him over there. So I think that's one way they're going to be able to do it. But truth be told, they need a lot more fossils, because you can have variations within a species.
Exactly.
that could fall in between the line of multiple species. You know what I'm saying? Especially when you had multiple hominids living at the same time in similar areas.
And gene flow. So I'm glad you're being honest with that. And then also what the deal is, Chill, is that we make the delineations ourselves, right? Because a lot of times we can't see it. So just because you see a different marker inside of a genetics, we want to call it something different, right? And that may not be the case. It can be the same thing, like you said, with variation. Just like you see living humans today with all different kind of variations and different type of genes, but all the same thing. So it gets kind of deep, bro.
Assad says we have DNA from the sun. Is this correct, Assad? You said that. You said we shared DNA from the sun, bro. You said that. Got you on tape.
Yeah, you got DNA. You said we had it from a trout.
No.
Yeah, you agree with your man Chalupa,
do you agree that we have DNA from the sun?
Yes.
Are you standing on that?
Yeah, sun doesn't have DNA.
Got no damn DNA, man.
Sun, wow. Do we got to go through this too?
Yeah, we got to go through that. Yeah,
let's get into
don't
it.
Got DNA, bro.
So let me ask you this: is sun's dead?
Oh, the sun does not have DNA. You gotta stop.
Are they dead or alive? Go ahead. Everybody make a statement.
Do you get the point? They don't have the sun is not alive, yo.
We got to show him he don't really do science again. We got to show him.
You agree with Assad?
Yes, because he knows.
Some of us department. We know why.
Sunlight has
who said they agree?
Impact on.
That's Shezmu. He's another mad dot archer. You see how it's going?
No, that's not.
We in the big truck. We rolling.
Yeah, so that doesn't make any sense.
Because and this is science. And this is science. I'll make it make sense.
Hey, Shezmu, they don't know about science.
Let me ask you this. So, are you a part of this solar system?
He's gonna say no. He's gonna tell you
we're not doing a philosophical mumbo jumbo. We're not doing
that. You about to learn some science today because y'all don't know.
I smell the blood of the Magi Archer Scientific Club.
Now look, so the sun is made up of mostly helium, right? Hydrogen. Hydrogen.
We're not even listening.
Y'all finna mess this up, man. I'm sorry, don't mess it up, bro. You finna mess it up.
You've heard me do this on several occasions. It ain't never messed up.
And the headphone connected to the elbow, and the elbow connected to the finger bone. And the finger bone is connected to the toenail.
I don't know why you would think that if you do science.
Yeah, because there's a difference between
the sun is not a biological organism, yo. What's up?
And molecules and particles. Don't conflate those.
Watch this. Do suns have a metabolism? Yes or no?
The sun isn't a biological organism. I don't know.
Do suns have a metabolism? Yes or no? Before I clown you on it, do they have a metabolism?
No, not like no. What?
He said the sun don't got a metabolism. This dude's a so pseudo. It's a shame.
So the Earth is alive too. So all the rocks in the universe are alive.
Hold up. Do the
all the rocks in the universe are alive.
Everybody be quiet.
Everybody do the Earth have a metabolism? Yes or no?
Chill out for a minute.
So no, the Earth you can't say the Earth has a metabolism. But what you can say is the biosphere brings you into existence.
Right there you go. You just read Boogie reading.
Does the sun have a metabolism?
I dare you to read that again.
Oh, you don't want me to get it open? Here, I'll pull one up. Here,
let me read this though. It say, does humans have? Hold on, brother. Do humans have the same DNA as the sun? Exploring the scientific differences and
you guys be working hard in the background. Ain't no way somebody made a presentation in 5 minutes flat to debunk the sun and DNA.
I've been had this ready. I was gonna do a whole video. Since we're here right now, guys, it say humans have DNA, molecule carrying genetic instructions. DNA is made of carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen, right? And polymers, right? Now watch this. We know that the elements, because suns are element producers. Watch this. The sun has no DNA. It is not a living organism. The sun is a ball of hot plasma made mostly of hydrogen and helium. Okay, now here you go. Look at this. Has DNA humans? Yes. The sun? No. Main composition. Main composition. Why is he laughing at that? The sun has no DNA.
Because you don't know, B.
Let me finish.
Suns have metabolism.
Look, here's the different compositions right here. The different elements right here.
It's a
right?
shame, yo.
Life form. Humans living. Sun is not living, bro.
Oh, goodness.
System type. Biological. Okay. The sun. All right. Physical plasma. Energy source. Cellular. Okay. Respiration. And nuclear fusion. Right? That's
your
the
source?
energy source.
What's your source up? What's your source? If the sun
go.
is dead, we be dead.
Let me finish. Our cosmic connection.
Let him say
Humans
what he
and
said.
the sun are made from atoms created in stars. Elements like carbon, oxygen were formed in stellar cores. Carl Sagan. We are made of star stuff. While our atoms come from stars, DNA is uniquely biological. Timeline from stars to humans. 13.8 billion years ago, the Big Bang creates hydrogen and helium. Okay. 10 to 12 billion years ago, the first stars, right, form and forge heavier elements. 4.6 billion years ago, our sun and solar system formed. 3.5 billion years ago, life begins on Earth, basic DNA. Present, humans study our origins and cosmic connection. This is so well known, yo. I ain't got a source of
He
it.
ain't even say nothing yet. Is the sun alive? Yes or no?
No, it's not. It's plasma. It's not.
No.
No, it's not.
So do suns have metabolisms?
No.
No.
Wrong.
Okay.
Not in the way that humans have metabolism. Not in the way that humans have metabolism.
Of course,
Not
it's
in
the sun. Of course, it's the sun. Of course, it's the sun. It's alive.
So a
It has a different
metabolism.
lifespan to you.
Hey, you asked the question. Are you asked the question? Are you going to let me answer? Are you going to let me? Are you going to let me elaborate on what I was saying, or are you going to try to tell me what you think I'm saying?
I was going to tell you and correct you now.
No, you can't correct me until you hear what I say.
I can, because you said no.
No,
Go
you
ahead.
can't. No, you can't. You can try and show me how small-minded you are. But the reason
the sun
why,
have a metabolism?
no, it doesn't. Not in the way that humans have metabolism,
That's not
because the
what we asked you. We
metabolism
said, does
is
it have
used
a
for converting
metabolism?
food to energy. So that's what we
That's
use
for
our
a human,
metabolism
not
for. Exactly.
Not for a sun,
So
and a
so
plant
so
has
hold on,
metabolism too, don't it?
hold on.
But not in the form of a human. We're going to ask him again since he messed it up. Do the sun have a metabolism?
No.
He said no. We all said no. Now go get your sword.
And I'm standing on it.
Yeah, go get your sword, yo. Yeah,
now,
go get the sword.
I'm the myth killer.
Hey,
all the
chill.
myths that you live by, I'm killing them.
See what I'm saying, DJ? This is what I gotta go through, yo. This man don't think the sun is alive.
I don't want to talk about it.
Can he have a really fully functional conversation? Because it's just too many wild claims being said.
There you go, man.
Right? It says that we need to know what the substance is that he keeps saying that humans and chimps share, but it's not a common ancestor.
Right.
We need an article about a woman having and a gorilla having a baby together. We need some sources for that.
Ain't got that.
Yeah, drop that too.
But he got a common ancestor with him.
But I
he couldn't get the genome and
hope
understand
it's not-
substance at the same time because he didn't understand science in the first place. Now that we have the full human genome, he still can't create this supposed bonobo
Who is the he?
chimpanzee
Who is the he?
or the human.
Why would you have to do that?
How
What
does
are you
that
talking
happen?
about right now?
Scientists.
So are you going to get a source for those things I'm requesting? Because I'm going to get
Sunlight's
out of here.
metabolism, science of light. Shall we begin? Scienceoflight.org. How do you
Hold
want
on,
it?
hold on.
How do you want it?
Hold on, let me finish.
This nigga said scienceoflight.org. So now we talking esoteric. Scienceoflight.org. So we talking esoteric.
You want it from a different source? You want it from a different source?
Scienceoflight.org. Science of light.
How you want it, Fabian?
Is that it? Is that the source?
That's what he says.
That's
Science
one
of
of
light.
them. Which one you want it from?
Of what, yo?
How
Hold
you
on.
want it?
Science.
Light. L-I-G-H-T.
Mute everybody.
Hang on,
mute everybody right quick.
All right, okay.
Hold on. The baby. You okay?
Yeah. Now I'm going to get out of here.
Right.
But I'm gonna need him to drop these sources, right? So that I can verify what he's saying. Because right now, from the sources he's showed so far, he ain't making no sense. So
nah, right now you done fell off twice, and we caught you in your article getting busted down.
I'm gonna need a source for the woman and the gorilla. I'm gonna need a source for this magical substance.
I'm gonna need a source for the trout to human. I'm gonna need to see this hominid goose, whatever it goosed and produced the human. And I'm gonna need to see
it. We should call the number on live, yo. Hey, chill. Here it go right here. This is what he said. I'm gonna call the number right now. Yo, right on.
I'm about to get out of here. Peace, y'all.
Hey, I'm gonna call the number right there.
I gotta stay around for this. What is that? What is that article? What is that?
No, the website he sent this to, yo. This is what he doing.
Who sent us to this?
I saw.
Oh no, he's pseudo. I gotta go. I'm not getting into no religious stuff with this dude. I'm out. Hey, listen, y'all enjoy your day. I'm not doing that. I'm gonna get mad. I'm out of here.
Hey,
enjoy the stream, bro. I'm out.
All right, man. Appreciate you, bro. I'm gonna call it up. Hold on, we're gonna stay here and call it. We're gonna.
I got to hear the number. We need to find that trout the human thing.
We're gonna call him. We're gonna see. Hold on, let's call him up. Let's see.
That's science, he said. We want to see the trout the human.
You crazy? Don't do it.
Yeah, crazy.
Live on air.
Don't do it.
Live on air. We're gonna ask him.
Yo,
number is 623.
Ankh on my level with this shit. That's some shit I do.
4828. I'm gonna ask him.
Oh,
you right
shit.
Here you go.
Your brother calling you, Rafa.
So I answer that phone, yo. I saw it's your website. Got a question for you, bro. Do you know Asar? He's a flaming pseudo. What we want to know is, yo, does the sun have DNA? Are you teaching people the sun actually has DNA, bro? I'm talking to the light is life. Is this your website, Science of Life? Are you teaching that the sun has DNA and in the immune system and all that? We just want to know. Hit me back. Got the number right there, bro. Pseudo Killers Official, bro. We would like to have you on the show to explain this process, man. Thank you, brother. Yeah, we called him. Let's see if he called us back. Yeah, so live. So this is the website right here. Let's look at his credentials.
While you doing this, after you do
oh my, hey my, oh my,
we got
the pseudo white guy. I knew it. Why did I know this, yo? When we speak about quality of light and its importance to the well-being of all living organisms, the contributions of Dr. John Ott stands out above those other researchers in his field. Oh man.
Let's talk about stellar nucleosynthesis real quick, so we can school y'all real quick.
This what
happened when you don't know science, brother.
So one thing I would like you to do, once you go through this, is bring up the word mythomania or mythomaniacs.
Put it in the
all right, please. All right, I'll put it in the back. I'll put it in the chat and in the back.
I can't believe you.
Because this dude right here said that we got the divergent, but he don't got no fossil.
Man,
right?
You tripping right now, bro.
And you done mixed convergent and divergent three times.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. Every time I mix it up, I string it out.
You on video, brother. You on video here and on Sinetta.
Okay, whatever, man.
Sabio, we know certified pseudo. We know you pseudo too, but you supposedly
I'm so far above
trying to help you.
You so afraid of me that all you try to do is run to Egypt as if Egypt is something, and you don't even know Egypt, bro.
Egypt. You the only one running.
But I'm telling you, because you were pseudo coming in here. I'm telling you that you don't know shit about what you're talking about. So again, skin kills your whole argument. So I'm gonna ask you, because I actually wanted to ask you this. If skin evolved, then that means every other aspect of evolution down to endogenous retroviruses happened are
Yeah,
facts.
so who
You
disagrees
cannot,
with
you cannot,
evolution? You're
you
already
cannot,
done,
you
KBO.
cannot,
This
you
whole
cannot.
silly,
Yo,
you
yo,
thought
yo,
you was
yo, yo,
coming in
yo,
here
yo,
saying
yo, yo,
somebody
yo,
didn't
yo, yo,
have
yo.
evolution.
Hey,
I'm
hey,
one of the
slow
first
down,
ones
slow
who was
down,
talking
slow
about
down, slow
evolution in the
down,
job.
slow
No,
down,
stop.
All right, yo,
slow
okay,
down.
y'all doing
You
too much,
messed
man.
up.
Y'all gotta
You
relax.
thought you was talking to somebody
Y'all let
Slow
him
down.
finish though, yo.
push
You gotta let me
evolution.
finish.
We're
That's
telling
all
you
I'm
that
trying to do. That's
convergent
all
and
I'm trying.
divergent are
I'm
different,
trying to
and
get.
you didn't know the difference
No,
between
I
them.
did. I
No, you
did. And
didn't.
that, yo,
No, you didn't.
I
You
wouldn't have
came
asked
in and
Mike.
messed it
I
up.
wouldn't have. I
You
would
on
not have
video
asked.
too,
Yo,
brother.
can you chill out?
No.
Yeah, let him
I
talk.
said,
Please.
All right, okay, too much. Go ahead, one person talk. Stop cutting him
Please,
off.
this
He's
is
doing it on purpose.
childish.
He's doing
Yeah,
it on
He's
you
doing it
are.
on purpose.
You came in here saying stupid stuff in
Bro,
the
can I?
beginning.
No.
Why would you?
Please.
Here's how
Please.
dumb your
I'm
argument
going
is.
to.
You
Here
came,
we
now,
go.
no,
He's
please.
going to
You
watch.
came in here talking
Can I make
about
my point?
evolution.
Yeah,
When
come
we
on,
were
yo. You
having
gotta let
an
this man
evolution
talk, yo. Come on, bro.
conversation,
You gotta let
you
this man
sound
talk,
dumb.
yo. But let him
Your
talk.
daddy.
What?
Your mama.
Okay, y'all, okay, we out of here.
And
Yeah,
your
both,
mama made us.
nah, both of y'all tripping, man. Come on, yo. We ain't doing the ignorant
Oh,
thing. Hey,
they
Shaz,
was just having fun.
no, they wasn't. They was doing too much. I told them to stop. Y'all gotta
Right.
relax. Well, you can't follow bad behavior.
Yeah.
Shazmu, so you agree that humans and chimpanzees don't diverge from each other, yo?
Do I agree with that?
Yeah.
Humans and chimpanzees?
Yeah,
No,
you don't think they diverge? You think they
have a
what?
common ancestor.
Right, that means they diverged. That's what it
Right.
means.
But I'm saying, but when you say diverge, it's almost like
It's diverge. That's the name.
no. But I know it's the word is diverge, but you have to be specific with that because you can't. You have to go so far back to where you can't say it to where it's like the way you're saying it. It's like those two separated from each other. You know,
No,
like
no, it wasn't a chimpanzee and it wasn't a human.
right,
No, I'm not saying that.
right,
But he's
right.
teaching over here something crazy. And he using a wild guy. Like, he got to stop that.
We know great apes and bonobo and all that. I mean, 99%. It's our universe or our solar system is only made up of so many elements. So all these combinations of different things that were created, this much carbon, this much high sulfur, this much, so it was able to produce all these different living and so-called, because I don't consider a rock dead because the molecules are so tightly compressed that they're still moving. So I consider everything alive. Just like you always said, everything is everything. What John Henry Clark always said, everything is everything. Everything is connected. So that's how I look at it.
All right, man. Boy, I tell you,
Right.
y'all gotta get it together, man.
And you even named your shirt Sarah. What was you meaning by that? Sarah. Your shirts with the sun, and the little like duck.
Yes, I agree. All life comes from the sun, but you don't need something because life is actually
What does
chemical, yo.
Sarah mean? What does Sarah mean?
Son of the sun.
Son of, you are a child of what?
The child of the sun.
Okay.
All
then.
life.
So
all
you're
life.
connected.
All life. Well, shit, not all life, but hell.
Not all, but
some life don't need sun. Yo, some life
All
don't
life
need
within our solar system.
No,
Right.
some life don't need
Some
sun.
life don't like life at the bottom of the ocean, in the dark of the Marianas Trench, where no sunlight reaches.
Yeah. So I wouldn't say that.
But
There's
the thing
life
about
down
it
there.
The life is
Earth
very,
came
very wicked
from-
on.
The Earth came from our.
Huh? Yeah, the solar system.
Right. Everything in our solar system came from the sun.
Yes,
So
but
it's
the
all
life
connected.
doesn't directly come from the sun, though, bro.
No.
Just read it. Life, the sun
Life-
is not living. The sun is a chemical reaction.
Is our universe living?
Nah.
No.
If we're a part of that universe,
Why isn't there life in the rest of the universe?
It's like it's
we
it's like philosophy, yo. I wouldn't knock your philosophy. That's not scientific, though. You get it?
Let's get away from that then.
So,
Let's get away from that.
so
But let me ask you this though.
So,
something came to me. Oh, now you know good and well, Dr. Malachi Z. York
shit.
taught you that you were a solar body.
Yeah, he was wrong.
Sun body.
He was.
Now you can't diverge from your teachers now.
Get back on the plane, yo. You tripping?
All right, so the the word that I wanted you to bring up, mythomaniac or mythomania, it's actually a lying disorder, bruh. You can look it up.
Oh man.
So it's complex. So it goes. So it's like it's so complex that you have to create a lie to support the lie. So people don't even know they're lying.
Yeah, I don't think they understand it, yo. Let me read this right here, man. This is wild. They say please use ChatGPT to sell an evolutionary.
But yeah,
I
read
did
mythomania and
a whole
teach 'em.
presentation on it, yo. I got a presentation, yo. I did a whole
Nah.
I actually did. I know you don't agree with that,
You
bro.
failed that. You failed that. That you got an F on that.
On the Sun presentation?
On that paper.
Y'all
that
failed
paper,
on everything y'all done brought up.
Yeah, y'all gotta stop that, bro.
Y'all gotta stop all this esoteric mumbo jumbo.
I had to fly. What was the consensus of the 60, the out of Africa, the 60,000 wave, the 30,000 wave, those in the Levant that did not mix with Neanderthal and then they mixed with the Natufian, then they came back back into Africa. What was the consensus on that?
I'm not sure. You mean what was the answer?
Yeah, what was the answer?
I didn't understand the question.
Oh, I guess my point is, if Africans left out of Africa and stayed in
Africa,
in near Africa, right, the Near East, and they stayed in Africa, and there were some other people earlier than them, 2 waves that left, and they stayed in that same location, and then they intermingled a little bit, and then some of them, 1 or 2 of the tribes or some of the tribes came back into Africa. Are they not still Africans?
Nope.
What? Yeah, you saying they go back into the population?
No, they come back to Africa. Aren't they still Africans?
Yeah.
When they came back?
Yeah.
Okay.
But they call them non-African because the mutation occurred. They make, but they come
outside
back
of Africa,
But they
right?
come back. But they listen.
But don't they call them non-Africans because of the 2 to 4% Neanderthal DNA? Hello? Hello? You there?
So I'm right here.
So
no. Hold on. So when you talk about African and non-African don't mean you're not African. It don't.
Right.
And it don't mean
Wait a minute.
Neanderthal
Explain that.
DNA.
Slow down. Teach me as if I'm a kindergarten.
Okay. In the data, Homo sapiens sapiens is an African species. Starts out in Africa. When it leaves Africa, based off of radiation, based off of different food sources and different environments, mutations occur. Mutations occur in the continent of Africa. That's why it's the most diverse continent, right?
Pin right there. Hold on. Now we talking about AM,
anatomically modern human. Yes.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
So when they leave out of Africa, Homo sapiens sapiens, they can have the potential to mutate the genes. Can have the potential to. Don't have to, right? But when the genes mutate, right, they will say it's a non-African. But there's a nuance there. When they're saying non-African, they don't literally mean non-African.
Can you pull that definition up? Because I always thought that it meant 2 to 4% Neanderthal DNA.
Oh no, that's Neanderthal James bullshit. Yeah, he made that up. He read. I can show you when he reading and beating them up.
Or Denisovan DNA. I thought it was.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear loud and clear.
Yeah, the Neanderthal and the Denisovan, what it would do, it just represents the fact that they were out of Africa. So that's an indication that they were outside. So they know, okay, that mutation, in order to get that, they were outside of Africa. So they know that that's a non-African because the only way you could have got that is either you went out or somebody brought it back in.
Right.
See what I'm saying? Yeah.
Right.
So what did the
mutation.
Natufian have that separates him to be a non-African?
Because you don't have to have, like, let's just say there were no Neanderthal or no Denisovans, right, on Earth. Those humans, when they went over there, they would mutate anyway. You know what I'm saying? And once they start having those mutations that occur outside of the continent, that makes them a little different than those inside. So they categorize that by saying they're non-African because they have those mutations that occur outside of the continent, which is different from mutations that occur inside.
So that's the definition. So
right. So it basically means
so every organism, I'm not gonna say every organism, but the human organism, the anatomically modern man. So if he mutates and there's no Denisovan, there's nothing different, like like you separate the Denisovan and the Neanderthal, or the quote unquote Mongoloid and the Caucasoid and all that nonsense. But the Denisovan and the Neanderthal, those weren't there, and the human, anatomically modern human, mutated, whether it's on Africa or off Africa. So that separation is, if it's outside the continent, it's a non-African. Is that what you're saying?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah, outside the continent, non-African. Inside the continent, African.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. So we've mutated, I don't think, because of added genetics or added breeding. So if we were to go back to Africa, we couldn't call ourselves Africans?
You got these crazy cards. We stayed there long enough. You mean will we be indigenous? Yeah, we stayed there for thousands of years.
Don't change it. Don't change it. I'm saying I couldn't call myself an African.
No, you can, but it wouldn't.
Call myself an African over here.
Yeah, you can.
I don't call myself an African. You African American. You're not the same as an African.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Because you probably got Neanderthal did. You made some other mutations that occur outside, bro. We mix Europeans.
Right. So it's right, but you can call. That's why we call ourselves African American, because we.
So should a Gambian or a Namibia or a Nigerian or a Niger say I'm Nigerian African?
They can. It wouldn't.
What are you doing?
Separate themselves from being African, from being.
No, they're still African. So they're just locating themselves by their country. Yes, I'm still African.
You're still African.
Yes, I'm still African. You damn right.
All right then. What are we arguing about?
No,
I'm confused. We talk about DNA though. I don't get it.
DNA that
You talk about nationalism and shit like that.
Right, we talk about nationalism now. Right, it's a whole different conversation. We were originally talking about DNA mutating outside of the continent of Africa.
Yeah, see, James got you thinking. You losing your Africanity. That's not what we're saying.
So the Scandinavian, the Viking, the Norseman, the Italian man, are those Italian Africans or
no?
Italian Europeans?
They're non-African. No, they're Italian. They're exactly what they are. But see, this is what I was going to do. This is what I was going to do, because sometimes you have to go to people who are above us. And one channel where I've learned, you have to go to people who knows this better than us, where we learn from. So one channel there's two channels that I learned from: Forrest Valkai and Gutsick Gibbons. Check them out. Gutsick Gibbons is a paleontologist.
And what does he say?
No, this is a woman.
What does she say?
Go to her channel.
Now you tell me what she says.
I'm telling you some of the things that she says. Yeah, she called herself a non-African, but she says that life originated in Africa.
What
she stands on it. Exactly what it says. Life originated, anatomically modern humans originated in Africa.
Well,
but genetic. Hold on. You asked me a question. Let me explain. Stop interrupting me.
Come on, man. Go ahead.
So, but there was mutations of other hominid species that occurred outside of the continent of Africa. And Forrest Valkai also says these things. So go watch those two, a biologist and a paleontologist.
Yeah.
If you don't want to, you can stay where you are.
I'm good. That information.
You can stay exactly where you are.
He's trying to understand it though. I explained a little bit to him. He's trying to understand it. He's trying to make sense of it all.
I'm trying
He
to
trying to
help
work
him
through it.
though. So
But I
see, I'm
know, but
giving
right
you
now, but I'm just saying,
two of the top
but I'm saying
scientists
he
of the
can watch.
world.
I know, I get that, but we're here right now, so he can watch that after the show. But while we're here, we can talk to the brother. That's all I'm saying. That's all.
Yeah, come on, bro. You should be able to explain that.
So, what say you?
So non-Africans actually, got what you underwent. They call it a population bottleneck, yo. And I always explain it with you got a crayon box. We all had the crayon box with 100 crayons in it, yo.
Which one did you relate to?
I'm just saying. So if you got a crayon box with 100 crayons, and you take listen, yo, you take 10 out, right? That's going to be a population bottleneck, or
black one, the brown one,
or founding population, right?
pale one.
And so if this occurs outside of Africa, bro, then they call it a non-African. So it definitely loses some genetic diversity, yo. But that's what it is. But it doesn't mean that it's no longer a Homo sapien sapien, bro. Like that's crazy as hell, bro. Like nobody actually says that, yo.
Which is an African still, because human beings.
Hold on. That's exactly what it means.
Let him go as he finished paying everything. Don't cut him off. But don't cut him off. Let him go.
Y'all been talking shit.
But you just cut him off, bro. But you just cut him off, bro.
Yeah. Let him.
Just let him finish. Then you next. Go ahead.
What I'm
go.
trying to say is, no matter what race or idea of race, white, black, Chinese, these are all Africans, because they are humans. So what I'm trying to say is that the distance between them is very small. It's 0.1%. We are 99.9%. So when you get at the demi level, you see the population distance and genetic drift, because all of those populations that left out, which was a small population, went through a genetic bottleneck.
Gozy, do me a favor, real quick. Pause right there for a second.
That's not my level, so that's why I didn't speak on that.
Hold on. I want Gozy to continue. You just said that 1% is very small.
Very small.
Hold on. I was taught that that a chromosome or two chromosomes, one chromosome holds so much genetic material that is really a wide chasm.
So when you get the demi level, now you get into the chemicals. So you got 5 billion chemicals and 5 million variants, right? Or 5 million variants and 5 billion chemicals. Now this is what in biology or genetics they call it a litter, when you deal with the genetic drift at the demi level. So the chemical variation is what drift and shift. But they also lost some variants compared to populations that remain on the continent. They went through a bottleneck, they went through further genetic drift, but it wasn't enough to separate them out of the spectrum of the species that we represent. So this is what kills the idea
I agree.
of a race. Race doesn't exist. We have to kill that shit. It has to be detonated.
That's right.
Go ahead, James.
Yeah, go ahead, James. You up, baby?
Well, unfortunately for y'all, what he's saying is actually not actually true. So
break it down.
I think maybe y'all might think that this is some type of joke or something like that, or they playing around with this type of information, but they're really dealing with precision DNA and calculations in this stuff. So when they say that somebody is 99.9% Homo sapien, they're only talking about the Homo sapien species. They're not talking about Homo neanderthalis, because they have a that's
nobody's talking about Neanderthal right now. This is why I say something's wrong with him.
Yeah.
Nobody's talking about
You see what I'm saying? So now there come the interruptions and shit.
But we were only talking about humans. We were only talking about humans, Jay. We were talking about
no.
Modern humans. But Neanderthals are a different type of human.
Yeah, modern humans.
Go ahead, James.
Yeah, I'm only talking about modern humans.
Focus on modern humans, Jay. Don't talk about Neanderthals. Focus on modern humans. Don't focus on it.
So you gonna tell me what I can talk about?
You're right. We can't do that. Come on, Street Sufi. We can't.
Okay,
we gotta let him do it.
All right, we're just trying to stay where we are. Go ahead,
bro. I'm glad you popped up, yo. We can always have calm. Go ahead, man. My fault. Won't happen again.
So this is what's going on.
I'm joking, though. Y'all can't help myself. All right, good.
I'm just gonna really, if everybody else could just mute out, let me just ask you some questions. Right. So is Homo sapien sapien? Hold on. Is Homo sapien sapien DNA identified at 99.9%? Yes or no?
Yes. 99.99. You said
now I'm gonna tell you this, and you're gonna have
99.8%. It's 99.8% similar.
No,
but
it's not.
It is 99.8 to 99.6%.
Can you tell him to shut up?
Oh, my fault. I'll be quiet. I'm sorry again. I'm sorry, guys.
We could just source up
when the truth finna start coming out.
No, we could just source up what it's done. Go ahead, let it get it out. Just get it out there. We'll pull up the sources when it's done.
Wild shit. When
We
you
can
finna simplify something for somebody.
Yeah, we'll get the sources afterwards. We'll pull up the sources afterwards. See what's accurate.
Hey, James, what you say, James?
When the truth started coming out, motherfuckers started interrupting and shit. You notice that?
Yep.
So let me just talk to Unc, bro. I'm serious. So this is what we got to do. We got to understand precision genetics, measurement and genetics. Oh, hold on. Let me let Unc get done doing what he's doing, so he can listen.
Go ahead.
Okay. So what I want you to do is to understand how precise this that they do off in paleogenetics. They're only talking about Homo sapien. They're not talking about Homo neanderthal. That's a different species of hominid, right? So they measured Homo sapien DNA to 99.9%. That's what they did. And with only 1% accounted for recombination. That's how it works. So they have the whole human genome at 99.9%. They're not playing around. And
James,
if anybody try to say that I'm lying, anybody that's listening to what I'm saying can look it up.
James, I got one question just before pause. You said the Neanderthal is a Neanderthal a hominid? Or
Yes.
It's in the hominid family.
Okay.
Admitted it. Yeah.
It's an archaic human, but it's not a Homo sapien. It's a Homo neanderthal. The last name changed. So that's what you call speciation, right? So they separate. So when they come back together, the 99.9% that leaves out integresses with something that's not 99.9% the same. It is different. When that integration happens, you can see it. It's off in the DNA at 1 to 4%. So when Homo sapiens left out, they switched his name to Basal Eurasian. But Basal Eurasians are 99.9% Homo sapiens sapien. See what I'm saying? Am I lying?
Yeah, they're modern humans, bro. Go ahead.
At a precision of 99.9%.
I need. Okay, I'm gonna respond to you if Unc allow me to at a panel. I want someone at a panel on here. I want you guys to use Chat GPT and correct a lot of his errors because he don't understand. I want you guys to look up what is the difference. No. We're gonna get it over with because I'm tired of you with this bullshit. Right. Something's wrong with you. Racism must stop. We gotta kill it. So here's the thing. Homo sapiens and Homo neanderthalis diverged 600,000 to 500,000 years ago, which puts them in a separate bracket within the genus Homo, but we're different species of humans. They are archaic Homo neanderthalis. We are no. I gotta cut her. Okay. So now I want the audience to look up how much it is Neanderthal, Homo neanderthalis and Homo sapiens sapiens 99.8 or 99.6%. Do they share the same genome at 99.8 or 99.6%? Modern humans, which is us that survive.
This is crazy.
I don't know if he went out or
that's how it works.
He went out. He went out.
See, this is what I'm saying.
He went out. So what do you agree with that, James? Do you agree?
So the only thing that makes us separate us is when you get
he act like that.
What's separate?
I think he agreed with that, bro.
You went out.
I think he agreed. I think y'all agree.
Why you?
I think y'all agree.
Because hold on, James. Me to tell y'all and act like he telling y'all.
No, I just saying, like, what part do y'all? I think he agrees with that. You agree that humans are 99.9% the same, right, James?
I'm the one who said it.
But what are the percentage between humans and Neanderthal, Homo sapien and Neanderthals?
Well, on a singular nucleotide variation
percentages,
we are all 99.9% the same. But when you start when you start to count for the archaic integration from all hominids, then the percentage drops. That's what
to what? What?
Listen to what I'm saying.
I get it. Give me a percentage. I get it.
You gotta go listen. Listen what I'm saying.
He's not gonna tell you. He's scared.
I'm tell you. I'm
oh my God.
Listen, structural variation drops it from 99.9% to 99.6.
Okay, so what?
Okay,
hold
on.
Integration. That's not.
I get it. So you say 99.6 and the Ngozi say 98.6 right?
No.
I learned that from
Hold on, let him finish. I get it. Just let him.
Ngozi for.
All right, let's let him finish. Let's finish this combo. Go ahead. You said what you saying, Ngozi?
So he's lying because
without the integration of Homo sapiens or Homo neanderthalis breeding, Homo neanderthalis was still 99.6 or 99.8% close to us in genetics. Here's the thing. But again, when you get into developmental regulatorial genes, that draws the line between the species of humans that they represent. But they still are 99.6 or 8% close to us genetically. More than they would be.
Going out again.
Yeah, he still ain't. He
went out
still.
again.
I don't know what's wrong with him.
Probably get a phone call. 'Cause I'll get knocked off earlier, but I couldn't stay on.
So
Yeah, that phone call kill you.
Homo sapiens are
Hey, I'm in my truck.
the same.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
So what I'm saying is that Homo neanderthalis and Homo sapiens sapien, without the integration, they would have still been 99.6 or 99.8% close to us. Here's the thing. They're genetically closer to us within the genus Homo, which is human, than Homo erectus. So what I'm trying to say is that they would have still been more close to us at 99.6 or 8% than anything, and that has nothing to do with integration. You don't know what he's talking about.
So now I'm gonna ask y'all this: did I separate them as a species, or did science do that?
The scientists did. But check
Yeah,
this
he
out.
knows they're he's not arguing that they're different. They're different species.
You got to listen to what's going on.
He's not arguing that they're different species. He knows that
We're
not.
talking about. So hold on. They're different species. Let's recognize that.
We agree. Everybody agrees.
Hold on.
Everybody agrees, James. Everybody agrees.
So the hominids with the Homo sapien DNA is 99.9% the same, right?
Yes.
The hominids with Homo Neanderthals got a different. They even though they are 99.6% the same, that's because they share Homo habilis DNA. We understand it. They have a common ancestor.
Wrong. Wrong.
So they don't have a common ancestor. They don't have a common ancestor.
Yeah, true. Yeah, man. That's crazy.
Y'all don't make it clear for the audience. Now listen.
Yes, we trying to teach Shazmu, man. Shazmu trying to figure this out.
Shazmu, you've been around us. You've been around us for years, bro. So you should know what we're saying. First of all,
I'm gonna leave because
nah, he trying to.
No, you good, James? You want to good, James? You all right? You welcome, bro.
Because that's how they measure the back migration of non-Africans. So y'all trying to say that we are the same. That's 2000. That's when they said that we was all 99.9% the same. They were talking about all humans. At that time,
we get it.
We get it. Integration into 2010.
We understand
what is y'all talking about?
Hey, brother James, I want to say something to you though, brother. I'm not trying to insult you. I'm glad you are. I am happy that you are. No, hold on.
I don't even want to talk to you, homie. Don't say
I'm sure you don't. I'm sure you don't. You're scared. But listen, my Nigerian
just listen, James. Don't talk. You don't got to talk. Then just listen.
Listen, my Nigerian brother. This is the thing, my fellow Yoruba brother. Listen to me, bro. Wallahi, listen. I want to just say this. It's no longer Homo heidelbergensis that we diverge from. They changed the name. It's Homo boldinianus. I want you to look that up. So I want you to go further up.
Talking about taxonomy. That don't change.
No, but you said something that was kind of.
They came from a common ancestor.
Yes, 600,000 years ago.
We changed the taxonomical name of it. It don't change what I said.
600,000 years ago, we diverged from one another. Absolutely.
No shit.
But when you say things at one point in time. Before you was reshaped, right? You had to get reshaped. At one point in time, see, I noticed you did. I noticed what you do. What you do, you play it. You play. Hold on. Listen. No.
You wasn't talking about that.
Hold on, no. Listen. You will not let. You don't know me, bro. You don't even know Ngozi. You don't even know. So here's the thing.
Okay, this is what we're gonna do. Everybody, calm down. We're trying to hear the show.
Let me just say this in response.
Shazmu trying to learn. We got Shazmu confused like a mother.
Let me just say this before. Let me just say this. This is what I mean about these guys in this community.
Science
hold on. No. I'm not gonna insult him. I'm just saying this. I got a video. I have a video in New York City 7 years ago talking about Neanderthals, and I hit like 2 million views all over Facebook. So you don't know what you're talking about, bro.
How'd you even get
But
into
you
that
just,
fight right
but
there?
you just lied though. But you just lied. But you just lied though. I don't like when people lie, bro. I don't like
Go
when
get it,
people
James.
lie.
I'm calling Cap, James. Go get it. Go get it.
We was talking about that on the Amara Squad in 2015. Shut up.
2015. Are you serious?
I got
Hey, what did you stand for? Stand on it. Stand on it, bro. Stand on it. Stand on it, James. Stand on it.
That's Cap, James. That's Cap, James.
So James, you standing on that? You standing on
Y'all
that,
niggas tripping. Y'all tripping, bro. Y'all
You're the
tripping.
only one on earth to know
Y'all
about it.
So
tripping,
James, you
man.
standing on that, right? That's your
Y'all
stance, right,
tripping.
James?
Y'all
That's your
tripping, man.
stance, right?
Y'all
Could you stand?
tripping.
So you can stand on that right now, right, James? You can stand on. You can
Y'all
stand on what you're
tripping,
saying.
man.
You saying just hold up? Are you saying that I ain't got a video with me and Unc talking about Neanderthal DNA in 2015 on the Amara Squad channel? Is that what you saying?
I got a
don't think
motherfucking
so.
video going back to 2012. I don't
give a
believe
shit.
it. I can
That
stand
don't
on
mean
it.
shit. So
I
You
can
was
stand
talking
on it. I
about.
bet you
because
can't
you know
stand on it.
about it in 2012, that make you better.
I knew it better way
How
before that. I've
you?
been talking about it for years.
Nigga, shut your dumb ass
How
up.
you been messing that up?
And that's why
Let's
you're in a
look
position.
at
Hey,
that.
and if I'm a
Is
nigga, you a
crazy. You done
bitch.
start
You a
talking about
bitch ass
We
nigga
gotta.
if I'm a nigga. You a
you
bitch
saying
ass
you
nigga if I'm a
bringing in
nigga.
shit that don't
You a
got
bitch
nothing to
ass
Look
do
at
nigga.
with
Better
it.
I push you in
Shazma.
the
But
middle of
this
the
is how
street.
you want
I
this shit
push
to
you in the
go,
middle
and
of the
I'm
streets,
telling the
nigga.
truth.
You a hoe
That's what's
ass nigga.
going
You a
on.
bitch. And I'm tired of you
Yeah,
hoe ass niggas with my
exactly.
name in y'all mouth. Use a
Exactly.
bitch ass nigga and I'll push you in the street.
Nah.
How about that?
Everybody,
You niggas keep my name in y'all mouth. I'm tired of you
No,
niggas, bro.
hold on.
Yeah,
Hold on, everybody, chief. Hey, come on,
Come
go.
on, hey,
I
happy
ain't
4th of
seen
July, everybody.
Happy 4th. Somebody.
Got the fireworks kicking off on Community Skeptics today. Yeah, baby.
Yeah,
Nah,
I can't
Now
wait.
why
Straight
I don't
why
fireworks.
I
celebrate the
keep getting
4th.
cut
I'm
off
like
when
You
I'm
know,
fucking
trying to
You
talk?
are a
what
fucking
10
bitch
black
ass
man
nigger.
is the
Why
You
4th
he
of
keep
stupid ass
cutting me
July.
out
idiot
when I'm
ass
explaining?
nigger.
Black ice.
I
Why
will
he
push
keep
you in the
cutting me
streets,
Ice,
off?
nigga.
black ice, black
Fuck out of
ice,
here.
black ice. I got
Why he
black
keep
ice.
cutting me off though?
Black ice.
Cause you a bitch.
Black out.
Oh, I thought you on a different house. He's still talking. I thought I moved you out. Just
all
goes
right,
in.
come, let's get it back together. Let's get it back
You
together.
sneak that in like that. Goes, how the world you do that? Hey, let me find out you got a secret microphone around here.
Come on, man. Chess trying to
Yeah,
figure
get
it out,
control
man.
of it. I bet you won't chat GPT what I'm saying.
No, with them.
Let's check GPT.
I'm yourself,
I
Goldie.
can pull that shit out right now.
I'm right here, bro. Right here.
I'm gonna do the how you call the play. Hold on, we're gonna
We
play
got
the video. We got a video with James explaining this.
There it is.
It
He's
was in
reading.
2000. So he said, like, oh, I've been
You're
talking about
reading.
this for
No.
so long. Like,
This is
I'm an
recent.
expert at this
This
shit.
is the
Nigga, we
We
recent.
got
all been
some
talking
recent
about this.
footage.
You got
No,
some
nigga, nigga, you tried to say
I'm
I
trying
just
to,
started talking
bro.
about this. I'm a
No,
haplogroup
I
guy.
didn't.
That's
He
what you
said
just
what
said,
you
nigga.
been. I
That's
ain't
what you
said how
just
long
said,
you been
bro.
talking
All
about
right,
nothing.
bro. I'm
You
not gonna
brought
go
up
there
the
with you, bro. I'm
we
not gonna go there
got
with
the
you, bro.
audio.
Yeah,
You brought up how
I
long you
gotta
been
find the
doing
one.
this, as
I
if
gotta find
nobody
the
else
one
been explaining
with me,
DNA.
you, and James, and him trying to understand that Sarah Tishkar video.
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna find that one.
Hey,
But he
we
was
don't
trying to
got.
figure out archaic humans.
Nah, I'm not here to be watching no damn videos. I'm
No,
here
we're not.
to explain my position. If y'all don't want to hear that, I can leave.
No, you fine. We want your position on tape. But this we
Yeah.
gonna understand though. It's a guarantee, right? It was a reason why we called him Goes to the Young Phenom, right? I mean, I know why I chose the brother, because he was very, very literate 20 years ago in science and scientific terms, bro. So he helped me with getting it. I could talk to him for hours. And I could work out the shit I could figure it out. I had the journal, had the articles and all that, and we used to read through the shit. So nobody was talking about DNA for that dude. This man talked about Neanderthals. So James, I'm not gonna take it away from you, but I'm saying in the world I come from, right on this thing right here, you gotta get that man his due, bro. I don't even know
Yeah, I
why.
learned that Liger from
Nobody been
Ngozi.
saying goes
I
we
learned
studying
that from we
DNA. I
learned
never
about
said no shit
Neanderthals
like
from
that,
Ngozi. No,
But
we
what
learned
I'm
that they
saying
was
is he
girls.
brought up how long he been
Nah, you
studying
called
with
him.
us.
You called him a
And me and
haplogroup
you.
guy, bro. You said he was a
That's what he
haplogroup
been
guy.
saying because y'all been calling me Neanderthal James. Why?
That's
Okay,
just
explain that
one
shit
of
to me
many
then.
things.
Why y'all
That's
been
just
calling
one.
me Neanderthal James? Why
Because
y'all
the
don't call him
only
Neanderthal and Gold? Why
because every
y'all don't call
conversation
him
you have
Neanderthal and Gold? Why y'all
because he talk about a bunch of
because he talk
stuff. stuff. All of your conversation end up in all of your
he only talks
Damn,
about
you don't
African
listen.
mutation.
No,
Which
he
is
does
you.
That's
not.
not true,
No, he
bro.
does not.
That's not
That's not
true.
true, bro.
And
Not
this
true.
is what I'm saying, bro.
See,
You and them dudes on the other, y'all keep my name in y'all mouth. I don't talk about you
yeah,
niggas.
see, y'all
I
this
see you
is
in
ain't nothing.
comment sections
Hey, man,
talking
I'm
about
finna
me. I
go,
don't.
man.
Y'all
But
not
anyway, it's
relevant,
been
bro.
real.
Y'all not relevant to me.
Right.
You never
But
was.
I'm gonna go.
Look, here's the
All
thing.
right, y'all go ahead.
Let me clear up the airways. Let me clear up the airways. Look, bro, I
We
don't know
won't
you,
play the
brother.
video.
Hold on, no. Let me just say this, bro. I don't know
Come
you,
on,
and I don't
man.
even, I don't even like to be disrespectful like that. But you got condescending. What I'm trying to say is, I don't get out of my body unless somebody get disrespectful with me. And you got a habit of doing that, bro. And here's the thing. I don't
Yeah,
like
you got a
Smash.
habit of doing the same
Hold on.
motherfucking thing
Listen,
many times.
listen,
Let
brother.
him get it
Listen.
out.
Listen. I don't know. I don't look. Smash was a member of
You
Honor Rock Squad. Hold on. Listen. Smash was a member of Honor Rock Squad for about 16 years. But guess what? Me and Smash never talked on the phone for more than 10 minutes outside of Honor Rock Squad shows. Smash don't know me like that. I met Smash one time, partly in Atlanta. I don't know him like that. I don't know none of y'all. Only person I know like that is Brother Ankh. I don't know these people personal like that. So what I'm trying to say is, you have a habit of talking crazy, keep my name in your mouth, don't know what you're talking about. I don't know how long you've been listening. You possibly have talked about
You think I
Neanderthal.
learned this shit
No,
from you?
I'm not saying that. No, I'm not saying
Hey,
that.
you would
Listen
have
to me.
got it right if you would have, though. That's one thing we all agree
Listen,
with.
let me just say this, bro. I'm not saying, brother, listen. I'm not saying that you did not speak of Neanderthals in 2015. I don't know you. I just met you probably like 3 years ago.
He's been around because he got the pearl. He definitely got. He definitely.
Man, I was around. I
that's
had a pearl
wonderful.
before I had a pearl. What is y'all
Yeah,
talking
of course.
And that's wonderful. But
No, but hold on.
But
Let me
James,
say, let me hold on for a minute. Let me give him a man his due. Matter of fact, he gave me and Smash some clothes to wear on the Kim and on trial. That was that man right there. So big up to you, bro. You definitely had a pearl company, and I enjoyed wearing your gear. And so don't get that fucked up. I'm never gonna take that from you, bro. I don't care how much we argue and fight and get disrespectful. I just get mad because you the Magi Archer Science class and y'all crazy as hell. We just heard the whole conversation.
No, y'all ain't heard me say shit. Y'all keep hearing him interrupt what I'm saying.
Okay,
that's what y'all.
I'm not interrupting anything. I'm trying. I'm trying.
Hold on a minute, goes. We're gonna play this tape. Here go.
Right. So now this the objectivity of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Here's the core reason, not feelings, but methodology. Modern humans equal biologically defined species. You're still 100% Homo sapiens, even if with archaic DNA.
So he reading that from Chat GPT, beating him up. This you reading it, James? It's beating you up.
Keep going.
All right.
These classification doesn't get revoked over 1.2% admin. So watch this. So I'm agreeing with this because I say that they're modern humans did, right? So we classify by the ability to interbreed and produce viable offspring, not perfect genomic purity. That 2% is not random garbage. Some Neanderthal alleles were adaptive and selected for, like those that help the skin. What happened?
Right, I'm here.
I don't know. I'm here.
Standpoint, the 2% is dilution, it's genetic contribution. It was tasted, immunity, and
so y'all know he reading from ChatGPT, and we all agree with what he reading. Okay, here we go.
Pigmentation, immunity, and cold weather survivors. So, like I said, it's beneficial for people in the northern hemisphere. Some from an evolutionary biological standpoint, the 2% it isn't just dilution; it's genetic contribution. It was kept because it helped. No modern human is 100% anything. Even within Africa, populations have different percentages of ancient admixtures, just different nuances. For example, some African groups have archaic African hominid DNA, not Neanderthal, but similar idea. There is no single pure modern human genome, only varying degrees of shared ancestry.
There you go. There you go.
Okay, now
you read
let
that
me explain what I'm saying. Hold on, please.
ChatGPT did a great job on Chad. Why you want to mess it up?
I know. And just let me explain what I'm talking about. So when they're doing this, it's so precise that they can see archaic DNA within Africa, and they can see archaic DNA outside of Africa. So they not worried about when they're trying to find out when non-Africans come back into Africa based on the archaic DNA in Africa. They want to know when the non-African DNA comes in based on the non-African DNA. Guess what the non-African DNA is, y'all? It's Neanderthal and Denisovan. That is how they measured the back migration of these people.
but the ChatGPT beat you up. You read it.
How did it beat me up when I'm reading it? What are you talking?
You,
oh,
yo,
you don't understand what's going on.
Let's move on. Hold on.
So listen. So let me ask this. So let me ask. I want to ask this though. Like, did every human all the modern humans that went out of Africa back migrated with Neanderthal DNA?
Well,
James?
if you're talking about at a certain time period, you had the people that was off in the Sinai Peninsula, which they call them basal Eurasians, but see, they not basal to shit because they still 99.9% modern Homo sapiens. They have not speciated into a whole nother species to where
Did they have mutations? Did they have mutations
that Homo sapiens sapiens?
Did they acquire mutations outside of Africa and back migrated in?
They didn't require any mutations that they couldn't have acquired outside of Africa because the geographical location of the Sinai Peninsula is on the same longitude, latitude as Africa. They don't go way up into Russia.
They
just go right over to the right.
Freeze for a minute.
You know
Hold on
what
for a minute.
There's nothing that's gonna charge.
Hold on for a minute. Hold on for a minute, James. Since I got my man named. Hold on, bro. So I got my man named Biblical DNA. What's up? What's up, Dan?
Peace. Peace.
Glad you joined the show. Your name is definitely in the title. What's up? Big up to the YouTube world.
What's going on? What's up? What's the name? What's this all about?
You see, Whole-genome ancestry of Old Kingdom Egyptian, right? You did, I used snips of your video, and I felt like you messed some parts up. And we talked.
What did I mess up?
I felt like you made genetic markers into whole people. And I think, and what I'm saying is, we recognize what the 20% is. I felt like you mischaracterized what that actually meant.
20% of what?
The DNA, yes.
The Southwest Asian.
Yeah, the Southwest Asian DNA. Yeah, I felt like you made that. I don't know. Like, so explain it to us. You got a chance. Go ahead.
Do you know what that Mesopotamian Neolithic sample is? Do you know the sample ID?
No, go ahead, explain it.
I can't remember right now. It's like I can't remember. IN something.
Yeah, you said it on your video. I don't remember about it. You should. Go ahead. Explain what you're saying about the
Yeah.
What is your point about the Mesopotamian thing into Egypt? What are you saying? What are you trying to show us here?
So that sample, when I looked it up, the admixture shows first of all, the sample ID is SKH001.
All right,
and so So, and I can give you the paper for that too if you need it.
We talking about this particular paper. That's the Morocco.
Oh, that's the Moroccan paper. 1 second.
We want to keep it right here on this paper. Just the paper.
Oh, I got you. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, we want to stay right here. What you trying to tell us?
Dan, can I ask you a question?
No, 1 second.
No, let's finish this. Let's finish this combo first, James, before we stay right here.
Because I got his name and I want to always give him the floor.
Yeah, so somebody asked me, could the Mesopotamian Neolithic be the PP Nimrik from Iraq? And when I looked at the data set on the supplementary material, it has Turkey. And it has Iraq. So the majority of the samples are Kayanu, Banakulu, Tarla, and Nimrik 9. 2 samples of Nimrik 9.
What is that saying? What are you trying to say? So we understand why we understand that. That makes sense. We no one's in disagreement with that.
I mean, I've personally never seen a study where they combine so many different samples from different regions like Iraq and Turkey and call it Mesopotamian Neolithic. I've never seen that before either. I've never seen Morocco Middle Neolithic SKH001 used as a sample for admixture either. And when I looked at that sample, it showed Natufian Anatolian Neolithic, Caucasus hunter-gatherers, early European farmers, Sub-Saharan African, Iran Neolithic, and West hunter-gatherer. Yeah, South.
So can I respond? Can I respond to that?
Yeah.
That makes sense on different PCAs. It will say that a lot of those early Neolithic farmers or the people portion of Mesopotamia, like Turkey, which is Anatolia, right above that, the Lesser Caucasus is right there. When you go across a little bit east, you end up right there in between Iran, and below that is Iraq. So a lot of those populations already shared it was distant, but it was very close affinities anyway. Then when you look at that 70%, I honestly don't believe it. Depends on the PCA that's used. Some PCAs have put like smaller traces of sub-Saharan, and you know this too, but brother Biblical DNA, sub-Saharan on some PCA usage can be errors. Now, depends on the resolution. I don't believe it was. I don't. Let me.
No, let them finish the combo, James. Just let them finish the combo, James. Chill out. Just let them finish the combo.
Yeah, we not stuck on sub-Saharan.
I don't believe. I don't believe. I want to hold on.
Please.
Oh my God, bro, we not talking
Just
about
let them finish the
Neanderthal right now,
combo,
brother
man.
James.
Let them finish the combo before you get to Just chill out for a second.
Biblical.
Yeah, it's gonna
So
be
if
in
we
the
use another, if we use a deeper, a higher resolution, right? A PCA, depending on what you're using, right? I don't believe that sub-Saharan was there at all. I believe what they're labeling as sub-Saharan is just like what they did with the updated version of Ibero-Marusian that they just found out. They found out that 40% that was considered Hadza Yoruba-like was actually Takahari. That was indigenous to ancestral North Africa.
Hold on, stop right.
So the one thing. So the one thing. Hold on.
We want to talk to biblical DNA, man.
I'm talking to brother.
James.
I'm talking to biblical DNA.
Oh hell no! This is wild.
James, come on, bro. Chill.
Man, the man YouTube channel is in the title, bro.
And so
We want to give a chance to clear it up.
Exactly what Ngozi's talking about. The other admixture shows too, similar what he's saying, is Levant, pre-pottery Neolithic B, 74.3, 33%. Morocco, Tafrelat, 22.91%. West hunter-gatherer, 2.25, and Yemeniah, 0.51. So, I mean, even that Tafrelat, didn't Tafrelat have some a small percentage of sub-Saharan African admixture?
Well, the higher resolution changes. It's no longer Yoruba Hadza. Like they saying that 40 or 35% is Takahari, which was found in ancestral North Africa, Libya, that they just put out. So, so if you use, depending on the PCA, bro, would you let me? Come on, James. Listen, brother. Brother, look. Just listen to me. Just listen to me. Okay, listen, brother Patel. Let me just finish. So, depending on the PCA that's used, right? It will say sub-Saharan in some cases, but now if other higher resolution tools is used, like about SNP testing or SNRs, right? So if you use a higher volume resolution, it's no longer saying sub-Saharan at all. It's saying that this Hadza Yoruba-like layer was actually Takahari. So that 35 to 40% is what they found in Libya, the Takahari specimen, which is the distinct ancestral North African that diverged from ancestral East Africans 60,000 years ago. So at base, the layer is there, but it had its own unique drift.
So, all right, so let me say this.
Yeah, we never got to that article too, but go ahead.
We never got to that one. What I would like to say is when you read that Saharan article, it just talks about how from L3 that basal N actually diverged, and we were having a whole conversation around diverge, right? So I don't even care about sub-Saharan Africa and East Africa. That's not even serious. Wait a minute. No. The article right there on the screen actually verifies that these are indigenous Africans right there in Africa. So I can't be disrespectful to Africa. I'm not doing that. And it talks about dark skin. The brother talked about that in his video about the dark skin, right? But I felt like you threw some shade on that, right? I feel like you definitely shaded that. It is what it is. That North Africans, some of them can have dark to black skin. It's just what it is. Of course, they would not be the majority. That doesn't make any sense. That would be out of order. But that particular individual actually had dark to black skin, and that's just what it is. I'm gonna stay right there with it. So you don't have to be sub-Saharan African to have dark to black skin. We know that. We know the whole thing. I just want to make that point. But I got to get out of here, though. Biblical DNA. You're going to be around again. We can finish these conversations on our next show. We got a show called The Hard Way. We talk about all things DNA in Egypt for real.
Real
Let me
quick,
get this.
Hey, but
real
hey,
quick,
but before you go, Reggie,
I can't do it. I can't do it.
Rosie,
please.
Did the
real quick,
brother
real
biblical
quick.
DNA finish and
Yeah.
go?
How
We can
can
get back to it.
I
this guy
appreciate
show
the
this?
geniuses, the smart people for
No, what
allowing
you
me
doing? You
these
go
chances
ahead.
and the
Man, you cut.
opportunity to learn
Man,
from y'all. Go ahead.
thank you, brother. Go ahead, biblical DNA. I'm gonna let you get the last word, yo.
I would like to share real quick if I can the supplementary, the data set that was used
From which article?
in 2022
From what article?
it was the Lazarus what is it called, the bridge to something, and goes, you know what I'm talking about, the genetic
Yeah,
history.
yes, that's a great article.
Right
Share that
here, the
sample, bro.
genetic. You talking
Man,
about
y'all doing all
class
this.
name
Hold
North
on,
African
we
genome
can't
link
do
to
this,
Eastern
man.
and Southern
Southern Arc.
African population. That one.
Not Sudan.
The genetic
This is-
history of the Southern Arc, a bridge between
Yes.
I can give me a second. I don't know if
Put it in the
am I able
side
to-
chat so we can catch that for me.
I got
Hold on, before I leave,
Talk about the Yemnaya and everything in there.
Yeah, James, we gonna
Yeah,
let
the
you get those off.
Yemenite.
I promise you,
Real
James.
quick, yeah,
Okay.
because I want to show that because you
We
can
gonna
see
come
in
back.
the Yemenite and other
Do you want to
samples
come back?
from
Do you want to come back, brother? Do you got an email or something where I can contact you?
Yeah, or when you
It'll-
going live again, so we can
It'll
do we
be
set up a
just
show.
real quick, because I know a lot of people focus on skin tone, and it's
I
gonna be
don't.
real quick. Trust me, it's gonna be really fast because you're
you
gonna
got
see.
30 seconds. You got 30 seconds, yo, because I gotta get out of here, yo.
I want to show the screen though. So,
Share his screen.
Oh yeah, I'm out.
Yeah, but
All
you
right,
got I
peace.
need the contact. Do you got contact information?
yeah, I got you.
We'll put it in the
I wish somebody
need to
would have
talk
told me
about
that
race.
from the beginning.
How can you get away
It's in
from
the private
sub-Saharan
chart.
when relatively modern man came out?
Yeah, I see you put that article in there. Okay, I seen that.
Because they keep mixing race
No,
with
man,
DNA. We need
everybody
to
is
talk
talking.
about
Yo,
race.
ain't got that kind of time for everybody to do this. Yo, so you got an email address, bro? Put that in there. And then
I
share
had
your
to get
screen.
that
I
out.
gotta go. I'm gonna let
And
you
I'm
get
talking
that off.
about a man in Ethiopia, and we ain't talking sub-Saharan. Come
Yo,
on.
we ain't even
Yeah,
had that
we need
kind
to
of
talk about
conversation.
race.
Come on,
Niggas
Dan, you
keep
got an
mixing
email or
race.
something? What you doing, bro?
That ain't had nothing to
People
do with
keep
race.
mixing race with DNA. Yes, it does. Y'all keep mixing
Thank
race
you, I
with
appreciate
DNA.
it.
Yeah,
I
you
want
got
to
it.
show something real quick. All
You
right,
ain't gonna put your DNA. You ain't gonna put your email in there.
It's in there. It's in there. It's in the back chat.
Okay, bet. I got you.
Deals with location.
Can we see this sample right here?
You can say it loud and clear,
Italy,
yo.
Sicily,
You
late
see that,
Bronze
right,
Age.
Goldie?
Real quick, what do you see right there?
I see dark, intermediate. Yeah.
Dark to black.
Yeah.
Dark to black in Jordan. Early
Yep.
Bronze Age, dark to black.
Yeah, no
You can go-
disagreement. I had no
you can
disagreement
go
with that.
Exactly. You can go all the way up to Britain, the Great Britain samples, if I'm not mistaken. And there was
Correct.
some samples.
Black.
No, man, come on, bro. He's saying something different, yo.
Go ahead.
You can verify that and use that light skin article. You ever
Dark.
seen that before? Of course you have. That's a simple wiki.
Yeah, or dark to black with a lower probability of intermediate. So we know with a lower probability of intermediate. So we know what intermediate is. So we know it's a lower probability of being that. So it's at least darker than that. We can agree.
Yeah, we can agree that. We don't gotta fight that.
Yeah, but that doesn't change the person's what he looked like. You get what I'm saying? Russia, dark to black.
You see, that's
Yeah,
why we
but you
need
still
to
need
talk
to
about
hold on now. Don't forget. It tells you, and from the article, it say low probability as far as being what was it? Shit.
Low probability intermediate. But like I said, we're not saying that. We're not saying the phenotypes. All the phenotypes are the same. We're not saying that.
I agree, and also there's a paper. If you watch my latest video I just did today when y'all were doing this live, there's an article where one of the I think the person's a biomolecular geneticist or something like that, or archaeologist. I don't know.
Okay.
But they're basically saying that they don't have enough ancient population DNA samples
Agreed.
for skin pigmentation to determine, hey, this is 100% accurate.
I can agree with you. We totally agree with you. The article that you showed said that.
Yeah. I wouldn't expect that.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect that. Yeah. I'm not saying that, bro. I'm not a skin guy. We're not skin.
Okay. So
yeah, we ain't tripping.
what was my name? If I can help out at all.
That's why race is
Dan. You
important
said
to
what
this
your name was,
conversation.
Dan? Dan, right?
No, what was biblical DNA? Or what's the drive-by on biblical DNA? What's
the
going on?
drive-by was I just felt like you mischaracterized like right now when you talking about the skin aspect of it.
you brought in your inference wise that particular color skin, you could find that in quote unquote like the Middle East. I agree with you, but in that particular sample, they actually talked about low as far as being intermediate. So they was basically saying it right there, right? That individual would have been dark to black. That's what he would have fell at. You read some Russian samples, right? But I'm not sure if the Russian sample also said that
probability.
The low probability. So you cannot leave out the low probability in that.
I did say lower probability. You talking about in the power slide? Did you like? I read
the power slide. Yeah. Okay. So then, what does lower probability mean?
It had a lower probability. It was not, but it was 0.9. It was 0.999 dark to black. It had a lower probability, meaning there was a small chance. But what I'm saying,
right? For like, right. That's all we're saying.
Okay. So
right.
What
And
they're
so I'm
saying,
not saying that dark skin is exclusive strictly to Africa. And just because you have dark skin, don't mean you're an African.
Or sub-Saharan African. We're not saying that.
Nobody knows me would ever claim I would ever claim that. But all right.
Hey, but I'm gonna check out your new video, bro. I'm gonna check out your new video. We're gonna get with you though. I'm gonna get with you.
All right. Sounds
so
good.
I'm
Peace.
gonna
appreciate your follow through.
Show on race and racism, because these conversations is crazy. People need to stop mixing.
All right, peace.
Peace.
Yeah, peace
out. Yeah, you could have went out with that. Say yo, you was good.
Raising up the Titans, watch the fallen gods weep. From Baltimore streets to the Florida shores, Jehovah, hold and feel the wrath as it roars. No more rules, it's time to break. Killer army, rise and make no mistake. All gods must die, hear the echoes cry. From the heavens to